Are both players ready? Yes. Zhou Yin and Lu Yi replied at the same time. The referee waved. Round 4, begin. Zhou Yin made the first move, and the void behind him rippled as a colossal creature crashed to the ground. It was a colossal beast, 5 meters tall, whose body seemed to be made of countless irregular yellowish-brown crystals. It resembled a giant bear, but its limbs were much thicker, and sharp crystal clusters protruded from its joints. It was his natal pet beast, the rock crystal giant beast. When it landed, the entire arena trembled slightly, radiating an incredibly heavy mixture of earth and metal energy. But that wasn't all. 2 more pets were summoned immediately afterward. A small, pangolin-like creature with metal spikes covering its back quickly burrowed into the ground, leaving only a slight mound in the earth. The other is a stone monster suspended in midair, surrounded by countless pebbles, emitting a magnetic field that interferes with energy fluctuations. Zhou Yan's pets were incredibly stable, each exuding a powerful aura. The 3 pets lined up in a row, forming a natural barrier. Quick, give us a shot. The commentator pointed to the 3 pets that Zhou Yan had summoned. Judging from the summoning light just now, the largest pet is Zhou Yan's natal pet, named Rock Crystal Beast. The name sounds similar to Rock Armor Beast, but it is actually completely different. The Rock Crystal Beast possesses mutated earth element rock crystals, which are incredibly hard and have exceptional attack power. If I'm not mistaken, that pangolin should be the earth-splitting golden armor, which has extremely strong penetrating power. The other one is the Magnet Storm Gargoyle, which is also a mutated type, having transformed from metal to magnet. Zhou Yan, Zhou Yan, Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan seemed to have some popularity, and with the narration's introduction, everyone realized that these 3 pets seemed to be quite unique, and cheers rang out one after another. Zhou Yan's purpose in summoning these 3 pet beasts is obvious. The Rock Crystal Beast for frontal attack and defense, the Earth-Splitting Pangolin for underground raids and harassment, and the Magnetic Storm Gargoyle for crowd control and disruption. It's a perfect tactic. I just wonder what kind of arrangements Lu Yi will make. The female commentator focused her attention on Lu Yi. As a woman herself, it remains to be seen what judgment she will make. Lu Yi's eyes were calm, and she did not immediately summon her natal pet. With a flick of her wrist, 2 summoning circles for ordinary pets appeared, and a yellow figure flashed past swiftly, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. The other bird emitted a loud call, and a splash of red caught people's eyes. The pets summoned by contestant Lu Yi are Thunder Shadow Bee and Firebird. I didn't expect them to be 2 extremely aggressive pets. Moreover, the combination of fire and lightning will unleash even greater power. Is this another battle of attack and defense? The male commentator said. It's a pity, though. Both earth and metal types have strong resistance, so Lu Yi's attacks may not be very effective, and she's still holding back, the female commentator remarked. Zhou Yan did not hesitate, ignoring the commentator's voice and not underestimating his opponent just because the opponent only had 2 pets. With a thought, the rock crystal behemoth roared and charged forward, like a moving mountain, with countless crystal spikes shooting out. At the same time, several sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, attacking Lu Yi's lower body, launching a sneak attack with the earth-splitting golden armor. The Magnetic Storm Gargoyle emits invisible magnetic ripples that disrupt the magnetic field fluctuations on the field, affecting the opponent's actions. Lu Yi remained calm and nimble, leaping backward and waving her hands. The Thunder Shadow Bee and the Firebird flew forward, unleashing a lightning and fire attack in an attempt to counteract the rock crystal attack. Boom! The strength of the rock crystal far exceeded Lu Yi's expectations, and it was basically impossible to intercept the lightning and fire attacks. It passed through the lightning and fire and headed straight for Lu Yi. It wasn't over yet. The golden armor that pierces the earth had already burst out of the ground from the other side, its sharp spikes gleaming with cold light piercing straight at Lu Yi's waist and abdomen. Caught in a pincer movement, the situation became critical, prompting many to exclaim in alarm. Was Lu Yi's life really over? Now, a glint flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. She didn't flinch, but instead called out softly, "Xiao Wu, come out." A soft green light leaped from the void behind her, landing and transforming into Rabbit. It was a rabbit about half the height of a person, standing upright, with snow-white fur, green ears, and bandages tied around its head and fists, making it stand out from the crowd. It looked harmless, even somewhat weak, and out of place in the surrounding violent battlefield. A murmur of astonishment immediately rippled through the audience. A rabbit? Her favorite pet is a rabbit. But I'm more curious, what kind of rabbit is this? Does the 10th prince have no one on his side? Why would he even bring out such a pet beast? Even the commentator was taken aback. Lu Yi summoned her destined pet, which looks like a leaf rabbit. This is quite unexpected. Leaf rabbit? Isn't that the lowest level healing pet? Its racial potential is at most lord level. That can't be right. I have a leaf village rabbit too, and it's always so small. How come hers is so big? Has it mutated? Principal Yi adjusted his eyes, slightly surprised, and then said, "It is indeed a leaf rabbit, and a leaf rabbit that has broken through the racial restrictions and reached the peak of the domain lord level. No, it should have a completely new name. Wow, breaking the racial barrier, incredible. I wonder what powerful skills the leaf rabbit will have after breaking through to the domain lord level." Zhou Yin was also stunned for a moment, but his fighting instincts kept him from stopping. The sharp spikes of the earth-splitting pangolin were already within reach. However, just as the spikes were about to touch Lu Yi's clothes, a sharp, human-like glint suddenly flashed in the ruby-like eyes of the rabbit called Xiao. It moved. There was no amazing burst of energy, no huge change in size. It was just a simple push from the back leg. Bang! With a muffled thud, the earth-splitting golden armor flew back at an even faster speed than it had come, slamming hard into the leg of the rock crystal beast and letting out a painful groan. It wasn't over yet. He clenched his fists and swung them at the oncoming rock crystals, shattering them instantly. The entire room fell silent. Zhou Yan's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. Although his earth-splitting pangolin wasn't known for its strength, it was still a peak domain lord-level creature. Yet, it was kicked away by a seemingly weak rabbit during a sneak attack. Lu Yi gently stroked the soft fur of Xiao Wu on her shoulder, her voice calm. "I forgot to introduce it. It's not called leaf rabbit. It's called martial arts rabbit." Before she finished speaking, Lu Yi's aura suddenly changed. A pure and tenacious martial will rose from her body, resonating strongly with the martial arts rabbit beside her. Xiao Wu fuse. A soft yet firm green light enveloped the person and the rabbit. In the light, Lu Yi's figure seemed to become more agile and slender, especially her legs, which almost reached the perfect golden ratio. The surface of her dark green outfit was covered with fine, rabbit fur-like patterns. Her eyes glowed slightly red, and her ears turned into rabbit ears, nimbly turning so she could hear the sounds around her. Most strikingly, her joints were covered with a layer of smooth, white, jade-like, yet indestructible bone armor, and her fingernails and toenails were long and sharp, yet possessed a peculiar fluidity. "My God, I was shocked twice in just a few seconds," the male commentator exclaimed excitedly. "It's unbelievable." The leaf rabbit broke the racial barrier, kicking the earth-splitting golden armor beast away with one kick and shattering the rock crystal with one punch. Where is the leaf rabbit's weak appearance now? It truly lives up to its name as the martial arts rabbit. Martial arts rabbit fusion transformation? This rare fusion form centered on fighting techniques is the first time I've seen it in a Konoha rabbit. The female commentator exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, Lu Yi's aura has changed. It's not just an increase in energy level, but a sublimation of fighting spirit. Principal Yi also praised repeatedly, his voice reaching the ears of every audience member. Taking martial arts as one's way is rare. Not only the beast tamer himself, but also the beast itself, need to put in unimaginable effort and sweat to break through racial restrictions. Such a beast tamer has unlimited potential in the future. Principal Ye's words were tantamount to a direct acknowledgement of Lu Yi's extraordinary talent. The resolute profile on the big screen was deeply etched into everyone's hearts. Regardless of victory or defeat, everyone now knew that there was such a woman who had broken a racial restriction on pet beasts. I wonder how many people will be inspired by this, and how many more hard-working individuals will emerge from it. Zhou Yin sensed a strong threat and roared, "Rock Crystal Beast, attack with full force. Magnetic storm, gravity field. The crystal behemoth shone brightly with crystal light, clasped its fists together, and slammed down again like a meteor. At the same time, the magnetic storm gargoyle released a powerful gravity field in an attempt to limit Lu Yi's speed. Instead of directly taking the hit, Lu Yi moved like a ghost, maintaining amazing agility even in the gravity field, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow from the rock crystal behemoth. Each of her movements was imbued with a unique elasticity and force-dissipating technique, skillfully mitigating the effects of gravity and the aftershocks of the rock crystal behemoth's impact. Confident and elegant, she spins and leaps like a dancer in the arena where skills fly, not only defusing crises but also launching counterattacks. It's simply a feast for the eyes. Every jump and every dodge is perfectly timed. The commentator exclaimed in amazement. Firebird, fire attack. Rakage B, lightning needle attack. The target is Zhou Yin herself. Every time Lu Yi tried to get close and knock Zhou Yin unconscious with one blow, she was quickly intercepted by the rock crystal beast and decisively asked the other pets to assist her. Lu Yi herself gathered her power, her legs and fists emitting white light, and then she turned into a blur and disappeared from the spot. Having merged with the martial arts rabbit, her speed, agility, and explosive power have reached an astonishing level. And that's not all. She also has a pet beast that she hasn't summoned yet, which she can temporarily borrow some of its power to amplify herself. Instead of relying on tricks to get close to Zhou Yin, she charged directly at the rock crystal beast, determined to defeat it in front of everyone. The rock crystal behemoth roared, swinging its massive crystalline arm in a sweeping motion, creating a dull whistling sound. Lu Yi neither dodged nor evaded. Her right fist, covered by white jade bone armor, shone with an extremely concentrated emerald green light. This was the energy-condensing technique she had learned from the martial arts rabbit, which focused all her strength on a single point. Crushing fist. The tiny fist clashed violently with the enormous crystalline arm. Snap! A tooth-grinding cracking sound rang out, and the crystal on the rock crystal behemoth's arm, which was as hard as an alloy, was cracked like a spider web by this punch. The rock crystal behemoth roared in pain, its massive body being knocked back slightly by the impact. Lu Yi pressed her advantage relentlessly, her figure as swift as the wind, rapidly circling the giant rock crystal beast, her fists, elbows, knees, toes. Every part of its body transformed into a deadly weapon, shimmering with either emerald green or white jade light, each attack precisely striking the relatively weak points of the rock crystal behemoth, such as its joints and crystal cluster connections. Her attacks are not characterized by brute force, but rather contain a unique shock and penetrating power, specifically designed to destroy internal structures. Smash, 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 smash. The muscles of the thighs were tight, the calves were slender, powerful, and strong. Each kick set off the sound of breaking wind, and when the landing was as steady as an iron nail smashed into the ground. The continuous blows were like a sudden storm. The rock crystal behemoth, despite its powerful defense and strength, was overwhelmed by the lightning-fast and all-pervasive close-range attacks. More and more cracks appeared on its body, and it roared repeatedly, but it was still unable to catch a glimpse of Lu Yi. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Lu Yi possesses immense power within her. Every punch and kick shattered the scales of the rock crystal behemoth, sending crystals flying. I have never seen such an elegant female warrior. At this moment, the arena was completely silent. There were no cheers, only stunned spectators who were completely absorbed in the green on the stage. That's great. Hua Sun Mingqi's voice was slightly tearful but also excited, genuinely thrilled by her friend's strength. I didn't expect Lu Yi to be so strong. I feel like I'm going to break a bone if I kick her like that. Mu Feng was still holding his feather fan, even though it was the dead of winter. Who is Lu Yi's teacher? Wang Chen suddenly asked. Teacher? Isn't he a teacher at our school? Fu Qian looked at Wang Chen. No, I also studied martial arts for a while. I learned from a teacher back then, and none of the teachers at the school had this style. Wang Chen shook his head. As a beast tamer who also engages in close combat, he is naturally proficient in close combat, but he is more ferocious, focusing on destructive power and lethality, and cannot be as light and agile as Lu Yi. I think I heard her mention it before. She does have an off-campus teacher, but I've never met her, and I don't know where she met her. Sun Mingqi raised her hand and said softly, "Never mind, let's ask her when she comes down. If things go as expected, we should be able to win this match." Wang Chen smiled slightly. It seems his teammates are quite strong too. In the royal stand, Yi Wei was also surprised, as if she was seeing the girl on stage for the first time. Then she silently cheered her on in her heart. "This girl is quite nice," the wealthy woman said, her eyes filled with admiration. "Yes, I didn't expect her to change so much." Yi Wei nodded silently. "It seems that going to Holy Dragon Academy was the right choice for you. Holy Dragon Academy produces talented people. It's because these aristocratic families are too arrogant, too confident, and too snobbish. I don't like them." The earth-splitting pangolin attempted another underground attack, but Lu Yi, as if possessed, easily stepped on the spot where the ground would break through. With a single stomp, the ground cracked, and the earth-splitting pangolin screamed as it was blasted out of the ground. The magnetic interference of the magnetic storm gargoyle was greatly reduced in its effect on Lu Yi, whose will was as firm as steel and who had a high degree of resonance with her pet. Zhou Yan's forehead veins bulged as he realized he was being completely suppressed. His opponent's fighting style was unprecedented, perfectly blending pet characteristics, martial arts techniques, and the art of borrowing strength to create a highly efficient and deadly close-quarters combat style. "Rabbit, could this girl be your successor?" In a section of the stands adjacent to the royal palace, a few spectators of various appearances and ages sat scattered about. Among them, a muscular man with long, flowing red hair spoke in a hearty voice as he looked at a woman on his right. "Yi is a promising talent. If she's willing, I'd be more than happy to oblige." The woman turned her head and smiled. Her large eyes were striking, and her beautiful, petite face was quite adorable. Her short hair, just past her cheeks, gave her a spirited and dashing air. "Haha, not bad at all. I'm so envious. I haven't met a suitable successor yet." "Haha, old Nyo, you're a bit too picky. Isn't this martial arts competition perfect? Aren't there enough geniuses for you to choose from?" A man with a faint king mark on his forehead glanced at him with his arms crossed. "Sigh, not one of them is satisfactory. Your requirements are too demanding. How many people can achieve a pure strength-based build? If it were me, I wouldn't be foolish enough to just train muscles. We are beast tamers. What do you know? Muscles are the only thing that matters. I don't care what you're made of. I'll just smash you with one punch. I can't be bothered to talk to you. You're not convinced? How about we have a contest? Come on, who's afraid of who? That's enough, you two. Just watch the game." A middle-aged man sitting in the middle stopped the farce with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the two shut their mouths. Both the goat and the rabbit smiled slightly, for only the dragon could keep these two powerful zodiac animals in check. During the conversation, the situation on the field changed again. "This can't go on. Rock Crystal Behemoth, Crystal Burst Stomp. Magnetic Storm, Full Power Interference." Zhou Yan gritted his teeth and ordered the Rock Crystal Behemoth to unleash its area of effect skill, while simultaneously having the Magnetic Storm Gargoyle output interference at all costs. The Rock Crystal Behemoth roared, raised its forelimbs high, and slammed them down. Centered on it, the violent earth-metal mixed energy exploded in a ring, and countless sharp crystal spikes shot out from the ground, covering a large area. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed, and she instantly realized that she couldn't completely avoid it. Rakeage B packed. In an instant, the Thunder Shadow Bee transformed into a phantom and merged into Lu Yi's legs. Then, a surge of lightning power attached to her legs, and the next second, it disappeared into the encirclement. What? She actually dodged it. And what just happened? Why did the Rakeage Bee merge back into her body? The audience erupted in commotion, sharing the same confusion as the commentator. Principal Yi, with his keen eye, immediately explained, "It's a talent, possibly a talent that allows one to temporarily borrow the power of a pet. Look at the Thunder Shadow Bee. It's separated again after a short fusion. Maintaining this state for an extended period would likely be very physically demanding." Just as she was regaining her footing, a ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes, and his long-awaited killing move was finally unleashed. Now, Rock Crystal Beast merge. He transformed into a beam of yellow light and entered the body of the Rock Crystal Behemoth. The Rock Crystal Behemoth expanded again, its aura surged, and it became even more ferocious. After merging with Zhou Yin, its attacks became more flexible and precise, and its defenses became more difficult to break through. With Zhou Yin's addition, it would be able to do whatever it wanted. After merging, Zhou Yin was like a real rock giant, locking onto Lu Yi and launching a final charge, each step causing the earth to shake. Lu Yi steadied herself and looked at the massive creature charging towards her without showing any fear. Lu Yi used her talent again. Now that she had been exposed, she would try to defeat her opponent as quickly as possible. Firebird of one heart. The Firebird rushed into Lu Yi's body, and her figure swayed slightly, as if merging into the flames and becoming indistinct. The next moment, she moved. There was no earth-shattering display of power, just one punch. Martial arts technique, Fiery Fist. His right fist was thrown out in midair, a spark appeared, and then it exploded like a bomb that had been waiting for a long time. Rock Crystal Shatter. Zhou Yin roared back, leaping high into the air and throwing a punch. Boom! As the smoke cleared, both men were unharmed. After a brief silence, an even more violent clash ensued. Lu Yi's figure mysteriously split into three, attacking the giant from three different angles. Zhou Yin roared, his fists flailing wildly, trying to shatter all the afterimages. However, two of the afterimages were swept away by the force of the punch and quietly disappeared. The real Lu Yi had already appeared on the giant's shoulder like a ghost. Her right leg was raised high, and her calf, covered with white, jade-like bone armor, was straight. Her whole body was like a fully drawn bow, and all the power of her body and the explosive power of the martial arts rabbit were concentrated in her toes. Rakeage B packed. Martial skill, Heaven's Fall. With a swift kick, her emerald green leg, imbued with the power of lightning, transformed into a giant axe, carrying the will to cleave everything, and struck the junction of the Rock Crystal Behemoth's neck and shoulder blade. Boom, crack! A shattering sound, louder than ever before, exploded. The massive body of the Rock Crystal Behemoth suddenly froze, and the crystal at its neck shattered completely, spurting out a yellowish-brown light like blood. Incredible! He shattered Zhou Yin's defense with a single kick. He looked seriously injured. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Before the explanation could continue, an array appeared behind Zhou Yin, and the fourth pet beast appeared. Sand Kirin, come out! A Qilin! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. It was a noble, earth-yellow beast, resembling a small deer, with a single horn on its head. Although it was named Qilin, it did not possess the imposing appearance of the legendary Qilin. The Sand Kirin does indeed have a trace of Kirin blood, but it's very diluted. However, it still inherits Kirin skills and possesses magical power that ordinary pets can hardly match. Principal Yi explained again. Blessings, recovery, Zhou Yin shouted, and his originally terrifying injuries were completely healed as a stream of yellowish-brown sand merged into the wound. My God, is this the Sand Kirin? It actually healed such terrible injuries. Unbelievable. Is this the miraculous power you spoke of, Principal Yi? That's right. As an auspicious beast, the Qilin brings blessings to all things, and healing is one of its supernatural powers. You have completely enraged me. The final blow, the meteorite strike. The giant beast churned, sending earth and rocks flying, forming a massive boulder overhead that covered almost the entire area within 100 meters of Lu Yi, leaving her nowhere to escape. Lu Yi took a deep breath. The final blow? He closed his eyes tightly, and then a summoning array appeared behind him, and the fourth pet appeared as well. Contestant Lu Yi has also summoned her last pet, but how will she face this terrifying scene? Such a terrifying meteor attack. How can she possibly withstand it? The narrator's vivid and moving voice touched the hearts of every viewer, and many covered their eyes, unable to watch. A chill instantly spread behind Lu Yi, and even the protective shield at the edge of the arena condensed with a thin layer of frost. A deep and majestic roar resounded, and a magnificent, snow-white beast stepped out from the magic array. It resembles a giant wolf, but is more slender and elegant, with a shoulder height of nearly 2 meters, strong limbs, and armor plates covered with ice crystals. What is most striking is its head. In front of its forehead is not a single horn, but a huge ice blade nearly a meter long, crystal clear, with edges flowing with a chilling aura, as if it were born to slash. Its eyes were a deep, icy blue, coldly scanning the colossal rock that blotted out the sky above the arena. Iceblade Azure Beast. Among the audience were many knowledgeable people who immediately recognized this rare and powerful ice-type pet. Its racial potential is extremely high. It can reach the peak of the domain lord level upon adulthood. It is extremely aggressive and possesses an innate extreme cold domain, which can significantly reduce the speed and energy activity of its opponents. Lu Yi's fourth pet is actually the Ice Blade Azure Beast. She's been keeping it hidden all along, the commentator exclaimed. Summoning such a powerful pet in such a desperate situation, does she have a trump card to turn the tide? Rabbit, you've put in a lot of effort, even managing to get the Ice Blade Azure Beast. Ugly Ox chuckled. I came back from Snow Abyss a while ago and luckily managed to get one. But I'm very curious, what method does she have to break this deadlock? I don't know either. I only taught her martial arts. I didn't care much about anything else. Let's wait and see. Their gazes returned to the field. When Zhou Yin saw the Iceblade Beast, his pupils contracted, but the giant meteorite with a diameter of over 100 meters above his head had already taken shape, and its downward momentum was unstoppable. He grinned maliciously. It's useless. Everything is in vain under my meteorite fall. Fall. The giant meteorite crashed down with the force to crush everything in its path. The shadows completely enveloped Lu Yi and all her pets. Lu Yi remained unusually calm, retracting the Firebird and glancing at the Thunder Shadow Bee and the Iceblade Azure Beast. We can do it, she murmured to herself. In her spiritual world, a sharp light flashed in Xiao Wu's ruby eyes, resonating with her unwavering will. Then, let's surpass our limits. An unprecedented brilliance shone in Lu Yi's eyes. Thunder Shadow Bee, Iceblade Azure Beast, dual synergy. What? The entire audience was shocked, including the seasoned bigwigs in the VIP seats. The Thunder Shadow Bee transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, while the Iceblade Azure Beast transformed into a cold, icy blue current. These two completely different energies, with opposing attributes, surged towards Lu Yi simultaneously. Ordinary beast tamers, even those with the same type of talent, can only perform deep power fusion with one pet at a time. This is because different pets have vastly different energy attributes, mental wavelengths, and physical structures. Forcing them to fuse at the same time can easily cause energy conflicts or even backlash, resulting in serious injury or even death from body explosion. However, with the help of the extremely tenacious will of the martial arts rabbit Xiao Wu, and with her own meticulous control over her own and her pet's power honed through countless trials, Lu Yi actually managed to withstand the influx of these two forces. Ugh! Lu Yi let out a muffled groan, a mixture of pain and despair, her body trembling violently. An astonishing change had occurred in her right leg. From his right leg to his ankle, he was covered with a layer of fine, dark blue ice crystal armor that crackled with electric sparks. From the gaps in the armor, raging purple lightning snakes darted about. At the soles of his feet, ice crystals condensed into sharp claw blades, with arcs of electricity leaping at the tips. His entire leg exuded a chilling aura of both ice and lightning, and the surrounding air crackled and ionized. Her face turned deathly pale instantly, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she was under tremendous strain. But her eyes were frighteningly bright as she stared intently at the giant meteorite that was now almost within reach. Now, she hissed, her right leg, now imbued with the combined power of ice and lightning, bulged to its limit and arched high backward. She was like a giant bow drawn to its fullest extent, pouring all her energy, willpower, and even the excruciating pain into this single strike. Ice and lightning dual extremes, break. She twisted her waist and hips, and her right leg, which had been infused with the power of ice and lightning, became like a giant battle axe that cleaved through the sky. It drew a stunning blue-purple arc of light, cleaving upwards from the bottom and striking the sky against the giant meteorite that was pressing down on her. Time seemed to stretch out at that moment. Everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed. The bluish-purple leg shadows and the grayish-brown meteorite collided violently in the center of the arena. Instead of a deafening explosion, there was a series of dense, crisp, and chilling cracking sounds. Snap, 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 snap. Centered on the point where Lu Yi's toes made contact with the meteorite, countless cracks, a mixture of frost fissures and lightning scorch marks, spread like a spider web across the entire meteorite in an instant. The extreme cold froze the rock structure, making it brittle and hard, while the raging lightning shattered it completely from the inside. The next second, the giant meteorite, hundreds of meters in diameter, disintegrated in midair, turning into countless shards of varying sizes, covered in frost and emitting blue smoke, scattering and collapsing like a reverse meteor shower. Lu Yi's figure emerged from the center of the shattered meteorite. The ice and lightning armor on her right leg was already covered with cracks, and its light was dim, but her momentum did not diminish. Like a cannonball, she shot straight towards Zhou Yan, who was dumbfounded and shocked by the breaking of his ultimate move. No, impossible, Zhou Yan roared in disbelief, hastily swinging his broken crystal arm to block. But Lu Yi's speed and power at this moment, under the brief burst of the dual contract, reached an unbelievable level. It's over, Lu Yi shouted, her figure flashing mysteriously in the air again, leaving behind several afterimages, before her true form appeared in front of the rock crystal behemoth's chest. A series of kicks. Bang, 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 bang. Her legs transformed into a blurry blue-purple light and shadow, relentlessly pounding on the crystal core of the rock crystal behemoth's chest like a pile driver. Each kick was accompanied by the shattering of ice crystals and the frenzied dance of lightning, each kick causing the massive body of the rock crystal behemoth to tremble violently and cracks to spread wildly. The sand unicorn anxiously released healing sand in an attempt to repair the damage, but the speed of repair was far slower than the speed of Lu Yi's destruction. With a final, powerful kick, Lu Yi unleashed all the remaining power of ice and lightning, her right leg slamming into the chest of the rock crystal behemoth like a warhammer. Boom! The core of the crystal in the chest of the rock crystal behemoth shattered completely. The fusion state was forcibly broken, and Zhou Yan screamed as he was separated from the giant beast's body, flying out like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed from his mouth as he crashed heavily onto the edge of the arena. He struggled for a moment, but ultimately could not get up. The rock crystal beast, the gold-splitting pangolin, the magnetic storm gargoyle, and the sand Kirin all wailed and dissipated, returning to his body. Lu Yi landed slowly, and the ice and lightning armor on her right leg shattered inch by inch, turning into specks of light and dissipating. The phantoms of the Thunder Shadow Bee and the Ice Blade Azure Beast appeared, but they both looked listless and were quickly withdrawn by her. She knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, her face as pale as paper, blood constantly oozing from the corner of her mouth, her body trembling slightly, clearly at her limit. Martial arts rabbit Xiao Wu squatted down beside her, tenderly nuzzling her cheek with his head. The entire arena fell into a near-vacuum silence that lasted for several seconds. Immediately, cheers, screams, and applause, more intense and frenzied than ever before, erupted into the sky like a volcanic eruption. We won! We won! Lu Yi won! My God! Double synergy! He shattered a meteorite with a single kick. That's incredible! Lu Yi, Martial Arts Rabbit, Ice Blade Azure Beast, 10th Prince. The 10th Prince has won a game. It's 2-3 now. Just one more game to go to tie. The popularity rankings. This list is a joke. Lu Yi definitely has the ability to be in the top 10. The audience erupted in cheers, with countless people standing up excitedly, waving their arms and shouting Lu Yi's name. The sound was so loud it almost lifted the ceiling. Outside the light screens in major cities, the audience was instantly shocked by Lu Yi's battle scenes and her dual contract, ice and lightning dual poles, and her support rate and popularity soared at a rocket speed. Exclamations and exclamations of admiration were heard throughout the VIP section. In the Chinese zodiac section, the rabbit smiled with immense satisfaction and pride and couldn't help but applaud. Impressive. I think this girl might be able to inherit my legacy. Ugly Ox took a deep breath. Roll. The other zodiac signs also nodded in agreement. In the main royal stand, the emperor nodded slightly, and the empress's eyes also revealed admiration. Yi Zhiwei excitedly grabbed her mother's arm, and the lady patted her hand, her eyes also shining with admiration. The atmosphere in the second prince's camp's preparation area was slightly tense. Although his side still had the advantage, it was rather embarrassing to be so badly beaten by the weakest of the 10th princes. Bai Yuqing's expression darkened slightly. Lin Pejuan opened his eyes and glanced at her a few more times. Han Ye's eyes were filled with apprehension as he grinned maliciously, as if he had found an interesting prey. Even the usually composed Zhao Yunhao now had a solemn expression, staring intently at the green-clad girl on the arena who, though weak, radiated immense brilliance. Her strength was not to be underestimated. The referee quickly stepped forward to check on Zhou Yan's condition and confirmed that he was completely incapacitated. In the 5th match, Lu Yi wins against the 10th prince's camp. The current score is, the 2nd prince's camp has 3 wins, and the 10th prince's camp has 2 wins. As the referee announced the result, the cheers rose to another level. Inside the 10th prince's preparation area, Yi Wuwei jumped up excitedly. Although losing his composure in public was against royal etiquette, he was still just a child. Sun Mingqi burst into tears. Mu Feng and Fu Qian clenched their fists, and Wang Chen's eyes were filled with shock and pride. He watched as Lu Yi was carefully helped down by the medical staff, then rushed over and handed her a small bottle of medicine, his voice filled with sincere admiration. You have proven yourself. Lu Yi smiled weakly, took the pill and swallowed it, her voice hoarse but firm. It's not over yet. It'll get even harder from here on out. From now on, it's up to you all. She looked across at the other side, where the 2nd prince's camp still had 4 members, Bai Yuqing, Lin Pejuan, Han Yi, and Zhao Yunhao. On their side, only Sun Mingqi, Fu Qian, and Wang Chen, who has not yet appeared, remain. However, neither Sun Mingqi nor Fu Qian has any hope of winning against either of the opposing team members. The pressure did not lessen in the slightest because of this stunning reversal. In the next match, the opponent will undoubtedly send out an even stronger player, determined to end the game. The referee's voice rang out again, drowning out the boiling clamor. Match 5 is over. Please send out your players for match 6. The 2nd prince, Yi Zhaoming, let out a soft breath, his gentle gaze softening slightly as a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He looked at the remaining 4 people, each with their own strengths. The opposing team still had 3 members left, but they could only afford to lose 1 more match. Wang Chen, as the backup, would likely be the last to perform. Therefore, it's best not to reveal too much in this match. I'm going. Han Ye's voice was sinister and cold. I can't wait, haha. Well, that's fine. Let's finish them off in one fell swoop. But be careful of Wang Chen. He's the only real threat to them. The 2nd prince warned him. Wang Chen. I'll show him just how big the gap is between him and me, even if he just managed to get into the top 10 on the list by luck. Han Yi from the 2nd prince's faction. The 10th prince's faction is bribing. The referee received the list of participants at the same time, and the 6th round will begin immediately. Wang Chen, is Fu Qian all right? Mu Feng asked with some concern. Han Yi and his group knew that the attacks were unpredictable and cunning, and that one could be seriously injured if they were not careful. We have no choice but to believe him. Just now, Fu Qian also volunteered, saying that he wanted to go on stage, not to win, but just to exhaust the opponent's strength so that Wang Chen could save some energy. Wang Chen understood that what he said made sense. It was already very difficult to win now. Even if Fu Qian could be replaced, Wang Chen would still face a situation of fighting 3 against 1, and the remaining people were all ranked very high. On the stage, Fu Qian took a deep breath, trying to calm his slightly nervous mood. Across from him, Han Yi wore a sinister smile, his eyes scanning Fu Qian like a venomous snake, as if searching for her weakest point. Kid, why didn't Wang Chen come? He sent you here to die. Umph. You can talk after you can beat me. Indeed, Holy Dragon Academy is the #1 academy, with so many talented people. But unfortunately, not everyone can catch my eye. Let me see if you are qualified. The referee waved. 6th match, begin. Han Yi is a born assassin. Once he enters combat mode, he won't say a word. He will go all out with his first move, aiming to kill with a single blow. The figure suddenly blurred, like a shadow merging into the light, and vanished from its spot in an instant. Talent, shadow concealment. At the same time, the void behind him rippled, and a dark figure rushed out, landing lightly and silently. Han Ye's natal pet beast, the Shadow Blade Leopard, has appeared. Before the commentator could say anything more, the Shadow Blade Leopard simply made its appearance, then transformed into 2 beams of light that coiled around Han Ye's hands, becoming 2 jet black, dull daggers with edges rippling with spatial energy. The fusion transformation, Shadow Blades, granted Han Yi ultimate speed, sharpness, and stealth. Han Yi moved through the air at top speed, closing the distance between the two in just a few short steps. His dagger aimed straight at Fu Qian's chest. Fu Qian dared not delay and completed the summons almost the instant the referee waved the flag. Shield Guardians, defeat him. A towering guardian, 3 meters tall, made entirely of silver-white metal and earth-yellow rock, wielding a massive tower shield, landed with a thud, firmly blocking Fu Qian's path, radiating a heavy, mountain-like mixture of light and earth energy. It's no use. No matter how hard a tortoise shell is, it can be broken eventually. Han Ye's cold voice came from somewhere. The next instant, he appeared like a ghost to the side of the Holy Shield Guardian, 2 shadow daggers whistling through the air as they pierced straight at the joint of the shoulder armor, a relatively weak point in the flow of energy. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. The Holy Shield Guardian reacted swiftly, tilting its massive shield slightly to block most of the attack, but the dagger's sharpness still left deep marks on the shield's surface, and a chilling shadow energy attempted to erode it. Such speed. Fu Qian broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he hadn't reacted in time. He couldn't be careless. Fusion transformation. A flash of white light appeared, and the massive Holy Shield Guardian transformed into 2 shields attached to Fu Qian's arms, surrounded by a golden energy shield with a radius of 2 meters, providing 360-degree defense without any blind spots. I hate those iron turtles the most. Han Ye's voice reached Fu Qian's ears, and he launched a fierce attack with ghostly speed, getting faster and faster, leaving multiple afterimages on the field. The energy shield surrounding Fu Qian emitted a clanging sound, indicating that Fu Qian was under immense pressure. Absorption shield, reflect. Fu Qian suddenly roared. Then the golden energy shield emitted a dazzling light, forming an energy shock that spread outwards from Fu Qian as the center, even causing ripples in the air. So Fu Qian was absorbing Han Ye's attack energy and then launching a counterattack. Brilliant. The commentator slapped the table. A mere trick, a stealthy escape into the ground. Han Ye's figure turned black, transforming into a shadow and merging into the ground, thus avoiding the shockwave. Come out, my pets. Han Ye stopped holding back. Fu Qian's defense was indeed formidable. If the defensive shield remained in place, he wouldn't have much of a chance. Since that was the case, let's attack together. Shadow Strike Bat can use sonic interference and shadow attacks. Venomous Stinger. Its tail stinger is highly venomous, and its attacks inflict paralysis and corrosion. Soul Splitter Spider. It can spray highly sticky shadow webs and mental shocks. Wow, this lineup is practically made for shadow assassins. I wonder if Fu Qian can withstand Han Ye's deadly attacks. Han Ye's tactics were clear and deadly, centered on the extreme speed and attack power granted by the Shadow Blade Leopard, with other pets harassing, controlling, and finishing off the opponent from the sidelines, striving to crush the opponent with lightning speed in the shortest possible time. Fu Qian's mind raced. Mountain God Boar, Earth-Shaking Wave. Mammoth, Ivory Charge. Wind Spirit, Accelerate. In an instant, 3 summoning arrays appeared behind him. The Mountain God Boar was enormous, its back seemingly carrying a mountain, making it incredibly imposing. With a roar, it stomped its front hooves heavily on the ground, unleashing a shockwave of earthy yellow that spread out in a ring, causing Han Ye's figure to falter slightly. The shadow bat and the poisonous stinger tiger were also affected. The mammoth war elephant, its long hair slung across the ground, charged towards the venomous scorpion tiger like a tank. Its huge tusks gleamed with an earthy yellow light, forcing the venomous scorpion tiger to retreat temporarily. The wind spirit has no form. It is merely a cyan wind ball with a radius of nearly 1 meter, swirling around Fu Qian and sprinkling a light, breezy aura that enhances his reaction speed and agility, allowing him to control the overall situation. The scene immediately descended into chaos. The audience was overwhelmed and could only rely on the commentator to provide the visuals one by one. The commentator also sped up his speech, yet remained accurate despite the chaos. Hanya's speed is just too fast, and it's getting faster and faster. The Shadow Blade Panther's ability to move through shadows allows him to appear on the battlefield as if by teleportation, each appearance accompanied by a cunning and deadly dagger attack. Although the Holy Shield Guardians had formidable defenses, they were struggling against this relentless and incredibly fast attack. They began to develop wounds of varying depths, and their silver-white armor became stained with the grime of shadow corrosion. Fu Qian himself was also forced to move constantly, relying on the acceleration of the wind spirit and the cover of the mountain god pig and the mammoth war elephant to avoid attacks. His mental strength was highly concentrated, and he was under tremendous pressure. "Let's see how long you can hide." Han Yi sneered, and his figure disappeared again. This time, he didn't simply clash with it. The two daggers moved one above the other, their tips gleaming with a ghostly light, clearly possessing powerful penetrating force. Shadow blade combination. "Break!" Han Yi roared. "Aegis of the gods." Fu Qian roared, bringing his arms together to form a massive tower shield that stood in front of him. Clang! The dagger struck the shield with a deafening sound, causing the shield to tremble violently. Fu Qian was shaken so badly that his blood and qi surged, and he staggered back several steps. Damn! How can two small daggers have such a strong impact? Fu Qian was forced to curse. You like to hide things, huh? Well then, I'll shatter your shield." Han Ye's eyes sharpened, and two daggers emitted black mist and began to glow with an eerie black light. Soul-stealing flash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a whooshing sound, 5 figures identical to Han Yi appeared on the field, each wielding a double blade, and simultaneously charged towards Fu Qian. Six Han Yi? A clone technique? The audience was secretly amazed. Shield overlords. Fu Qian shouted and slammed his shields into the ground, causing a massive energy shield to descend from the sky, completely isolating the two of them. Hanya's 6 figures were unable to advance an inch and could only repeatedly stab at the energy shield. It's no use. Click. Hanyi let out a ferocious laugh. With its immense penetrating power, soul-stealing flash quickly shattered the energy shield, leaving it covered in countless cracks. Fu Qian was covered in sweat, his hands were clenched, and his 2 small eyes were darting around frantically. He was waiting for an opportunity. A rebound. The same move as before sent a shockwave outwards. Haha. A few words couldn't do anything to me the first time, let alone the second time. It's just a piece of cake. Han Yi stepped back, leaving only 5 black shadows standing in front of him. He finally exposed. Fu Qian had been waiting for the moment when Han Yi would reveal his true identity. "Feng Ling, send it over to me." Shield blade. Divine weapon descends from heaven. Feng Ling was already prepared. A gust of green wind covered Fu Qian's entire body, drawing a twisted green arc in the air. Fu Qian swung his shield with both hands, then clasped his hands together. Suddenly, a sharp blade popped out from under the shield and shot rapidly toward Han Yi with the help of the wind. The counterattack happened in the blink of an eye. Even the commentator didn't have time to react. With a gasp, Fu Qian was already in front of Han Yi. Innate skill. Black mist form. Han Yi's pupils widened in shock, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His body transformed into a cloud of black mist, and Fu Qian's attack naturally failed, passing through the black mist. Damn it, they really have this trick up their sleeve. Fu Qian fell to the ground, sprang up, and quickly stood up in a defensive stance. Incredible! Fu Qian actually launched a surprise attack while defending. Unfortunately, Han Ye's reaction was incredibly fast. He used his innate skill to transform into black mist and dodge the attack. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The commentator exclaimed in admiration. Huff, huff. Han Ye was panting heavily. The black mist state was clearly extremely exhausting, and the black mist was not completely immune to skills. Fu Qian's attack just now carried extremely strong metal energy. You little fatty, you're playing with fire. You've pushed me too far, I'll kill you. Han Ye's playful mood was completely gone, his patience had been worn down, and he had almost failed to turn the tables. He had no choice but to finish him off as soon as possible. The game should end now. A hint of impatience and ruthlessness flashed in Han Ye's eyes. His figure suddenly accelerated, leaving several afterimages in the air that were difficult to distinguish from reality, while simultaneously commanding Poison Sting, Scorpion Venom Eruption, Soul Split, Mental Spikes, Shadow Strike, Blood Boil, Interference. Hold your guns, kill them all. Han Ye was completely enraged, and every move he made was deadly. The venomous scorpion's tail stinger shone brightly, spewing out a large cloud of dark green poisonous mist that quickly spread. The soul-splitting demon spider's 8 compound eyes blazed red, and an invisible yet sharp mental shock pierced Fu Qian's mind. The Shadow Strike bat emitted a high-frequency shriek, disrupting his blood and qi. Ugh, I feel so dizzy. Fu Qian suddenly felt dizzy and his movements faltered, causing a barely perceptible gap to appear in his shield defense. Damn it, I can't faint, we're still fighting. Fu Qian immediately realized, but it was too late. Han Ye's ultimate move was already ready to be unleashed. Got you. Han Ye's eyes flashed with cold light, and his figure sprang out from the shadow of the poisonous fog like a spring compressed to its limit, with extreme speed. The 2 shadow daggers merged into one, transforming into an extremely condensed, dark line that pierced straight through the slightest gap in Fu Qian's shield defense. He attacked without holding back, his killing intent palpable. Shadow Strike, 9 blades piercing the heart. Oh no! Wang Chen, Mu Feng, and the others on the sidelines exclaimed in shock. The ruthlessness and speed of this strike far surpassed that of the previous ones. If I only had 30% of my strength before, I definitely have 80% now. Fu Qian's reaction was slowed by the combined effects of the mental shock and the poisonous fog, but his instinct for danger remained after the fusion. At the critical moment of life and death, he roared and poured all his energy into the tower shield in his right hand, forcibly shifting half a foot to the side. At the same time, facing the fatal attack, Feng Ling screamed and unleashed her last strength, blooming with azure light that completely enveloped Fu Qian. The dark, thin line failed to pierce the heart, but instead stabbed deeply into Fu Qian's upper left chest, penetrating the thick plate armor and emerging from his body. The shadow energy raged and destroyed within his body like a deadly poison. Ugh! Fu Qian let out a painful groan, spitting out blood. The fusion state instantly dissipated, and the phantom of the Holy Shield Guardian appeared, then vanished with a mournful cry. His massive body crashed to the ground, blood gushing from the wound on his left chest. Shadow energy coiled around him like a black snake, and his aura rapidly weakened. But it wasn't over yet. Han Ye unleashed several more shadow slashes, all of which struck Fu Qian's body. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of Fu Qian falling to the ground rang out, and the arena floor was stained red with blood. Fu Qian's eyes widened, filled with pain and resentment, before she lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Fu Qian, Wang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and his roar was almost broken. Mu Feng, Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi, and the others were all shocked and furious. The referee sensed something was wrong the moment Han Ye thrust his dagger out, but Han Ye was too fast, and he was unable to stop him completely. He instantly appeared beside Fu Qian, examining her injuries. His face was extremely pale. A horrific wound had opened up on her chest, bleeding profusely, and there were many other wounds on her waist and abdomen. This attack was aimed straight at a vital point. If Fu Qian hadn't managed to turn to the side and defend himself with incredible skill at the last moment, he probably would have died on the spot. Even so, he suffered severe damage near his heart. Multiple internal organs were damaged, and he was severely eroded by shadow energy, putting him in imminent danger. Fu Qian is seriously injured and unconscious, so he should admit defeat. Han Yi wins. Fu Qian. Wang Chen rushed forward in a flash. Referee, how is he? Fu Qian. How is Fu Qian? Mu Feng, Yi Wuwei, and the others rushed over and asked. No vital organs were damaged, but internal organs are ruptured, and the shadow power is corroding the body. Medical team, come quickly. The light screen did not obscure the injuries caused. Instead, it focused even more intently on Fu Qian's injuries, making them clearly visible to everyone. The entire audience erupted in uproar. A huge gasp and angry rebukes erupted from the audience. Oh, how scary. Murder. He wants to kill someone. That's too cruel. It's just a competition. Referee, disqualify him. You're overthinking it. Didn't you read the rules of the martial arts competition? Casualties are inevitable. Blame it on your inferior skills. But this is way too heavy-handed. Everyone then truly realized that this was not a mere friendly exchange. In contrast, the area near the royal stands remained indifferent. No one applauded, and naturally, no one criticized them. In the main royal viewing area, the emperor remained expressionless, revealing nothing, while the empress covered her mouth and gasped softly. Yi Zhuwei turned pale with fright. Her hands clenched tightly as she paced back and forth, helplessly watching the crowd below the stage talking amongst themselves. The second prince, Yi Xiaoming, naturally wouldn't say anything about it. To them, these things were perfectly normal. Even if someone was injured or died, it was simply because they were outmatched. Han Yi, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He sheathed his dagger, licked his lips, and looked at Fu Qian, who was surrounded by the medical team and whose life force was barely present. He smiled coldly and said, "Too bad, it was a little off. It won't happen again next time." These words further fueled public outrage. The referee, his face ashen, examined Fu Qian's injuries and Han Ye's attack trajectory before loudly announcing, Match 6. Han Yi of the Second Prince's Camp wins. The current score is, Second Prince's Camp 4 wins, 10th Prince's Camp 2 wins. Second Prince's Camp now has match point. This is just a martial arts demonstration, not a battlefield. Don't use such excessive force, the referee warned Han Yi. Sorry, but his turtle shell was so hard. I only used my full strength, so it's normal that I couldn't stop. Casualties were inevitable. Han Yi waved his hand, still nonchalant. The enthusiastic audience calmed down slightly, but anger still lingered. Wang Chen and his group stood on the stage. As Han Yi spoke, he stared intently at Wang Chen, his words laced with provocation. Yi Wuwei clenched her small hands tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, feeling very guilty. After all, they had all been injured because of her. Mu Feng's eyes were terrifyingly cold, like a sharp sword. Sun Mingqi and Lu Yi were equally furious, and then followed the medical team to take care of Fu Qian. Wang Chen slowly shifted his gaze from Fu Qian, whose life hung in the balance, and the medical staff who were trying their best to treat him, then looked at Han Yi, who seemed indifferent, and finally swept his gaze over the rest of the Second Prince's camp. A chilling, bone-piercing killing intent, almost tangible, slowly emanated from him. Deep within those calm eyes, it seemed as if dark flames were burning and thunder was roaring. He didn't roar or curse. He simply spoke in a chillingly calm voice. Whether to Yi Wuwei, Han Yi, or the Second Prince and the others, it was unclear. I'll be on in the next match. Some people need to pay the price for their actions. His gaze was already fixed on Han Yi. Pressure and anger, like a volcano about to erupt, were boiling in Wang Chen's chest. But the competition was far from over. On the contrary, it had only just begun. Ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. If you had gone on stage earlier, maybe that chubby kid wouldn't have gotten injured, Han Yi joked. You don't need to provoke me. It's useless. Fu Qian has his own beliefs. Wang Chen's eyes were firm, and he would not be moved by these words. Moreover, he believed that Fu Qian would be all right. Han Yi, shall we continue? The referee, though aware of the tense atmosphere between the two, still asked as usual. Of course we'll continue, Han Yi said with a smile. All right. Han Yi has chosen to continue fighting. It seems the battle just now didn't drain him much. The 10th Prince's side has sent out their last member, their trump card, Wang Chen. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Wang Chen. As a freshman, he led Holy Dragon Academy to win the National College Beast Tamer competition. This year, he even joined the 10th Prince's camp to participate in the martial arts competition. His potential is limitless. The female commentator smiled and introduced. Wang Chen, ranked 10th on the list, is undoubtedly strong. Moreover, as the trump card of the 10 Prince's camp, I wonder what kind of exciting battle he will bring us. Wang Chen, Wang Chen, Wang Chen. Cheers resounded throughout the arena. Yi Wei was also very excited as she looked at the black-clad youth on the stage, hoping that Wang Chen could defeat Han Yi. The lady, now seated upright, showed interest for the first time and asked softly, "Is he Wang Chen?" "Yes, Mississippi." Old Lin also turned his attention to the young man on the field. Having lived for so many years, he had seen all kinds of geniuses, but now his interest had also been piqued. Various powerful families also became interested. For them, Wang Chen was a good recruiter. After all, no one thought the 10th Prince would win. Once Yi Wei lost the competition, Wang Chen would naturally become the person they wanted to win over. However, we still need to see how they perform in this match. The referee's voice rang out, tinged with a barely perceptible seriousness. 7th match. Defending champion Han Yi. Challenger Wang Chen. Prepare. Han Yi licked his lips, his eyes flashing with an excited and cruel light, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. With a flick of his wrists, 2 shadowy daggers reappeared, shadows flickered around him, and 3 pet beasts surrounded him, exuding a chilling aura. Wang Chen approached slowly, each step as steady as a mountain. He didn't summon his pet immediately, but just stared at Han Yi quietly, his gaze eerily calm, as if he were looking at a dead man. The anger he felt upon witnessing Fu Qian's serious injury was not outwardly displayed, but rather suppressed and compressed, transforming into the coldest killing intent and decisiveness deep within his eyes. The match begins. Almost the instant the referee finished speaking, Han Yi's figure blurred again, merging into the surrounding light and shadow and disappearing from sight. Using the same old trick, they stealthily moved in the shadows, coordinating with the harassment of their 3 pet beasts, preparing to launch a fatal attack. Wang Chen remained motionless, only slowly closing his eyes. Just when the audience thought he was being arrogant or reacting too slowly, Han Yi's cold laughter seemed to come from all directions. At the same time, poisonous fog spread, mental shock reappeared, and the shrieks of the shadow bats and the spider webs of the soul-splitting demon spiders silently blocked all of Wang Chen's escape routes. A dark, condensed line, like an invitation from the Grim Reaper, suddenly shot out from Wang Chen's blind spot and pierced straight into his heart. This attack was faster, more cunning, and more ruthless than the attack on Fu Qian. When Han Yi hit Fu Qian just now, he didn't even use his full strength. Han Yi spoke frivolously, but in reality, he did not underestimate Wang Chen, who was ranked 10th on the list, and made a full-force attack right from the start. However, just as the dark, thin line was about to touch Wang Chen's clothes, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. Wang Chen opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was no panic, no anger, only a deep darkness like the cosmos, and a terrifying aura at the heart of that darkness. "Dark Caesar," he whispered. There was no earth-shattering roar, no burst of energy. A pure, profound darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, silently spread out from Wang Chen's center. This darkness was not nothingness, but rather carried a kingly majesty and a cold texture, instantly enveloping half of the arena. Han Yi's unparalleled stealth abilities were rendered useless in this pure darkness, like ice and snow exposed to the scorching sun. What? How is this possible? He was horrified to discover that his shadow-traveling ability, which he had merged with the Shadow Blade Panther, was being suppressed and rejected in this darkness in an unimaginable way. It was as if a lowly subject had encountered a supreme monarch, and even moving became extremely difficult. His all-out assassination attempt was abruptly stopped, forcing him to emerge from the shadows. He was less than 3 meters behind Wang Chen, his face still bearing the lingering sneer and a hint of astonishment. What made Han Yi's soul tremble even more was that all his pet beasts were afraid. The shadow strike bat, the poisonous stinger tiger, and the soul splitter spider retreated continuously, all letting out terrified cries. Their movements were stiff, as if they had encountered their natural enemies, and even their skills were difficult to release smoothly. Only the dagger that the Shadow Blade Leopard had transformed into still trembled in his hand. The Shadow Blade Leopard continued to howl in Han Ye's mental world, conveying a strong sense of fear. What kind of darkness is this? Han Ye exclaimed in shock. Wang Chen's eyes were icy as he looked at Han Ye, like a king scrutinizing a disobedient subject. Behind him, the deep darkness surged slightly, and a huge, majestic figure, exuding endless darkness and an aura of destruction, slowly materialized. Dark Caesar, descend. It still retains that ferocious and majestic form that is neither dragon nor beast, with its thick hind legs standing upright, its 4 dragon wings slightly folded, and its body covered with dark gold bone armor runes exuding an aura of destruction. The golden blade pointing straight to the sky on its forehead lowered slightly, locking onto Han Ye. What was most chilling was its pair of pupils, which had turned completely into pure scarlet, like 2 blood-red eyes that devoured everything, indifferently watching the few pet beasts trembling under its pressure. Caesar didn't even roar. It just stood quietly beside Wang Chen. But the dark energy field that naturally emanated from its body made Han Ye and his pet feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their strength was suppressed by at least 30%. This is an absolute crushing defeat that stems from rank, bloodline, and the essence of darkness. The entire arena fell silent. What kind of beast was this? Majestic, mysterious, powerful, and dark. All these qualities deeply captivated everyone present. My God, what kind of pet is this? I have never seen a pet like Dark Sky Caesar. It completely suppressed Han Ye with just a single aura. It's unbelievable. Principal Yi narrowed his eyes and slowly said, Dark Sky Caesar is a brand new dark-type pet with unknown racial potential. It has also incorporated dragon bloodline. It not only has super physical qualities and unpredictable dark skills, but also the ability to suppress most pets, especially Han Ye's dark-type pets. Thank you for your analysis, Principal Yi. It seems Han Ye has met his match. The second prince, Yi Xiaoming's expression changed unusually as he looked at Wang Chen, seemingly deep in thought. Wang Chen has become even stronger. In one of the royal viewing stands, Zhi Yu nodded in satisfaction. Zhi Yu, do you know him? A beautiful woman walked up to him and leaned gently against him. Jinghong, this kid is quite good. Wu Wei actually managed to win him over. Yi Jinghong, the eldest princess and the emperor's eldest daughter, also turned her attention to Wang Chen, seemingly surprised that someone could receive such praise from her husband. Do you think he can beat the second-place player in this round? Yi Jinghong asked jokingly. Able. Huh. Yi Jinghong didn't expect to get this answer. But that's not important. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Wang Chen's future potential is unimaginable. His ambitions lie elsewhere, and he shouldn't be here, Zhi Yu said meaningfully. You mean? He's the same as me. Oh, he really is a respectable person. Yi Jinghong looked up at Zhi Yu's profile and said softly. Wang Chen finally moved on the field. Darkness. Wang Chen finally spoke, his voice calm, yet chilling. Trying to play with darkness in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. A thought flashed through his mind. Caesar, let them see what true darkness is. Dark Caesar moved. There was no furious charge, no dazzling skill effects. It simply raised a claw covered in bone armor and made a grasping motion in the air in the direction of Han Ye. Shadow imprisonment. In an instant, the space around Han Ye, covered by Caesar's dark force field, seemed to freeze. The shadow beneath his feet no longer obeyed Han Ye's summons, but instead, as if it had a life of its own, it rolled back, transforming into countless black tentacles and shackles, tightly binding and imprisoning him and his 3 terrified pets. The poisonous fog was swallowed by darkness. The mental shock vanished without a trace. The spider webs broke apart inch by inch, and the shrieks of the shadow bats came to an abrupt end. Han Ye struggled desperately, his shadow dagger frantically cutting through the dark shackles. But those shackles were both incredibly tough and flexible, impossible to cut or tear, and even more dark chains surged up, engulfing him. He felt as if he were trapped in the deepest nightmare quagmire, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, making it difficult even to breathe. Impossible. My Shadowblade Panther is a top-tier shadow type. Han Ye's face twisted as he roared in resentment. Wang Chen slowly walked forward, stood in front of Han Yi, who was imprisoned in darkness, and his gaze fell on the shadow dagger in Han Ye's hand. Top tier. Wang Chen reached out and gently tapped the pair of trembling daggers. As he moved, a faint light flickered in dark sky Caesar's crimson pupils. Submit. Buzz. The shadow dagger let out a mournful cry, and the eerie light flowing on it dimmed and dissipated instantly. Then, the dagger itself began to soften and deform beyond Han Ye's control, as if it had encountered its nemesis and was trembling as it tried to break free from Han Ye's grasp. No. Shadow Blade Leopard, stand up. Han Yi was terrified as his beloved pet beast uncontrollably slipped out of his grasp. The double-edged dagger bent slightly, finally deactivating its transformation and turning into a pet beast. Its limbs trembled as it prostrated itself in the direction of Dark Sky Caesar, like a subject paying homage to a king. The backlash from your destined pet. Han Yi was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His breath dropped sharply, and his eyes were filled with endless terror and disbelief. His Shadowblade Leopard was actually showing fear, submitting to the other party's pet. Pathetic. Wang Chen's voice was icy. Your reliance on speed, cunning, and sneak attacks is meaningless in the face of absolute darkness. He said no more and nodded slightly to Caesar. A sharp, cold glint finally flashed in Caesar's usually calm, crimson vertical pupils. Its raised claws tightened abruptly. Darkness withers. The three pets bound by the dark chains, along with the Shadowblade Leopard that was suppressed by a Kai and unable to move, simultaneously let out a shrill scream. The dark power burned like flames, corroding into their bones, causing unbearable pain. Roar! The Shadowblade Leopard collapsed to the ground in agony, its body contorted in pain, while the other three pets had already fainted. No. Han Yi was also sweating profusely and collapsed to his knees in agony. He could feel the Shadowblade Leopard's pain, a burning sensation that went deep into his bones, so intense that he couldn't stand or think. This is your punishment, Dark Curse. Wang Chen silently chanted, delivering the final blow. He wanted to render Han Yi incapable of fighting in this martial arts competition. The invisible power of darkness bombarded Han Yi and his four pets' brains like mental bombs, falling into the category of mental attacks. The original Dark Curse only instilled fear and temporarily affected movement. If the opponent's mental strength was strong, it would have no effect. However, after a period of adjustment, Wang Chen integrated the spiritual power of the spirit wood into this skill, thus forming a new skill in which spiritual and dark power coexist. Han Yi and his four pet beasts collapsed on the arena like rag dolls, their bones broken in countless places, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, and their breaths extremely weak. Han Yi himself, in particular, had a vacant look in his eyes and blood constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth, clearly suffering severe injuries and a blow to his soul. The referee gave Wang Chen a deep look. He was stunned and hadn't reacted at all. The others were the same, because the whole process was extremely fast, basically happening in an instant. In their eyes, Han Yi suddenly knelt down, then bled from all 7 orifices and fell unconscious. The referee gently examined Han Yi, then was shocked by the severity of his injuries, exclaiming how ruthless Wang Chen had been. Han Yi is unconscious and seriously injured. Wang Chen wins. Medical team, come quickly. A dramatic scene unfolded. Han Yi, who had been taunting Fu Qian just minutes before and had injured him, was now completely reversed, lying unconscious on the ground. The entire competition lasted no more than 10 breaths. Han Yi, who was known for his unpredictable and ruthless tactics, was completely overwhelmed and suffered a crushing defeat in front of Wang Chen and Dark Sky Caesar, without even being able to launch a decent attack. The entire room fell silent. Only the commentator reacted first, excitedly shouting, "Instant kill! A complete and utter instant kill! Unbelievable!" Wang Chen merely summoned Dark Caesar, and in just a few breaths, he severely injured Han Yi. I don't even know what happened. I only saw several streams of dark power invading Han Ye's body. Principal Yi, could you explain this to us? Principal Yi nodded slightly with a serious expression. Wang Chen's dark power far surpasses Han Ye's, so he suppressed him from the beginning. Then he used skills one after another to severely injure Han Ye's pet and make him unconscious. Finally, he used a move with extremely strong mental power to severely damage Han Ye's mental world. If nothing unexpected happens, Han Ye may need to recuperate for several months to fully recover. What? He needs to rest for several months to recover? Does that mean Han Ye will miss this martial arts competition? More or less. All the spectators, including those in the royal stands, the military and aristocratic families, were speechless, stunned by the overwhelming yet absolutely majestic and ruthless scene. Sold out instantly. A true, overwhelming defeat in both attributes and rank. Wang Chen didn't even need to undergo a fusion transformation. Relying solely on Dark Sky Caesar's understanding and skills of dark power, he utterly defeated Han Ye. Dark Sky Caesar, what kind of pet beast is that? Incredible. The absolute king of the dark element. Han Ye looks like a clown in front of him. Wang Chen, his strength is definitely more than 10th. We've avenged Fu Qian. Well done. After a brief silence, even more frenzied cheers and discussions erupted. Wang Chen and Dark Sky Caesar's names instantly resounded throughout the global arena, spreading across the entire country via the light screen. Sheep, this spiritual energy seems familiar. On the 12 Zodiacs viewing platform, Rabbit cautiously asked the blindfolded woman beside him. The status of the sheep is different now. Those who know the inside story naturally know that the sheep has broken through and is second only to the dragon and rooster among the 12 Zodiac animals. Oh, right, I haven't told you guys yet, but I was able to break through thanks to Wang Chen. Wei Yang smiled slightly, her voice soft, but she dropped a bombshell. All the Zodiac signs were amazed, but no one asked any further questions. The meaning of the sheep was simple. Wang Chen was very important. Even Chen Long couldn't help but glance at Wang Chen in the audience. In the 7th match, Wang Chen wins against the 10th Prince's faction. The current score is, the 2nd Prince's faction has 4 wins, and the 10th Prince's faction has 3 wins. Great! We won. Yi Jiwei jumped up excitedly, her hands resting on the railing, looking at Wang Chen on the field with mixed feelings. The noblewoman nodded in agreement. If Han Ye, who was ranked 9th, was instantly defeated, then how strong must Wang Chen's true strength be? He truly is a prodigy. No wonder he's a young man you take notice of. Yi Jinghong turned his gaze back to Bai Shuyu. Jinghong, he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Bai Shuyu crossed his arms and looked at Wang Chen below the field, unable to help but wonder how far he could go. So, how much of his strength is he using right now? Less than 1/10. No way. Yi Jinghong found it hard to believe. No, I even feel it's more than that. Since he left the base, his aura has become even more composed. He must have made another step forward. Haha, I'm already looking forward to it. No one understands Wang Chen better than Bai Shuyu. Wang Chen, you deserve to die. Some were amazed, while others were filled with hatred. The Han family members clenched their fists and cursed incessantly. As a member of the 2nd Prince's faction, Han Ye's early appearance meant he would certainly not be given important responsibilities. Wang Chen ignored the referee's announcement and didn't even look at Han Ye, who was hurriedly carried off by the medical team. He turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping across the 2nd Prince's preparation area, passing over the faces of Bai Yuqing, Lin Pujuan, and Zhao Yuanhao, before finally settling on the 2nd Prince Yi Zhaoming, whose expression had finally changed slightly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue. Next, pressure, along with Wang Chen's 2 calm, yet domineering words, surged like a tidal wave back towards the 2nd Prince's camp, which had originally been confident of victory. The current score is 4-3, with the 2nd Prince leading by 1 point. However, securing that point will be quite difficult. I wonder who the 2nd Prince will send out. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, the screen turned to the 3 remaining members of the 2nd Prince's side. Should they send out their strongest member, Zhao Yuanhao, to take him down in one fell swoop, or should they weaken Wang Chen's strength first? Why don't I go? I can test and weaken Wang Chen's strength. Bai Yuqing naturally saw the second prince's dilemma and volunteered. No, you can't go. We don't know Wang Chen's attack methods yet, but according to intelligence, his attacks are extremely powerful. You're not good at attacking or defending, so you're very likely to be killed instantly. Zhao Yuanhao directly rejected the idea. Good. So Pajun, you go and try your best to force Wang Chen to reveal his trump card. In the end, the second prince still put Zhao Yuanhao behind him. No problem. Lin Pajun stood up, his expression meticulous. If he weren't in the second prince's camp, one would almost think he was a soldier. In the 8th match, the second prince has sent out Lin Pajun. I'm sure everyone was still craving more after the previous battle. Let's wait and see what kind of fight this one will be like. Lin Pajun stood tall and stepped onto the arena to fight Wang Chen, facing the terrifying dark beast behind him without any fear. Both sides prepare. The referee's voice rang out, signaling the official start of the 8th battle. The array runes behind Lin Pajun were fully revealed, his body tense, and the two sides were about to clash. The match begins. The referee vanished instantly, leaving only 2 players on the field. Lin Pajun charged forward first, and with a wave of his right hand, a magnificent white unicorn soared out, transforming into a long spear with its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. He himself resembled a javelin ready to be fired. Calm, sharp, and focused, his gaze was so intense that it seemed as if only he and his opponent existed in the world. Without any fancy steps, just one step, and his figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The long spear in his hand turned from stillness to spin, transforming into a silver lightning bolt, straight for Wang Chen's face. Before the gun even arrived, a sharp, tearing force swept over us, and a cold glint gathered at the tip of the gun, seemingly capable of piercing through any defense. Azure Lark, additional effect. Lin Pajun shouted, increasing his spear speed by another 3 points. Swift wind strike. A phantom image of a blue sparrow appeared behind Lin Pajun, and then the tip of the white jade spear turned blue, carrying gusts of wind. This is precisely the characteristic bestowed upon him by his other wind-type pet, the azure cloud sparrow, extreme speed and piercing. Faced with this lightning-fast shot, Wang Chen remained standing still, his eyes unwavering, silently instructing himself, Caesar, play with him. Dark Caesar moved. It didn't even use any dark skills. It simply took a step forward, raised its right claw in a loose grip, and a dragon-shaped phantom attached itself to it. Facing the incoming silver lightning, it struck the side of the spear shaft with perfect accuracy. Dragon claw fist. Clang. A crisp, deafening clang of metal clashing. Lin Pajun felt an indescribable force coming from the shaft of the spear, and his hand instantly cracked, the silver spear almost flying out of his hand. He was terrified and quickly spun around to deflect the force. At the same time, he changed his spear stance from a thrust to a sweep, and the spear shaft, like a steel whip, slammed into Caesar's waist and abdomen with a dull whistle. Rock Town. The shaft of the spear gleamed with an earthy yellow light, becoming incredibly heavy. This was due to the characteristics bestowed upon it by the Earth-type pet, the Earth Vein Turtle, strength and stability. A faint crimson light flashed in Caesar's eyes, as if he had become slightly interested in this attack. Without flinching or dodging, it used its left claw to block the heavy gun barrel once again. Then he clenched his right claw into a fist, imbuing it with dark power. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. With a muffled thud, Caesar remained motionless, but the arena floor beneath his feet sank slightly. Lin Pajun was thrown back 2 steps by the recoil, his expression becoming even more grave. Such power, such quick reflexes. He gritted his teeth, his spear technique changing again, his figure becoming elusive, his spear trembling as it transformed into countless silver specks of light, indistinguishable from reality, enveloping Caesar from all directions. This time, the spear shadows carried wisps of paralyzing electric arcs, a characteristic of the lightning-type pet beast, the purple lightning sable, combining destruction and paralysis. However, against Caesar, who possessed an exceptionally strong fighting spirit, these exquisite spear movements were futile. Its massive body displayed an agility that belied its size. With a flap of its 4 wings, it vanished from the spot, faster than Lin Pajun. Every attack, defense, and evasion was perfectly timed, a testament to Caesar's close combat prowess honed under immense pressure. Caesar's movements, whether slapping, grabbing, or blocking, are all concise and efficient to the extreme, precisely parrying or dodging all attacks. Occasionally, it would use its tail and flanks to launch surprise attacks, even forcing Lin Pejuan to retreat in a sorry state, facing constant danger. Caesar was like an extremely experienced gladiator who completely suppressed Lin Pejuan's exquisite and versatile marksmanship with only his fighting instincts and strong physique. It didn't even use much dark power. It only relied on speed, strength, and the timing of the battle to put Lin Pejuan under suffocating pressure. What kind of monster is this? Lin Pejuan became more and more alarmed as he fought. His spear technique was inherited from many famous masters and incorporated the characteristics of 4 kinds of pet beasts, which could deal with all kinds of emergencies. He believed that he was rarely matched among the domain lord level. But in front of this dark behemoth, it was like a child waving a stick, full of flaws. The opponent's combat awareness was simply superhuman, as if he could predict every move the opponent made and defend and block with 360 degrees without any blind spots. The audience gasped in surprise. Lin Pejuan's marksmanship dazzled them, but Dark Sky Caesar's effortless and leisurely handling of the situation deeply shocked them. This is completely beyond their understanding of pets. There really are pets that can be like a master who has been immersed in martial arts for decades. The commentator exclaimed in amazement. Caesar's combat skills have reached a level of divine skill. It's truly unimaginable that such skills could appear on a pet beast, especially one that hasn't even fused or transformed. We can't drag this out any longer. Lin Pejuan knew that if they continued fighting like this, he would only be slowly worn down and killed. The opponent was clearly not going all out. They might just be familiarizing themselves with his shooting style. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He leaped back to create distance, gripped his spear tightly, and his aura began to surge wildly. Wang Chen, take my last shot. If I cannot win with this shot, I will admit defeat. Lin Pejuan shouted, displaying a certain heroic spirit and magnanimity reminiscent of an ancient general before a decisive battle. Wang Chen nodded slightly in response. Behind Lin Pejuan, the phantoms of 3 pet beasts, Azure Cloud Sparrow, Earth Vein Rock Turtle, and Purple Lightning Sable, simultaneously appeared, emitting clear chirps, low growls, and hisses. 3 different types of power surged wildly into the silver spear in his hand. 3 completely different forces have somehow come together, and this kind of control over power requires an extremely high level of mental strength. The silver spear shone brightly, its body swirling with wind, covered in rock patterns, and crackling with lightning. These 3 characteristics were forcibly fused together, brewing an extremely violent and terrifying power that seemed to tear the sky apart. Split of the heavens. Lin Pejuan roared, pouring all his strength and energy into this single strike. Man and gun became one, transforming into a dazzling 3-colored beam of light containing the extreme speed of wind, the solidity of rock, and the ferocity of thunder, blasting towards Wang Chen and Dark Sky Caesar with the force to pierce through heaven and earth. This shot is so powerful that an ordinary domain lord-level cultivator would absolutely not be able to withstand it. Forcibly resisting, it would only result in annihilation. I wonder if Wang Chen can withstand it. Yes, I was terrified watching it. Lin Pejuan truly deserves his top 10 ranking. His trump cards are terrifying. The 2 commentators zoomed in on the camera, raising the audience's expectations. Faced with this earth-shattering shot, Wang Chen finally made a new move. He still didn't undergo the fusion transformation. He simply raised his hand slightly. Ice Princess, it's your turn to perform. A streak of icy blue light flashed past him, and the Ice Princess, like an exquisite doll in a princess dress, flew around Wang Chen. Her entire body was crystal clear, and a pair of icy blue wings on her back fluttered in the wind, exuding an aura of holiness and extreme cold. The moment the Ice Princess appeared, the temperature of the entire arena plummeted. It didn't even use any complicated skills. It simply clasped its hands together in front of its chest, and the power of extreme cold instantly spread out from it. 3 streams of cold air flew out, 2 of which precisely covered Lin Pujuan's earth-shattering spear light. Frost protection. The chapter of ice. Weakness of ice seal. As Princess Hanbing's 3 melodious and ethereal voices rang out, the entire audience was completely charmed. "Ah, so cute," many female viewers exclaimed with shining eyes. "This combination is like Beauty and the Beast." What beast? He's clearly a domineering Dark King. The form of Dark Sky Caesar is exactly what I've always dreamed of. The Ice Princess is beautiful. Well, Princess Ice is indeed extremely beautiful, and she can even talk, with such a lovely voice. Is she really a pet beast? The audience's discussions did not affect the battle on the field. Click, click, click. A sickening freezing sound rang out. The tricolored spear light, which contained terrifying kinetic energy and destructive power, visibly slowed down. This was the effect of the ice chapter, which slowed down all enemies within its range. Thick frost rapidly condensed on the surface of the spear's edge, and the internal energy flow became sluggish and chaotic. The power of wind was frozen by the cold air, the power of rock became brittle and hardened by the ice crystals, and the power of lightning was greatly reduced in activity under the extreme low temperature. The mark of weak ice weakens the power of enemy skills, specifically designed to counter ultimate abilities. When the spear light pierced through a distance of only a few meters and reached Wang Chen and Caesar, its power had already been weakened by nearly half. Although still sharp, it no longer possessed the terrifying aura that had previously pierced the heavens and earth. To make matters worse, Caesar remained motionless, a transparent shield radiating blue light separating the two. Snap! Lin Pujuan charged forward relentlessly, his eyes fixed only on the colossal beast blocking his path. He had no regrets once he drew his spear. He had to stab it down. Bang! The ice shattered, and the shield broke. Dark Sky Caesar moved, simply raising his arms slightly and crossing them in front of him, seemingly preparing to take the severely weakened shot head-on. Boom! With a deafening roar, Caesar was jolted back half a step, his wings flapping to counteract the impact. A few cracks and scorch marks appeared on his arms, but that was all. It shook its arm, and the cracks were quickly repaired under the flow of dark energy. Caesar's vitality and recovery ability were also unmatched by ordinary pets. Lin Pujuan's face turned ashen after his all-out attack was so easily neutralized. His aura weakened, and the white jade spear in his hand lost all its luster, as if it were an ordinary wooden spear that had lost its magical power. He staggered a few steps, barely managing to keep from falling by using the barrel of his gun to support his body. We lost. Lin Pujuan was filled with mixed feelings. He hadn't expected his debut to end so abruptly, especially since his opponent had only summoned 2 pets and hadn't even fused or transformed them. The gap is so large that it inspires fear. He looked at Wang Chen, who was unharmed, Dark Sky Caesar, whose aura was still powerful, and the Ice Princess, who was quietly floating and exuding a chilling aura. A bitter yet relieved smile appeared on his face. "I admit defeat because I'm not as skilled as you." He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Wang Chen, then turned to the referee and said frankly, "I concede." Wang Chen, Wang Chen, Wang Chen. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Chen's name resounded throughout the arena. In 2 matches, 2 players from the top 10 of the rankings defeated him almost instantly, even achieving victory with overwhelming force. Only now did everyone realize that even the most outstanding talents have their differences. That's incredible. Wang Chen's second pet, Ice Princess, neutralized Lin Pujuan's desperate attack with just 3 skills. It's terrifying. It seems she's a support-type pet. Yes, according to the information we found, the Ice Princess evolved from the Snow Elf, and this is the first time she has appeared. It must have taken Wang Chen a lot of effort to evolve her. Wang Chen is truly unfathomable. The referee glanced intently at the 2 terrifyingly powerful pet beasts beside Wang Chen, one dark and one icy, and announced loudly, "8th match, 10th Prince's Camp. Wang Chen wins. Current score, 4-4 tie. It's a draw." Just when almost everyone thought the 10th Prince's Camp was about to stop there, Wang Chen single-handedly defeated Han Yi and Lin Pujuan, bringing the score to a draw. The entire stadium erupted once again. Cheers swept through every corner like a tsunami. Wang Chen's gaze passed over the arena and fell once again on the second prince's preparation area. Only 2 people remained there. Yangcheng ranked 6th on the Domain Lord ranking, and 3rd on the Domain Lord ranking is Zhao Yuanhao. The real showdown is just around the corner. When the referee announced 4-4, the entire arena fell into a brief silence, followed by incredulous gasps and even more frenzied cheers. A draw. Facing the second prince's camp, which boasts a luxurious lineup with several players ranked in the top 10 of the popularity charts, the 10th prince, who was almost universally favored, managed to drag the match into the final round thanks to Wang Chen's phenomenal performance. My God, it's a tie. Wang Chen, he single-handedly defeated both Han Yi and Lin Pejuan. Incredible. The 10th prince's camp really has a chance to win. It's all thanks to Wang Chen. He's the real dark horse. 10th on the popularity chart? What a joke. This is going to be interesting. In the final battle, who will Wang Chen face? Zhao Yuanhao or Yangcheng? The audience erupted in cheers, shouts, and gasps of amazement. Countless people in front of the screen held their breath, waiting for the battle that would decide the final outcome. The atmosphere was equally subtle in the VIP section. In the main royal grandstand, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in the emperor's eyes, and his gaze lingered on Wang Chen for a noticeably longer period. The empress covered her mouth and whispered, a complex expression in her eyes. Yi Jiwei blushed with excitement and gripped her mother's arm tightly. The noblewoman's eyes gleamed as she whispered something to old man Lin behind her. In the stands of the 4 major families, the head of the Su family frowned slightly. The general of the Cui family looked serious. The elders of the Wang family whispered among themselves, and the person in charge of the Liu family looked rather grim. The sudden rise of the 10th prince's faction has clearly disrupted many people's expectations. The military and the 12 zodiac animal regions were filled with exclamations of amazement and praise. With a smile, Mao Tu nodded repeatedly. Students from Holy Dragon Academy become famous every now and then. It's really become a tradition. Beneath the blindfold, Wei Yang's lips curled slightly. This is all the result of their hard work. Chenlong crossed his arms, his gaze scrutinizing. Ugly Ox slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good lad. That's impressive. That's more like it." The atmosphere near the preparation zone where the second prince, Yi Xiaoming, was located was somewhat tense. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, glanced at Wang Chen across the arena, then looked in the direction of his second brother. A meaningful expression appeared on his bronze face. He whispered to his adjutant beside him, "It seems we all underestimated this 10th-ranked player. The 10th brother really struck gold. However, this should end here. Zhao Yuanhao is no simple character." He looked at Zhao Yuanhao, the only remaining member of the second prince's camp. Zhao Yuanhao sat steadily in his chair, his eyes open, calmly watching the arena. The second prince, Yi Xiaoming, still wore a gentle and calm smile, but the light in his deep eyes was sharper than ever before. He gently turned a jade thumb ring on his thumb, his gaze sweeping over the calmly standing black-clad youth on the arena, and then looking at the 2 remaining capable henchmen beside him. Yangcheng's face paled slightly. She was skilled in support and control, but her abilities seemed somewhat inadequate in the face of Wang Chen's overwhelming power. She looked at Zhao Yuanhao and whispered, "Zhao Yuanhao is very strong. That dark sky Caesar's control over darkness is beyond imagination, and the Ice Princess's assistance is extremely precise and efficient. He himself hasn't fused and transformed yet." Zhao Yuanhao slowly stood up, his tall and upright figure resembling a mountain. He stretched his neck, making a slight click sound. Instead of being tense, he revealed a battle-ready smile, the kind of excitement one feels when facing an opponent worthy of a full-fledged fight. "I know." Zhao Yuanhao's voice was steady and powerful. "That's precisely what makes it more interesting. 3rd place on the list? That's just an empty title. True strength can only be seen in duels like this." He looked at Yi Xiaoming, bowed, and said, "Your Highness, please leave this final battle to me." Yi Xiaoming nodded slightly and said gently, "Yes, be careful. This boy is not simple. It seems I misjudged him back then." "No, Your Highness, your judgment is correct. I will defeat him. Zhao Yuanhao smiled coldly, then turned around and strode towards the arena. With each step he took, his aura rose a notch, and a golden light emanated from his body, carrying an invincible sharpness and weight. When Zhao Yuanhao stood up, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. Zhao Yuanhao. It's Zhao Yuanhao entering the arena. Third on the Domain Lord ranking. Fiery Soul, Blade Tiger. A true master of both offense and defense. The ultimate showdown. Wang Chen versus Zhao Yuanhao. Who will win? The odds have changed. Wang Chen's odds are dropping rapidly. The commentator grew excited. Dear viewers, the most exciting moment has arrived. The 9th match, which will determine the final outcome of this martial arts competition, is about to begin. It features Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's camp against Zhao Yuanhao from the 2nd Prince's camp. One is a mysterious dark horse who has emerged out of nowhere and defeated powerful enemies one after another. The other is a long-established and renowned top genius, hailed as the pinnacle of offense and defense at the Domain Lord level. This duel will surely be recorded in history. On the arena, Wang Chen's gaze finally turned serious as he watched Zhao Yuanhao approach. He could sense the opponent's aura, solid as a mountain yet sharp as a knife, completely different from his previous opponents. This was a truly formidable foe. The two stood in the center of the ring, 100 meters apart. Zhao Yuanhao sized up Wang Chen, and the two incredibly powerful figures beside him, Dark Sky Caesar and Ice Princess, whose auras were vastly different. He said loudly, Wang Chen, you are very strong. Your pet beast is also very special. It is my honor to fight against someone like you. Wang Chen calmly responded, each other. I hope this battle will leave no regrets. That suits me perfectly. Zhao Yuanhao's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Then, let's go all out. The referee took a deep breath, sensing the intense energy emanating from the two fighters, and raised his right hand, then swung it down sharply. Round 9. The final battle. Begin. Roar. Almost instantly, Zhao Yuanhao let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's cry and a tiger's howl. A violent golden shockwave exploded outwards from him. The void behind him rippled violently as a colossal creature crashed down. It was a 3-meter-tall beast, covered in thick, silvery white scales, in the form of a fierce tiger, with piercing eyes, sharp fangs, and a chilling, menacing aura. It was his natal pet beast, the fierce soul Blade Tiger. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a suffocating metallic pressure and the domineering aura of the king of beasts, with golden flames burning in its tiger eyes. The fierce soul Blade Tiger, a mutated white tiger descendant, Wang Chen, is in danger. On the 12 Zodiac's viewing platform, the dog adjusted its posture and watched with great interest. Who do you think will win? Ugly Ox looked at the group and asked curiously. I support Wang Chen. Wei Yang chuckled softly. Although Wang Chen is very strong, Zhao Yuanhao is not simple. After all, the fierce soul Blade Tiger has the bloodline of the white tiger, so the Ice Princess's ice power has little effect on it. Inhu disagreed. Want to take a gamble? Ugly Ox asked cheekily. No betting. Let's watch the match. It's about to start. Inhu ignored him and focused his attention on the stage. Zhao Yuanhao was a promising talent and qualified to inherit the white tiger bloodline. Fierce Soul, transform. Zhao Yuanhao didn't hesitate and immediately activated his strongest state. The fierce soul Blade Tiger transformed into a dazzling silver light, completely enveloping him. Within the silver light, Zhao Yuanhao's figure rapidly expanded and deformed. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to 2 meters tall, his entire body covered in ferocious tiger head armor. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the weapon in his hand. A giant battle sword that was 3 meters long, with an exaggerated shape, silver-white body, and a blade that flowed with a lava-like light, the Tiger Soul Blade. A violent, sharp, and domineering aura soared into the sky. Zhao Yuanhao seemed to have transformed into a war god who had come from ancient times. Just by standing there, the aura he exuded made the protective shield at the edge of the arena buzz. Zhao Yuanhao entered his strongest fusion transformation state right from the start. The Tiger Soul Blade in his hand is also incredibly domineering, and its extraordinary nature can be seen at a glance. This is a form that perfectly combines the attack characteristics of the fierce Soul Blade Tiger with his own fighting skills, and both his attack power and defense power have reached the extreme of the Domain Lord level. The commentator shouted excitedly. Facing the imposing Zhao Yuanhao, a fierce flame finally ignited in Wang Chen's eyes. Pressure can also be a driving force. Such an opponent deserves his full strength. Wang Chen, dare you decide the outcome using only your natal pet beast? Zhao Yuanhao's aura surged, attempting to overwhelm Wang Chen. Zhao Yuanhao's goal was simple. Both of them had many trump cards, but Zhao Yuanhao did not want to use them all here. He believed that Wang Chen did the same. Otherwise, they would be easily analyzed by others. All right, as you wish. Wang Chen glanced at Caesar behind him, placed his right hand on Caesar's body, and said in a steady voice, Caesar, it's our turn. Roar. Dark Sky Caesar let out a deafening dragon roar, and the dark power around him suddenly erupted, burning fiercely like black flames. Frost, go back. Wang Chen recalled Princess Frost. Immediately afterward, Wang Chen's mental energy erupted like a volcano. Caesar, merge. Dark Caesar transformed into a deep, dark torrent, carrying a will to destroy and devour everything, and crashed into Wang Chen's body. A terrifying aura, far more complex, profound, and chilling than Zhao Yuanhao's, slowly spread out like a sleeping beast awakening. As the darkness dissipated, Wang Chen's transformed form was revealed to everyone. He was about the same height as Zhao Yuanhao, but he didn't have the imposing physique of Dark Sky Caesar. Instead, he was thinner, yet still powerful, and seemed as invincible as the Prince of the Night. His upper body was covered in deep black armor with flowing dark gold patterns. Behind him, for dragon wings spread out, adorned with unknown runes. His hands were covered with fist blades formed from sharp claws, and his fingertips were surrounded by darkness that devoured light. A dark golden vertical line was slightly cracked on his forehead, as if hiding an eye of destruction. Surrounded by a dense dark power, with the roar of a dragon behind him, it forms a unique pressure that is both majestic and sinister, both violent and calm. This is a manifestation of the perfect fusion of dragon and dark power. Dragon might Caesar form. The entire audience was shocked. A deathly silence fell. Everyone was stunned by Wang Chen's incredibly cool transformation. A perfect fusion. Even the well-informed principal, Yi, showed an extremely surprised expression. Without dragon bloodline, yet able to perfectly fuse dragon bloodline. It's unheard of. Before anyone could even appreciate Wang Chen's stance, the battle had already broken out. Zhao Yuanhao's pupils contracted sharply. He felt an unprecedented threat from Wang Chen. But his fighting spirit intensified, and with a roar, he launched the first attack. Tiger Soul Sky-Splitting Slash. With a thud, his figure transformed into a silver lightning bolt, instantly traversing dozens of meters. The Tiger Soul Dragon Blade in his hand, carrying the terrifying power to split mountains and shatter peaks, tore through the air and slashed down at Wang Chen. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed, and his four wings vibrated simultaneously. Instead of retreating, he advanced, using the dragon step technique, his figure intertwining as he plunged headlong into Zhao Yuanhao's attack. Darkness withers. The claws ignited with black flames, flames formed from dense dark power that were highly corrosive and would invade the opponent's body with each touch. Wang Chen formed his claws into the shape of a dragon with both hands, charging forward fiercely and roaring. Dragon devours the 8 desolations. Buzz! The dark claws collided with the 3-meter-long silver giant blade, producing a piercing sound of friction and energy annihilation. Wang Chen's fists came one after another, parrying the blade while his fists slammed heavily into Zhao Yuanhao's chest armor, creating a deafening roar. Boom! At the center of their battle, a terrifying energy shockwave exploded like a tsunami, tearing the incredibly sturdy arena floor into spiderweb-like cracks. The protective shield fluctuated violently, flashing with light. The first round of battle ended in a draw. The two figures retreated simultaneously, only to collide again in an instant. Smash, 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 smash. Silver and black light and shadow clashed and collided wildly on the arena. blade flashes, claw shadows, darkness, fist winds, dragon might. Endless energy bursts forth wildly. Each collision triggered a deafening roar, and the aftershocks of energy continuously impacted the protective shield, causing the entire universal arena to tremble slightly. I can't express my feelings. The clash between the two has completely surpassed the level of an ordinary domain lord. The entire arena is shaking. Zhao Yuanhao's swordsmanship is expansive and powerful, unparalleled in its ferocity. Each strike contains the sharpness of metal, capable of tearing through everything, and the might of a raging tiger. Its power is extremely violent and inexhaustible. Wang Chen's fighting style is versatile. Each attack is swift and precise. His dragon-devouring 8 Desolations attack is extremely powerful, even able to collide with the blade without being at a disadvantage. His attack and speed are perfectly integrated, leaving no openings. The commentary was interspersed after the two men clashed, which helped to calm the audience's tense mood. Dark Heaven's Soul Devour. Wang Chen suddenly launched an attack, his 4 wings trembling as he soared into the sky. Dark energy surged from his arms, unleashing dozens of dark energy clusters that rushed towards Zhao Yuanhao like ghosts. Mental attack. Zhao Yuanhao's expression changed drastically. This move was not a physical collision, but a perfect combination of mental power and dark energy. Soul-piercing slash. Zhao Yuanhao also unleashed his spiritual power, merging it into the tiger's soul blade, and then slashed out, colliding with the dark energy cluster in the air. Whoosh! A burst of white light erupted, and a white line severed all the black energy clusters, neutralizing this attack variation. The two fought from the center of the ring to the edge, from the ground to midair, at such a speed that ordinary spectators could only see blurry light and shadows and constantly exploding energy fireworks. Too strong. Too strong. This is the ultimate showdown between domain lords. Energy collision, physical contact, and even mental attacks. It's perfect. The commentator's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. All the audience members held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen, afraid of missing a single detail. The intensity and excitement of this duel far surpassed the sum of all previous battles. In the VIP stands, many people stood up, watching the game with serious expressions. The match had entered a heated phase, and the outcome could be decided at any moment. This battle will not only determine the outcome of the first match between the second prince and the 10th prince, but also their level of attention to Wang Chen. Either they will try to win him over or target him. The jade thumb ring in the hand of the second prince, Yi Xiaoming, had stopped spinning at some point. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, had eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The other princes also had complex expressions. The battle continued, with both sides seemingly evenly matched and neither able to gain the upper hand. Although Zhao Yuanhao's attacks were ferocious, Wang Chen always managed to defuse or withstand them in a clever way. As for Wang Chen's attack, it will be broken by Zhao Yuanhao's force. Unable to break through after a prolonged attack, a hint of impatience flashed in Zhao Yuanhao's eyes. He looked at Wang Chen's unchanging expression, who seemed much more relaxed than himself. He knew that if he continued to exhaust himself like this, his stamina might not be able to keep up. We must break the deadlock. Zhao Yuanhao gathered his strength again, but instead of continuing his attack, he suddenly flew backward to create distance. He gripped the tiger soul blade tightly with both hands, and the silver-white light around him frantically converged towards the blade, gradually forming a domain of blade light. Tiger soul domain appear. Zhao Yuanhao roared. A giant tiger phantom appeared behind him. It was somewhat different from the fiery blade tiger. Its white fur was more majestic and domineering. It roared to the sky, and an aura of world destruction began to gather. Wang Chen, take this. Zhao Yuanhao roared hoarsely, his voice deafening. White tiger power, final annihilation slash. He raised the sword above his head with both hands, and the silver light on the blade was condensed to the extreme, turning into a thin line that seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and earth, and even space itself was slightly distorted in front of the blade. This strike embodies all his power, will, spirit, and even the ancient bloodline power of the fierce soul blade tiger. Before the blade was even drawn, the terrifying, all-consuming aura of the white tiger had already made countless viewers feel their hearts pound and their breath catch in their throats. Faced with this ultimate move that embodied all of Zhao Yuanhao's energy and spirit, Wang Chen's expression became extremely serious. He could sense that this strike was unavoidable. Even if he flew into the air, he would be torn apart by the giant white tiger shadow and would have no choice but to take it head-on. Wang Chen is in danger. Zhao Yuanhao was originally a weapon-type transformation form with extremely strong offensive power. Now he has added the power of the white tiger, which can be said to have stacked the attack to the extreme. Wang Chen can't withstand it with his bare body alone. Principal Yi rarely spoke, but he raised the expectations for the final showdown of this competition to the max. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Dark bloodline. The surrounding dark energy was circulating wildly at an unprecedented speed, turning the other side of the arena black and forming a dark domain. A giant black dragon shadow emerged within Wang Chen's domain, standing shoulder to shoulder with the white tiger phantom in the air, neither willing to yield. That's a dragon? Why did Wang Chen summon a dragon-shaped phantom? Unbelievable, the commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Principal Yi explained, Wang Chen once bathed in the dragon blood pool, so it's quite possible that he obtained the bloodline power of a certain senior. That's normal. Now things are getting interesting. It's a battle between dragons and tigers. Silver and black, dragon and tiger, when they fight, one of them will surely die. The closer he got, the calmer Wang Chen became. Beneath the calm surface of the lake lay even more turbulent energy fluctuations. Endless black hole. Wang Chen raised his right hand, and all the power in the dark domain converged here, forming a singularity to meet the blade light. The ultimate showdown. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The next instant, a devastating blade of light crashed into the dark singularity in the center of the arena. There was no sound. Or rather, the sound was beyond the range that the human ear could perceive. Only a terrifying scene of extreme silver light and chaotic black light frantically intertwining, devouring, and annihilating filled everyone's vision. The protective shield groaned under the strain, cracking everywhere. Startled, Principal Yi quickly used his skill to strengthen the shield. This battle lasted longer than expected. In the center of the arena, the dragon and tiger were locked in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand for a long time. The stalemate captivated every spectator. Bang! Zhao Yuanhao's armor shattered with a loud crack. Whoosh! Blood splattered on Wang Chen's arms, which were covered with countless knife wounds. Zhao Yuanhao was covered in sweat, his blood and qi were burning, and he frantically mobilized all the power in his body. His bloodline power was also surging into the tiger's soul blade. Even though his tiger's mouth was torn, he still had to hold the tiger's soul blade tightly. Wang Chen's arms trembled, and the black singularity in the air began to expand, absorbing all the energy emitted by the white tiger's power and the tiger's soul blade. However, there is a limit to the energy that an endless black hole can absorb, so the situation is not good. Dragon's roar of fury. Wang Chen suddenly launched an attack, and an ancient dragon roar resounded throughout the entire universal arena. In an instant, everyone felt a bloodline pressure, especially the disciples of the four major families, who possessed some impure dragon blood, and the suppression they experienced was even more pronounced. What is this? What a terrifying dragon's roar. I think I'm seeing a totem dragon. Many people in the stands were so frightened that they knelt down, and the pet beasts inside them unconsciously wanted to kneel down and submit to Wang Chen. Silence. The emperor's majestic voice rang out from the main stands, suppressing the dragon's roar, but it did not affect the duel inside the arena. All those who had lost their composure slowly stood up, letting out a huge sigh of relief. They had truly been terrified by that dragon's roar. Azure Dragon, interesting. Perhaps a remarkable genius will emerge this time. The emperor rarely smiled, seeing right through him at a glance. Oh, His Majesty the Emperor is pleased. The Empress's noble face showed a hint of surprise before she echoed. Shouldn't we be happy that the dynasty has produced so many outstanding talents? Of course it's worth it. Old Tin really found a good helper. Yes. The Emperor's eyes flickered slightly as he scanned the group of prodigies and princes. The situation on the field finally came to an end, and Wang Chen exerted his strength once again. Ah! Zhao Yuanhao was in great pain. As the person closest to the scene, he was naturally the most affected. The white tiger phantom flickered, indicating that the energy transmission was clearly hindered. Explode. Wang Chen endured the pain in his arms and blasted out the black hole singularity that had already begun to expand. Boom! Darkness burst forth, like ink exploding on white paper, engulfing Zhao Yuanhao. No! Zhao Yuanhao roared, but was then swallowed up by the power of darkness. The sword light, the white tiger phantom, and even himself were all submerged. The silent explosion engulfed the entire arena. Spectators outside had no idea what was happening inside, as darkness enveloped the arena, as if a giant black curtain had been drawn over it, isolating everything. What happened? Why has it turned black? I don't know. The light screen is completely black. We can't see what's happening inside at all. This situation left not only the audience speechless, but even the referees and commentators were at a loss for what to do. They swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to begin. As you all have probably seen, the entire arena is shrouded in darkness. We have no idea what happened inside, what the outcome was, or what the casualties were. For a full 10 seconds, the darkness gradually dissipated, and sunlight shone back into the arena, revealing the interior scene. In the center of the arena, a huge pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared. The pit walls were as smooth as a mirror, as if they had been wiped out instantly by some supreme power. You must know that this is a magic weapon-level arena, made of a mixture of metal and earth elements, and now it has been completely swallowed up. Wang Chen knelt on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. As for Zhao Yuanhao, he has long since disappeared. The referee's eyes flickered, instantly locking onto Zhao Yuanhao, who had already flown out of bounds, and the unconscious, blood-covered fierce blade tiger. The referee appeared in a flash, quickly checked Zhao Yuanhao's condition, took a deep breath, and with all his might, announced loudly that his voice would echo throughout the deathly silent arena and reach every light screen. 9th match. 10th Prince's Camp. Wang Chen wins. The final result of this martial arts competition. The 10th Prince's Camp wins with 5 wins and 4 losses. After a brief silence. Boom! The global arena has completely exploded. The camp of the 10th Prince Yi Wuwei, under almost impossible circumstances, launched a counterattack and defeated the camp of the 2nd Prince Yi Zhaoming, who had a powerful lineup. And at the heart of all this, the name that created the miracle resounded through the heavens. Wang Chen. Wang Chen, you're awesome. The cheers, screams, applause, and exclamations were more frenzied and passionate than ever before, rising and falling in waves. All the sounds converged into an unstoppable torrent of sound, completely engulfing the entire global arena. We won. We really won. The 10th Prince. The 10th Prince has defeated the 2nd Prince. Wang Chen. Invincible. A miracle. This is a miracle. That's insane. Who would have thought? In the stands, countless people jumped up excitedly, waving anything they could, their faces flushed, shouting at the top of their lungs. Supporters of the 10th Prince's camp were moved to tears and celebrated wildly. In front of the light screens in major city squares, the same cheers and excitement swept through the crowds. A deafening cheer erupted from the direction of the Holy Dragon Academy, and countless people in Ding'an City were thrilled. Soldiers on the border shouted their approval, and people in the towns and villages pointed at the weak yet upright figure on the light screen and marveled at it. Wang Chen's name, along with the miracle he created today, spread throughout the dynasty and deeply penetrated the hearts of the people at an incredible speed. The reactions in the VIP section varied. In the main royal stand, the emperor nodded slightly, a strange look flashing in his eyes before returning to his usual calm, as if the outcome of this struggle had nothing to do with him. Yi Jiwei was already very excited and held her mother's hand tightly. The 2nd Prince, Yi Zhaoming, slowly loosened his fist, which he had clenched without realizing it. The jade thumb ring had long since stopped turning. His gentle smile remained, but a faint shadow of gloom and seriousness flickered deep in his eyes, which was quickly concealed by his perfect demeanor and a hint of relief at his younger brother's unexpected victory. He clapped his hands gently, his posture impeccable. Zhao Yuanhao was actually defeated, and he looks quite badly injured. We've lost a powerful fighter in the next battle, by Yangcheng's side. The main responsibility for this defeat lies with me. But it's all right, we'll give it our all in the next battle. Yi Xiaoming took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. He was too arrogant. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, snorted coldly, his fighting spirit intensifying. But he also began to truly value Wang Chen. Well done, Wang Chen. It seems the upcoming battles in the secret realms won't be boring. The fifth prince, Yi Dingyuan, remained indifferent, but a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. The sixth prince, Yi Chengyu, rested his chin on his hand, a playful smile on his face, as if he had discovered some interesting toy. The seventh prince, Yi Haochen's face was a little stiff. He forced a smile and clapped. Originally, there were others at the bottom, but now it seemed that he was the weakest one. The four major families' stands were all grim-faced. Wang Chen was a dark horse, an extremely strong dark horse that they had never taken seriously before. I initially thought this martial arts competition was just a power game among the scions of noble families, but now it seems someone is trying to force their way in. In the Zodiac Zone, some smiled, while others nodded silently, all quite satisfied with the battle. I never expected that Wang Chen's pet beast would contain such pure dragon blood power. Zhao Yuanhao's loss is not unjust. Inhu glanced at Chen Long inadvertently. It's the power of the Azure Sky Sacred Dragon. I'm very familiar with it. Chen Long's gaze was fixed on Wang Chen. Although the dragon-shaped phantom had no resemblance to the Azure Sky Sacred Dragon and was shrouded in dark power, the familiarity deep within his bloodline was unmistakable. Azure Dragon? Really? Where does this kid get his bloodline? Ugly Ox looked incredulous. Dragon blood pool. Interesting. Chenlong seemed to have figured something out and withdrew his gaze. The amount of essence blood in the dragon blood pool has been decreasing every year, which is not surprising. After all, the dragon blood pool has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. However, as the Holy Dragon Dynasty has become stronger, wars have decreased, casualties have decreased, and the supply of essence blood has gradually fallen short of demand. However, since the last university competition sent in several prodigies, nearly half of the blood pool has been depleted, which seems to have been absorbed by Wang Chen. But it doesn't matter, he is, after all, a member of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. On the stage, the medical team rushed up quickly and provided emergency treatment to Wang Chen and Zhao Yuanhao respectively. Zhao Yuanhao was quickly carried off the plane and taken to the highest level treatment room. Wang Chen was fine, just a little weak, and took a few pills to restore his qi and blood. All right, the first match has concluded successfully, and the result was quite surprising. Now let's look at the big screen. The match results and scores have been tallied. Chen Mu versus Lu Feng. Lu Feng wins. Points, 2. Lu Feng versus Mu Feng. Mu Feng wins. Points, 2. Mu Feng versus Chen Mo. Chen Mo wins. Points, 2. Chen Mo versus Li Yan. Chen Mo wins. Points, 4. Zhou Yin versus Lu Yi. Lu Yi wins. Points, 2. Han Yi versus Fu Qian. Han Yi wins. Points, 2. Han Yi versus Wang Chen. Wang Chen wins. Points, 2. Lin Pejuan versus Wang Chen. Wang Chen wins. Points, 4. Zhao Yuanhao versus Wang Chen. Wang Chen wins. Points, 6. Wang Chen's name was prominently displayed, and the points following it proved that he had won 3 consecutive matches, all of which were in the top 10 of the leaderboard. His strength was unfathomable. The rules of the martial arts competition are fixed. Anyone who performs exceptionally well in combat will receive bonus points. Principal Ye's words suddenly reached my ears. Then the light curtain integral began to change. Wang Chen performed exceptionally well and receives an additional 10 points. Zhao Yuanhao is incredibly strong, so he gets an extra 2 points. Lu Yi's martial arts are resolute, so she gets an extra 5 points. Only 3 people receive the extra points. The emperor nodded slightly, and no one objected. They all expressed their agreement. And the winner of the General Assembly will receive an additional 50 points to their faction. With Principal Ye's final announcement, the giant light screen changed again, displaying the final scores and rankings of all the princes after this martial arts competition. Second Prince Yi Xiaoming's faction, points, 153 plus 10 is equal to 163. Third Prince Yi Xuance's faction, points, 107. Fifth Prince Yi Dingyuan's faction, points, 89. Sixth Prince Yi Chongyu's faction, points, 163. Seventh Prince Yi Haochen's faction, points, 48. 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's camp, points, 38 plus 50 plus 25 is equal to 113, winning points plus base points. Yi Wuwei's points climbed steadily, and after just one game, his ranking surpassed the three princes, reaching third place. If this trend continues, he might just be able to take first place. The points have been generated, and as you can see, the source of each point is very clear. We have no shady dealings involved. Haha, the audience burst into laughter. Who would dare to rig a competition of this caliber? The commentator's deliberate attempt to expose this only created more laughter. Don't forget, everyone, we still have a treasure to reveal. Now, let's welcome the treasure. Next came the exciting awards ceremony. Amidst the grand music, several attendants dressed in royal robes carried radiant and awe-inspiring treasures onto the temporary award stage erected in the center of the arena. First, there's the reward for the winner of each round. The second prince's faction won 4 battles and received 4 treasures. The 10th prince's faction won 5 battles and received 5 treasures. It is worth noting that these treasures belong to the winners, and only the winners have the right to use or trade them. Royal attendants quickly lined up, standing in groups of 4 or 5. Then, the second prince Yi Xiaoming and the 10th prince Yi Wuwei led a group of contestants to slowly enter the arena, where they would reveal the winner. A giant light screen lit up at the right time, simultaneously displaying images and detailed introductions of each treasure to the audience. First, His Highness the Second Prince will reveal the treasures obtained from the 4 scenic spots in his faction. Yi Xiaoming remained composed and stepped forward, giving a slight nod to his attendant. The first attendant stepped forward and unveiled the brocade on the jade plate in his hand. In an instant, a pure and vibrant force of wind and thunder spread out. Above the jade plate, a fist-sized cyan crystal core floated, its interior seemingly filled with miniature storms and lightning that constantly rose and fell. The first item, the commentator announced loudly, is the heart of the storm. It contains the pure essence of wind and thunder, which can greatly enhance the potential and elemental affinity of wind and thunder attribute pets, and assist in comprehending the true meaning of storms and thunder. It is truly a treasure that wind and thunder attribute beast tamers dream of. The screen displayed detailed information about the effects and rarity of the heart of the storm, eliciting gasps of amazement. This is undoubtedly a top-quality item tailor-made for Lu Feng or other beast tamers with similar attributes. What a pity, I wanted this too. Mu Feng watched Lu Feng take it away with longing eyes. Don't worry, there's definitely one that suits you. Wang Chen could vaguely sense that each treasure seemed to have been carefully selected and was suitable for each winner. Yi Xiaoming gently took the heart of the storm, then handed it to Lu Feng. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Highness. A second attendant stepped forward and unveiled the brocade. This time, however, a mist of water vapor filled the air and a blue light shone forth. The second item is the water spirit orb. It's perfect for Chu Haoyu. Wearing it will enhance his water elemental perception and increase the power of his skills. Chu Haoyu, here you go. Thank you, Second Prince. The third attendant stepped forward. This time, what surged forth was a thick, mountain-like earth elemental energy. In the dish was an irregular, deep yellow crystal with countless fine pores naturally formed on its surface, which seemed to breathe as it slightly expanded and contracted. The core of earth crystals, the commentator exclaimed loudly. This condensed essence of the earth not only greatly strengthens the foundation and defense of earth-type pets, but also offers a sliver of a chance for them to learn skills that resonate with the pulse of the earth. This item is rare and priceless. The moment this treasure appeared, even many earth elemental experts in the VIP seats turned their gazes to it. This was clearly an excellent reward bestowed upon Chu Haoyu, who excelled in defense and control. The fourth treasure was revealed to be a pair of dagger phantoms, as thin as cicada wings, almost transparent, with dark luster flowing around their edges. They trembled slightly and emitted a faint but soul-piercing hiss. This treasure was clearly meant for Han Yi, and although he was seriously injured, the reward would not be cancelled. This is so luxurious. Each and every one of these items is priceless, and they're just being given away like this. It's incredibly extravagant. Yes, only the royal family has such a strong foundation. They're priceless, with no market for them. Judging by their appearance, each of these magical treasures is worth tens of millions. Next, the commentator's voice turned even more excited. His Highness the 10th Prince will reveal the treasures obtained by his faction at the 5 winning locations. Yi Wei took a deep breath, trying to appear more composed, but the excitement and pride in his eyes were hard to completely hide. He imitated his elder brother, nodding to his own servants. The first treasure was unveiled, its emerald green light soft yet full of vitality. A branch about a foot long, carved like jade, with clearly visible veins in its leaves, appeared in the dish. It seemed as if it had just been broken off from a towering ancient tree, exuding a refreshing life force and ancient charm. The branch of life, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. Its branches contain pure wood-type energy. This item can heal most serious injuries, prolong lifespan, and is an unparalleled evolution catalyst and potential-enhancing treasure for wood-type and water-type pets. Its value is immeasurable. This treasure is undoubtedly an excellent reward for Louis. It is extremely rare for the leaf rabbit to break through the domain lord level, so this treasure can improve the martial rabbit's life rank and lay the foundation for it to break through to the overlord level. This suits you very well. Use it to recover from your injuries as soon as you get back, Wang Chen said. Good. The second item is a transparent crystal sphere formed by the compression of endless wind blades, with a blue halo flowing inside. It floats quietly, yet gives the impression that it may unleash a storm that could tear everything apart at any moment. The core of 1,000 winds, the narrator explained, formed naturally over many years by thousands of pure wind essences in a special secret realm. It contains the ultimate essence of cutting and speed. When a wind-type pet absorbs it, it can greatly enhance its speed, flight ability, and the sharpness of its wind blades, and may even have the chance to comprehend the rudiments of a wind domain. A perfect match for a sharpshooter. This treasure naturally belongs to Mu Feng, who has shone brightly today, demonstrating astonishing insight and long-range lethality. Haha, not bad. It suits me better than Heart of Storms. Mu Feng put it away with satisfaction. The third treasure was a fist-sized, jet-black, yet subtly iridescent metallic or iron-suppressing stone. Possessing extreme weight, toughness, and suppressive properties, it is a supreme material that can be used to forge magical weapons and also to strengthen the bodies of metal-type pets. Although this treasure belongs to Wang Chen, it is clearly more suitable for the Holy Shield Guardians, as it can enhance their defensive capabilities. The fourth treasure is a small ice jade gourd. When the stopper is removed, an extreme chill that seems to freeze the soul emanates from it, and wisps of icy blue mist can be faintly seen circulating around the gourd's mouth. Mystic Ice Soul. Originating from the snow abyss, it is the essence of mystic ice that has been condensed over thousands of years. Although it is only a wisp, its purity of coldness is enough to cause a qualitative change in any ice-type pet. It can greatly enhance the power, range, and control of ice-type skills. This is undoubtedly a generous gift prepared for Wang Chen's Ice Princess, and its value and suitability are perfect. The last and fifth treasure, the jade plate presented by the attendant, was shrouded in a thick layer of darkness, as if even light could not escape it. As the brocade was lifted, the darkness suddenly receded, revealing a palm-sized, jet-black scale with a dark golden sheen on its surface. Shadow Dragon Scale. This item is not naturally formed. It is a scale shed by a king-level shadow dragon, containing pure shadow dragon power. Only a dark attribute dragon-type pet can absorb it, so this treasure belongs to Wang Chen. All the treasures were distributed, and the contestants were overjoyed. The audience was also amazed to see so many treasures on display at the same time. As the commentator introduced them one by one, they realized that high-level beast tamers were dealing with such treasures. The first day of the martial arts competition was spectacular, with outstanding talents emerging to turn the tide and showcasing the unparalleled prowess of our dynasty's future pillars. Principal Yi stood between the two princes, his hands flashing with light as a magnificent sandalwood box appeared in his palm. The 10th prince's camp has won its first victory and is awarded a hegemon-level treasure. After discussion, this treasure is given to Wang Chen, the most outstanding performer in this competition. Under the intense gaze of countless eyes, Principal Yi slowly opened the sandalwood box. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, only a soft, warm ray of light, like the rising sun, slowly rising. At the center of the light was a strange jade stone, the size of a pigeon egg, shaped like a teardrop, with a warm, milky white color, and seemingly pulsating with life within. Creation essence liquid. Principal Yi's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a sense of historical weight. This is not from this era, but was obtained from ancient ruins. It was formed by the power of creation of heaven and earth. Its effects are mysterious and wondrous. Regardless of the attribute or race of the pet, it can cleanse the body, purify the soul, and stimulate the potential. It has an incredible effect on breaking through the barriers of major realms. Principal Yi turned around, handed it to Wang Chen, and continued. Most importantly, it can help pets perfectly integrate their second attribute and develop energy characteristics. This is necessary for a peak domain lord to break through to the overlord level. With it, you get the ticket to the overlord level. The entire room fell into a truly silent, pin-low silence. Even the heads of powerful families and sect leaders who were used to seeing treasures revealed undisguised shock and greed in their eyes. This is truly one of the dynasty's most prized treasures, enough to drive even the most powerful overlords mad. Overlord-level items are not commonplace. Each one represents the top combat power of a dynasty. Now, this treasure can reliably advance to the overlord level. Who wouldn't be tempted? And this is only the first match. There are still 15 more matches to come, which means there are 14 more corresponding treasures. Unbelievable. Wang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, stepped forward, bowed deeply towards the royal grandstand, and then solemnly accepted the sandalwood box from Principal Yi, gazing at the jade bottle containing the creation source liquid inside. His gaze became extremely intense. This thing gave him a different idea. It wasn't about breaking through to the overlord level, but something more important and unbelievable, the beast taming form. The martial arts competition is far from over. The remaining 4 princes will complete theirs over the next 2 days. Now, let's begin the draw. The light screen rotated, flashing the portraits of the 4 princes before settling on the head of the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince has been drawn. Let's see who his opponent will be. Ding ding ding. So it's the 7th prince. I wonder if he can bring us a spectacular match. Tomorrow at the same time, still at the Universal Arena. Now, everyone, please leave in an orderly manner. Cheers. Come on, let's raise a glass together and toast Wang Chen. Yeah, Wang Chen, you're amazing. You killed 3 people in a row. You're invincible. As night fell, after Yi Wuwei and the others visited Fu Qian and confirmed that he was safe and sound, they naturally began a feast at the villa to celebrate their first victory of the day, and a great one at that. Everyone's working so hard. Let's do it together. Wang Chen raised his glass and took a few sips, something he rarely does. Everyone, please don't be shy. Let's eat and chat. Yi Wuwei took a few sips, his face flushed, even though he shouldn't have been drinking. However, don't let your guard down. After today's matches, all the teams are probably starting to develop strategies to counter us, so it will get harder and harder from here on out. Apart from the 7th prince, the rest of us will have a tough time. Wang Chen didn't want to spoil the fun, but it was still necessary to give a reminder. Don't worry, we'll take advantage of these 2 days to further improve our strength. This treasure will be just the right thing to help me reach my perfect state. Mu Feng laughed heartily. Me too. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. It's difficult for us to improve our strength, but if needed, we will definitely do our best. Chen Mu and Li Yan also made a statement. Don't worry, Mu Feng, Lu Yi, and I will be the main force. The rest of you will choose different people to fight each time. This way, we can preserve our strength and hide our tactics to the greatest extent. Wang Chen, we believe in you." The remaining team members who hadn't played were completely convinced and would definitely follow Wang Chen's lead. As the clamor of celebration gradually subsided, the core members of the 10th Prince's camp sat in a circle around the table, amidst the scattered dishes and glasses. The lights illuminated each person's face clearly and intently. After the joy, it was time for more important summarizing and planning. Wang Chen gently placed the sandalwood box containing the creation essence liquid on the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the lid. He spoke first, his voice calm and clear. "Today's victory is certainly gratifying, but the problems exposed and the attention it has attracted should not be ignored." He glanced at everyone. "First, let's talk about ourselves. Mu Feng, your talent, and the trump card of your earth-shattering arrow have been exposed. Our opponents will definitely have targeted defenses or countermeasures, and the effectiveness of long-range suppression may be reduced." Mu Feng put away his playful smile and nodded seriously. "Understood. I will digest the Thousand Winds core as soon as possible and try to integrate the new insights into my archery to increase its versatility." Wang Chen looked at Lu Yi. "Your bond and martial arts skills were amazing, but they were extremely demanding and too reliant on close combat. If you encounter opponents who excel at control, attrition, or area of effect attacks, you'll be at a disadvantage. The branch of life might help you and Xiao Wu further solidify your foundation and improve your sustained combat capabilities." Lu Yi nodded solemnly. "I will. My master also sent me a message, asking me to go see her after the competition. Perhaps I can gain some new insights. Fu Qian is the most seriously injured and will be unable to participate in the battle in the short term. A large part of our defensive core is missing," Wang Chen said gravely. "This means that in the subsequent battles, we must either eliminate our opponents more quickly or take on greater risks." Yi Wuwei said in the interface, "Chun Mu, Li Yan, and the others, we have seen your efforts. In the upcoming battles, we will flexibly arrange everyone's appearance based on the characteristics of the opponents. The primary goal is to accumulate experience and protect ourselves. We are a team." Chun Mu, Li Yan, and others felt valued and expressed their determination to do their utmost. Wang Chen continued his analysis. "Secondly, there's the external reaction. After today, we, especially me, will inevitably become the target of everyone's criticism. The second prince suffered a loss, and although we won't encounter him again, the other princes will never underestimate us again, and may even resort to more covert methods. The third prince values practical combat. Seeing our performance, his fierce generals on the border will only become more excited, and their fighting style may become even more aggressive and direct. The fifth prince may seem indifferent, but to be ranked among the princes, he is by no means a simple man. We must be wary of his unpredictable moves. The sixth prince is the most unpredictable. No one knows what kind of bizarre tactics those eccentric geniuses he has gathered can come up with." He paused, a sharp glint in his eyes. "As for the seventh prince, although he is relatively the weakest, precisely because of this, they may be more willing to go all out, even resorting to unconventional methods to secure victory. We cannot afford to be complacent because of today's victory." Mu Feng took a sip of tea and smacked his lips. "To put it bluntly, every battle from now on will be a tough one. Everyone's eager to climb over us and get ahead. But that's what makes it exciting." Wang Chen nodded, then looked at the sandalwood box one last time. "Also, I won't be watching the matches for the next 2 days. I need to start absorbing the creation source liquid. This is of great importance. I need time to calmly comprehend it. You all need to memorize all the opponent's moves and formulate a strategy." Everyone's expressions tightened, and they all agreed. The following day, the arena was once again packed with people. Although it didn't generate as much buzz as the miraculous battle sparked by Wang Chen, the appeal of the third Prince Yi Xuance's iron-blooded military style still attracted countless viewers. The light screen above the arena lit up, clearly displaying the names of both sides' fighters. The third prince's faction did not hold back and directly selected the strongest fighters: Lei Ming, Wu Lai, Fang Qing, Shi Gandang, Yan Jin, Lung Feng, and Tu Baijian. All 7 were formidable generals with long-standing reputations. The 7th prince's camp was rather meager. Apart from a few signs of noble families, There was basically no one he recognized, probably just people brought in to make up the numbers. Lu Jun, Lu Yu, Sun Hai, and Wu Gang are all from aristocratic families, along with 3 other domain lord-level contestants from the academy. A comparison of the lineups clearly shows the difference in quality. The third prince's side consisted entirely of seasoned warriors with a composed demeanor, sharp eyes, and a palpable aura of battle. On the seventh prince's side, although Lu Jun and others were present, their overall presence was noticeably weaker, with some even displaying a flickering gaze and a hint of fear. The referee announced the rules, and the first player. Match 1, Lei Ming vs. Lu Jun. Lei Ming lazily walked onto the stage, grinned at Lu Jun, whose face was solemn, and said, "The Lu family's golden-shelled tortoise? Let's see how many bullets it can withstand." The referee waved the flag. Lu Jun dared not be negligent. He instantly completed the fusion with the golden-armored dragon beast, transforming into a golden-armored dragon man. His dragon-scale warhammer crashed to the ground, stirring up dust and displaying impressive power. Lei Ming moved the instant he completed his transformation. There was no probing, only a bolt of purple lightning that tore through the field of vision. The man and the gun seemed to transform into a javelin, carrying the pincer attack skills honed through thousands of battles on the battlefield. Speed and power were perfectly combined, and the javelin pierced straight into Lu Jun's chest. Golden dragon protection. Lu Jun roared, and the dragon scales on his chest burst forth with dazzling golden light, forming a thick shield. Break! Crack! Boom! The shield shattered instantly. The spiraling lightning force condensed at the tip of the Thunder Fang spear easily tore through the dragon-scale defense like a drill and stabbed into Lu Jun's chest. The violent lightning snake instantly poured into his body. Uft! Lu Jun's eyes bulged out, and the fusion state instantly collapsed. The golden-armored dragon beast's mournful cry dissipated. He was blasted away by the power of lightning, arcing through the air before crashing heavily off the field, his body charred and convulsing, and he immediately lost consciousness. Instant kill. Only 3 seconds into the game. The entire audience was stunned. Lu Jun, a disciple of the Lu family, had been so utterly defeated? Useless. Lei Ming flicked away non-existent bloodstains from the tip of his gun and looked at the referee. Match 1, Third Prince's Camp. Lei Ming wins. The referee quickly ruled and announced Lei Ming's victory. The ensuing battle became a one-sided performance by the Third Prince's faction. Match 2, Lei Ming vs. Lu Yu. The Seventh Prince's face turned ashen, and he dispatched Lu Yu, who was skilled in illusion and agility. Her figure flickered, and the moonlight fox transformed into several indistinguishable silver phantoms, attacking Lei Ming from all directions, while a bewitching moonlight halo filled the air. Lei Ming stood still and closed his eyes. Battle instincts honed through countless battles are far more reliable than the eyes. He ignored the phantom claws and confusing halos that came his way, his ears twitching as he tried to catch the only faint sound of something cutting through the air and the energy fluctuations. Found you. He suddenly opened his eyes and swept his spear horizontally to a seemingly empty spot to his side. Thunderstorm sweeps across. Thick purple lightning burst forth in a fan shape, covering a large area. A silver figure screamed as it was blasted out of the void. It was Lu Yu's true form, who had attempted to flank and ambush her. Her moonlight fox illusion shattered instantly, and she herself was struck by lightning. Her clothes charred black, coughing up blood as she rolled on the ground, rendered powerless. In the second match, the Third Prince's Camp, Lei Ming wins. Lei Ming won 2 consecutive matches, his momentum unstoppable. Change the player. Yi Xuanzi did not choose to continue letting Lei Ming fight. He had to keep some trump cards up his sleeve. The Seventh Prince dispatched Sun Hai, who was skilled in naval warfare and attrition warfare, hoping to delay and wear down the enemy's strength. As for the Third Prince's side, they sent out Yangcheng, a fire-type beast tamer who was completely countered by him. Great. There's hope. A tribute advantage. The Seventh Prince's gloomy face finally broke into a smile. The Third Prince, on the other hand, seemed confident and not worried at all. Match 3, Yangcheng vs. Sun Hai. Yangcheng stepped forward from the Third Prince's camp. The red-haired man grinned. revealing a set of white teeth. Playing in the water? What a coincidence. I love boiling water dry. Fusion, the fiery lion. Flame Ember transformed into a lion man enveloped in raging flames, walking on fire. Wherever he passed, the waves stirred up by the tide guard evaporated violently, making a hissing sound, and a large amount of white mist spread. Sun Hai attempted to use softness to overcome hardness, manipulating the water flow to create a vortex that bound the water, while simultaneously launching a long-range attack with a high-pressure water cannon. A raging inferno. Yangcheng didn't bother with any fancy techniques and directly unleashed an area of effect skill. A violent burst of flames exploded from its center, instantly turning half of the arena into a sea of crimson fire. The high temperature distorted the air, suppressing the power of Tide Guard's water-based skills to a minimum, and the water was quickly evaporated. Sun Hai was struggling to stay afloat amidst the flames, while the Tide Guardians cried out in agony. Before they could even parry, another attack of fire struck. "It's over," roar of the flame lion. Flame Ember roared. A phantom of a raging lion made of flames tore through the Tide Guardian. The blow to the head sent both the person and their pet flying off the stage, their bodies emitting blue smoke as they lay unconscious. In the third match, the third prince's faction, Yangcheng wins. Why? The seventh prince was stunned and speechless for a long time. "The gap is too big, boo-hoo," one of the team members sobbed softly. However, the competition must continue. "Change players," Yi Xuanzi shouted again. "I haven't had enough yet," Yangcheng said reluctantly. "Let others earn some treasures too." All right. After a series of crushing defeats, the morale of the seventh prince's camp was low. The third prince's faction completely treated the seventh prince as an experience point farm. Fourth match, Lung Feng versus Wu Gang. Wu Gang reluctantly stepped onto the stage. His furnace King Kong was known for its strength and defense. After transforming, he was tall and strong, with a metallic sheen on his skin and fists like heavy hammers. His opponent, Lung Feng, was thin and expressionless, with eyes as cold as knives. After fusing with the Ice Soul Mantis, its arms transformed into two long, sharp, ice-blue blades, exuding a chilling aura. Wu Gang roared and charged forward, attempting to crush the enemy with overwhelming force. Lung Feng's figure blurred, transforming into several icy blue afterimages, easily avoiding a direct impact. Ice Soul Mantis's speed and agility completely countered the bulky furnace King Kong. The blade flashed like a blizzard, precisely and densely slicing at Wu Gang's relatively weak points in defense, such as his joints, armpits, and knees. The extremely cold blade energy continuously seeped in, slowing down his movements. Despite his immense strength, Wu Gang was unable to strike anyone. Instead, he was frozen so badly that his movements became increasingly sluggish, and frost formed on his body. Finally, Lung Feng seized an opening, crossed his twin blades, and delivered a powerful ice blade cross slash to Wu Gang's back. Crack! The protective energy shattered, and Wu Gang's massive body crashed to the ground. The two deep, bone-revealing wounds on his back were quickly frozen, and he lost consciousness. In the fourth match, Lung Feng wins against the third prince's camp. 4-0. The crushing victory is assured. What? This is so boring. Every match is a stomp, not exciting at all. Yeah, we can't even make it to mealtimes. The first day's battles lasted all morning, and now they've won 4 matches, but less than an hour has passed. The fifth battle was also extremely swift, catching the audience completely off guard. Match 5, Tu Baijian versus Li Yun. The seventh prince was already deathly pale. Li Yun is an agile assassin-type beast tamer whose pet is a shadow snake, skilled in sneak attacks and poison strikes. He attempts to fight on the move, seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Tu Baijian entered the arena, his upper body bare, covered in scars, his eyes like those of a wild beast. His pet Blood Rage War Bear grants him terrifying power and a near-berserk fighting state. After the fusion, his muscles bulged, his nails grew long like claws, and he let out a low growl. The Shadow Serpent's fangs and sneak attacks only left shallow wounds on Tu Baijian, instead fueling his ferocity. He didn't defend at all, but fought by exchanging blows. He charged straight at his opponent, enduring the attacks, and with a savage charge followed by a tearing claw, he broke the bones of both player A and his shadow serpent pet. The scene was bloody, and the referee quickly intervened to stop it. In the fifth match, the third prince's faction, Tu Baixing, emerged victorious. 5-0. They were completely shut out. The third prince's camp, without losing a single member, easily won the second day's martial arts competition with their undeniable strength. The process was swift and decisive, even somewhat brutal, vividly demonstrating the gap between the fierce border soldiers and the sheltered, pampered children of aristocratic families. After the initial shock, the audience erupted in cheers for the strong, but also sighs of disappointment at the seventh prince's camp's utter defeat. As the referee finally announced that the third prince's camp had won with an absolute advantage of 5-0, the huge light screen quickly updated the detailed scores of this martial arts competition. Third Prince Yi Xuance's faction, points, 107 plus 10 plus 50, is equal to 167. Seventh Prince Yi Haochen's faction, points, 48 plus 0. Because the gap between the two players was too large, no extra points were awarded. Second Prince Yi Xiaoming's faction, points, 163. Third Prince Yi Xuance's faction, points, 167. Fifth Prince Yi Dingyuan's faction, points, 89. Sixth Prince Yi Chongyu's faction, points, 163. Seventh Prince Yi Haochen's faction, points, 48. 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's faction, points, 113. With this clean and decisive victory, the third prince's points surged, surpassing the 10th prince and closing in on the second and sixth princes who were tied for first place, leading by a narrow margin. The seventh prince remained at the bottom, further widening the gap with the top princes, and unsurprisingly, he was the weakest of all the princes. Guido Villa, in the preparation room. Everyone except Wang Chen was gathered together, but the atmosphere inside was even more somber than when they were watching. Mu Feng, Lu Yi, Yi Wuwei, Sun Mingqi, and Chun Mu, Li Yin, and others whose injuries had eased slightly sat together, with densely written notes and a simple battle map drawn with spiritual energy spread out in front of them. The gap is bigger than I imagined. Mu Feng's usual joking demeanor vanished as he tapped his fingers on the table, where a diagram of Lei Meng's earth-shattering spear strike was drawn. Lu Jun's golden armor dragon beast defense is definitely among the best in its class, but against Lei Meng's one-line piercing, it's like paper. This isn't just about sheer strength. It's about perfectly combining the explosive power and penetrating force of lightning with a breakthrough, well honed in battlefield combat, concentrating it all at a single point. Our defenses, apart from Fu Qian's holy shield guardians who might be able to withstand it for a while, the others. He shook his head. Lu Yi frowned slightly and added, "It's not just Lei Meng. That Yin Jin, facing a water-type opponent with an elemental advantage, didn't choose to fight back or use techniques to break through. Instead, he used the most violent area of effect Fire C to directly vaporize the opponent, crushing them with absolute energy intensity and explosive power. This shows that he has reached an extremely high level of control over the intensity and range of his own flames. He is not afraid of attrition at all, or rather, he is confident that he can defeat his opponent before the war of attrition even begins. Moreover, it seems that no one on our side can suppress him. I am a wood-type close combat fighter, so I can't fight him at all. Mu Feng, it's the same for you. The wind will only amplify his power." Everyone fell silent again. Yi Wuwei pointed at Lung Feng's combat footage. His speed and grasp of the situation are terrifying. Wu Gang's strength is clearly very strong, but he can't even touch him. The Eye Soul Mantis's extreme cold blade energy seems to have special armor-piercing and slowing effects, specifically targeting heavily armored and strength-type opponents. If Sister Yi faces him, she will probably be put on the defensive, and your close combat advantage may be limited by his speed and control of the field. Sun Mingqi focused more on the team aspect. Their fighting rhythm and style are highly unified. Everyone carries the ruthlessness and efficiency of a battlefield warrior, without any unnecessary fancy moves, with a clear objective, to take down the opponent as quickly and effectively as possible. This style can be extremely terrifying in chaotic battles or team coordination. Chen Mu, Li Yan, and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. Observing from the sidelines today, they felt even greater pressure than when they personally participated in the battle against the second prince yesterday. Although the contestants in the second prince's camp were powerful, they still retained some of the rules and demeanor of elite aristocratic families. The third prince and his ilk, on the other hand, were pure killing machines, each move deadly. Although they had tried their best to restrain themselves, they still inflicted a huge blow on their opponents. Before Wang Chen went into seclusion, he told us to observe carefully and formulate tactics. Mu Feng took a deep breath. Now it seems that if we are drawn against the third prince in the future, we must adjust our strategy and not fight head-on. He picked up a pen, quickly wrote down a few key points on the paper, and showed them to the reader. First point, Lei Ming is also considered a senior of our Holy Dragon Academy. He is not easy to deal with. Avoid direct confrontation and taking bullets head-on. Recommendation, disrupt its rhythm with high-speed movement, interference, or special abilities, forcing it to be unable to charge up perfectly. If I happen to encounter Lei Ming, I might give him a try. Mu Feng pondered for a moment. I can fly, I can attack from a distance, and I have the ability to end a match. Yi Wuwei and the others nodded in agreement. Secondly, Flame Ash, an area of effect attack of fire. There's nothing we can do about this for now. We'll have to wait until Wang Chen comes out of seclusion. The group smiled helplessly. There was really nothing they could do, as the other party could even evaporate water. Third point, Cold Front, speed and armor penetration are the core. It requires countermeasures against speed and defensive measures to deal with extreme cold corrosion. I can. Lu Yi raised her hand, nimble and agile. Armor piercing was something she possessed, so she naturally couldn't back down. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Wuwei felt quite ashamed, as the contestants he brought were completely useless and could only be used as expendable resources. The final boss, Tu Baijian, has a ferocious fighting style, trading blows for blows, and is fearless in the face of death. Close combat should be avoided. Instead, control, wear him down, or use explosive power far exceeding his limits to finish him off instantly. Currently, we don't seem to have a good way to deal with this either. Yes, I really hope Wang Chen can give us some advice. Sun Mingqi was heartbroken, and the more she analyzed the situation, the more upset she became, especially since she, as an assistant, couldn't help at all. These are just preliminary ideas. Mu Feng put down his pen. The specific tactics will need to be refined after Wang Chen emerges from seclusion, taking into account his potential new abilities and our individual improvements after absorbing the treasures. But one thing is certain, we must fight with all our might. In the next couple of days, we need to make the most of the rewards and improve ourselves. Lu Yi clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. Yi Wuwei nodded vigorously. The others also rallied their spirits, their worries gradually replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. The crushing defeat is shocking, but analysis brings calm, and what lies beneath that calm will be an even more powerful counterattack. Deep within the quiet room, Wang Chen entered a magical state, surrounded by darkness and light. He was at a delicate and crucial juncture, and it was extremely difficult to achieve such a balance between two completely opposite energies. But that's not all. The wonder of creation essence liquid is that it can fuse two completely different energies. Wang Chen is now making this attempt. He still remembers what Chu Lingfeng told his siblings about the frost flame god of magic. Isn't he in the same situation as them now? What if I could combine the powers of Caesar and Shura? On the third day, the atmosphere at the arena was quite different from the previous 2 days. It lacked the suffocating elite pressure of the second prince's camp, and also lacked the intense excitement brought by the iron-blooded smoke of the third prince's camp. The air was filled with a more subtle curiosity and scrutiny. The fifth prince, Yi Dingyuan, was still dressed in a casual imperial robe, holding a white fan, with a faint smile on his lips, as if he had not come to compete for the throne, but to attend an elegant gathering. The sixth prince, Yi Chengyu, sitting opposite him, appeared much more profound, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire room with an air of knowing everything. There were no unnecessary formalities between the two sides. They seemed to have already devised their tactics, and the matchup list was directly displayed on the screen. As the commentators explained the two teams' lineups, the atmosphere gradually intensified, reaching its peak when the first player from each team took the stage. All right, without further ado, let's welcome the first contestants from both sides to the stage. Emerging from the fifth prince's ranks was a beautiful woman dressed in a floral ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, possessing an ethereal and dreamlike aura. Her steps were light and graceful, and wherever she went, a faint floral fragrance seemed to linger, involuntarily relaxing the mind and spirit. Oh, the fifth prince's first contestant is a female one, named Hua Rumming. The male commentator's eyes lit up. Judging from her demeanor, she's definitely no ordinary combat-type beast tamer. Could it be that the fifth prince also has a heroine like Lu Yi from the 10th prince's camp? His partner, the sharp-eyed female commentator, frowned slightly. They're not quite the same. Lu Yi is known for her fierce and powerful martial arts, but this one doesn't seem to have the same aura. Judging from her demeanor, she seems more like someone who controls the battlefield or is more focused on mental aspects. We'll have to see how her pet performs. Opposite them, the sixth prince's faction presented a woman in a long green dress, her long hair tied up, exuding a cool and aloof air. Her composed demeanor and every smile drew everyone's attention. The light screen then focused on the woman's fingertips. The sixth prince has also sent a female contestant, Inchichi, and what she's wearing on her hands is artificial armor. A zither? A music-based beast tamer. The female commentator instantly grasped the key point. Music-based beast tamers are extremely rare, specializing in area of effect interference, mental attacks, and group support. It seems this is a duel on the level of mind and perception. The referee waves the flag, the battle begins. On the arena, Hua Rumming lightly raised her hand, and specks of fluorescent light drifted from her sleeves, taking root on the ground. In an instant, a small, colorful flower bed bloomed on the metal arena, surrounding her in the center. In the flower bed, there are orchids swaying gracefully, roses in bud, and night-blooming jasmine emitting a mesmerizing glow. It's so beautiful it seems unreal. 100 flowers in bloom. Is this a domain-type skill? Or an illusion? The male commentator exclaimed. Could her natal pet be related to plants? And an extremely rare type, capable of controlling multiple flower and plant spirits simultaneously. Flower fairy, come out. Hua Ruming's soft voice rang out, and a beautiful fairy slowly emerged from the sea of flowers, enjoying the cheers of the audience. Before the audience could fully appreciate the beauty of the flower fairy, a clear and melodious zither sound rang out. It wasn't harsh, but it seemed to strike directly into everyone's heart, and even the enchanting floral fragrance on the stage seemed to pause for a moment. Inchichi had already placed her hands on the guqin at some point, playing clear and melodious tunes. It's a 7-stringed phoenix zither, and it's indeed melodious and beautiful. Before the commentator could say anything more, the music suddenly turned passionate, like the clash of swords and the thunder of horses, filled with a chilling aura. Invisible blades of sound pierced the air and slashed towards Hua Rumming, the woman in the flower-patterned dress in the center of the flower garden. Fairy of 100 flowers, soul form, merge. Hua Rumming smiled sweetly, and the fairy of 100 flowers transformed into a phantom and attached herself to her. The two seemed to merge into one, their every smile and frown exactly the same. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a tall wisteria vine in the flower bed suddenly grew wildly, intertwining to form a shield that blocked all the sonic blades. At the same time, the purple flowers blooming on the vine released an even richer fragrance. At the same time, countless rose vines with tiny thorns sprouted from the ground, coiling around Inchichi like living snakes. If I'm not mistaken, this is a pseudo-domain that influences the enemy's attack through a combination of fragrance and visual effects. The male commentator exclaimed excitedly. Not only does it defend, but it also uses floral scents and visual distractions. These plants seem to have different effects as well. Look, player Inchichi's movements seem to have slowed down a bit. Inchichi frowned slightly, and the music changed again, becoming ethereal and melodious, like the sound of a clear spring, cleansing the mind. A faint halo emanated from her body. isolating the pervasive fragrance of flowers. At the same time, her 10 fingers plucked the strings in rapid succession and waves of sound, some sharp, some heavy, and some dense, precisely struck the joints of the attacking vines, snapping them inch by inch. The two exchanged blows, one using flowers as a formation, creating illusions filled with intoxicating fragrance. A weapon that uses sound as its blade, combining offense and defense, and purifying the mind to dispel delusions. The scene was both dazzling and dangerous, captivating the audience and stirring their emotions. They were also secretly amazed by the strangeness and power of these unconventional fighting methods. All right, warm up over, little sister. Now I'm getting serious. Hua Rumming smiled slightly, and the sea of flowers expanded again, with a summoning array appearing, seemingly to summon more pets. Me too. Inchichi surprisingly took the initiative to attack. Her left hand held the 7-stringed phoenix zither steadily, while her right hand, with fingers as nimble as butterflies flitting among flowers, gently brushed across the strings. First string, awakening of insects. Zheng. A clear and stirring piano note exploded out, not a melodious tune, but like the first thunder of spring, carrying a strange power that stirred the air, spreading out in a spherical shape from the center of the note. Visible ripples spread out, causing even the arena floor to tremble slightly in their wake. The primary target of this sound wave was Hua Ruming's ever-expanding sea of flowers, with countless outermost blossoms crumbling at the slightest touch. Hua Ruming stood in her own little flower garden, her skirt swaying slightly. Despite the sudden thunderclap, her smile remained unchanged. She simply lightly touched the ground with her toes. A formation appeared beside her, and a blue iris suddenly appeared, its petals moving without wind, emitting a soft, bell-like sound. This clear sound, though not melodious, perfectly canceled out a certain frequency of the sound of the awakening of insects, dissolving most of the shattering effect into nothingness. At the same time, several dark green vines at the edge of the flower bed, like startled venomous snakes, sprang out along the ground, their tips sharp as spears, piercing straight at Inchichi's lower body. The surface of the vines shimmered with an ominous, eerie light, clearly indicating that they were coated with a potent poison. A mere trick. Inchichi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly plucked the second string with her right index and middle fingers together. 2 strings split stone. Clang. A condensed, almost tangible, pale golden sonic blade shot out in response, not as a scattering motion, but as a precise horizontal sweep. As the sonic blade passed, the air emitted a piercing shriek, carrying an invincible sharpness. The attacking poisonous vines were like rotten wood before the sonic blade, cleanly severed, the cuts smooth as mirrors, oozing a foul-smelling, dark green sap. The sonic blade materializes, such precise control, the commentator exclaimed. Not only can it create area of effect devastation, but it can also condense into a single, deadly blade. Hua Ruming seemed to have anticipated this. The severed poisonous vine did not retreat. Instead, it grew rapidly from the cut, branching out into more tiny vines. Meanwhile, a deep red datura flower appeared on the other side of the flower bed at some unknown time, slowly turning towards Inchichi. The bud opened, releasing a sweet and cloyingly rich fragrance. With her fighting spirit, Inchichi immediately held her breath. She had already smelled an unusual fragrance, as fragrance and poison often coexist. Although she was holding her breath, the fragrance seemed to penetrate her skin. She felt a slight dizziness. Not daring to be negligent, she placed her hands on the strings, and her fingertips flowed out a series of ethereal, melodious tunes, like a clear mountain spring. Sanxian flowing spring. The clear musical notes transformed into a halo of sound waves, like flowing water, enveloping her. The sound waves had a purifying and calming effect, not only blocking and diluting the sweet fragrance, but also quickly clearing her somewhat agitated mind. The sound of the flowing spring didn't stop there. It spread in the opposite direction, reaching the wildly growing poisonous vines, where the vine's growth rate slowed down significantly and they became somewhat withered. Using music to purify negative states can even affect plant activity, the female commentator exclaimed. Inchichi's mastery of music is truly diverse. Hua Ruming saw that both her fragrance and poisonous vines were suppressed, but she was not discouraged. She gracefully drew an arc in front of her with both hands, softly reciting, "A riot of flowers." In an instant, countless petals fell from the flower bed, not drifting away, but under the pull of some force, transforming into a magnificent, yet deadly storm of petals. Pink, red, purple, blue, petals of all colors twirl and flutter, seemingly beautiful, but in reality, their edges are as sharp as knives, and each petal is tainted with the characteristics of different flowers. Some contain paralyzing pollen, some contain corrosive sap, and some can release hallucinogenic spores. A storm of petals enveloped Inchichi from all directions, sealing off all her escape routes. A hint of seriousness finally flashed in Inchichi's eyes. She slightly raised the 7-stringed phoenix zither, pressed the strings with her left hand to tune them, and with her right hand, her 5 fingers moved like wheels, rapidly sweeping across the remaining strings. 4 strings, 5 strings, wind and thunder. Buzz. Boom. The music suddenly became high-pitched and passionate, like a howling wind or rolling thunder. It's no longer a simple attack or defense, but a wide-ranging combined attack of wind and thunder. Azure wind blades and purple thunder intertwined to form a destructive net, meeting the storm of petals. Sizzle, 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 crack. The sharp petals collided, cut, and annihilated fiercely with the wind blades and thunderous sounds. Countless petals were shredded and turned into dust, but more petals followed one after another, and the broken pollen, spores, and sap mixed in the storm, forming a colorful poisonous fog and miasma. That was amazing. Inchichi's attack was extremely fierce, shattering all of Hua Ruming's attacks. However, the shattered liquid also seemed to have a dangerous smell about it. Inchichi naturally knew that she could only enhance the purification aura effect of the 3 strings flowing spring at the same time. The scene was at a stalemate, a mix of dazzling beauty and deadly intent. Inchichi knew she couldn't afford to waste time, as the opponent's sea of flowers seemed to have an inexhaustible source of energy. Her eyes narrowed. She took a deep breath and channeled her surging spiritual energy into the zither. Her right thumb gripped the 6th string, pulled sharply backward, and then released it. 6-string sword breaking army. An unprecedentedly powerful sound erupted. This sound wave was no longer a blade or a net, but a piercing sound wave that was condensed to the extreme and almost invisible. With an indomitable will to break through the formation, it ignored the obstruction of most of the petals and pierced straight into the body of Hua Ruming like an awl. This is a mental attack specifically designed to break through all kinds of defenses, barriers, and domains. Hua Ruming seemed to have not expected the opponent's sonic attack to be so concentrated. In her haste, she urgently mobilized all the petals in front of her, layering them like a shield to block in front of her. The flower plate bloomed with blazing golden light, forming a shield of light. Puff! The sonic wave from the broken army struck the light shield, producing a dull thud and causing it to shake violently, cracking the outermost flower disc. The strength of mental attacks lies in the fact that they are almost ineffective against physical defenses. However, at the very moment the sound waves clashed with the light shield, an inconspicuous white lily of the valley appeared at Hua Ruming's feet and swayed gently. There was no sound, no light. But Inchichi, who was fully activating the Pajun skill, suddenly felt a slight numbness in her wrist, as if she had been pricked by a tiny thorn. Immediately afterwards, a complex emotion of intense weariness and pleasure surged uncontrollably into my heart. The scene before my eyes blurred slightly, as if I were seeing a blissful illusion, and my fingers involuntarily slowed down by half a beat, creating an almost imperceptible break in the continuous sound of the piano. It's that white flower. A silent, soul-devouring attack. Principal Yi said in a deep voice. Contestant Hua Ruming's killing move is hidden in the most inconspicuous place. It doesn't attack the physical body, but directly shakes the soul, triggering the most instinctive pleasure and relaxation, interrupting the opponent's concentration. That's the breaking point. Hua Ruming's eyes flashed with a sharp light as she launched a frenzied attack of flowers. Taking advantage of the moment when Inchichi's mind was bewitched by the lily of the valley and the music was interrupted, she struck the zither with precision. Buzz! The instrument was damaged and emitted a mournful sound. Inchichi was shocked and tried to break free, but found that her spiritual energy was not flowing smoothly and the music could not be continued. Hua Ruming didn't give her a chance. The sea of flowers surged, and the next second Inchichi was surrounded by the sea of flowers, while Hua Ruming's hand was already hovering around Inchichi's neck. The outcome is decided. In the first match, the fifth prince's camp, Hua Ruming wins, the referee announced promptly. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and gasps of amazement. Although this duel lacked the brutality of bloodshed, the mental battles, attribute clashes, and tactical maneuvers progressed layer by layer, with unexpected moves emerging one after another. Its danger and excitement were in no way inferior to any head-on fight. It's a real pity that Inchichi didn't quite get to show her full potential. But that's how competitions are. The enemy won't just stand there and give you a chance. Let's congratulate Hua Ruming again on the fifth prince taking the first win. Substitution. The fifth prince waved his folding fan, signaling to the referee, then looked at the preparation area and said, "Yuan, you can go." The sixth prince was also selecting a candidate, and in the end, he sent out a thin, bespectacled young man. In the second match, the fifth prince sent out Ning Yuan, a top-ranked player. It seems the fifth prince wants to quickly defeat the sixth prince. As for the sixth prince, he sent out Shen Yan. Forgive my ignorance, but I have never heard of this person before. Not only the commentators, but most viewers, and even those from established families, know very little about it. The two took to the stage at the same time. Ning Yuan was dressed in a blue robe, exuding an ancient charm. Shen Yan, on the other hand, wore a similar black long robe, which showed his simplicity. If this weren't a military drill in the imperial city, one might mistake it for scholars discussing academic issues. The match begins. The battle began, and Shen Yan took the lead. The ancient compass has appeared. The formation appeared, and a simple yet complex compass suddenly appeared in his hand. He then pressed it hard onto the ground. In an instant, complex array patterns lit up around the compass, quickly spreading across half of the arena. The array patterns shimmered with light, vaguely forming various designs. A formation, an ancient formation. The well-informed principal Yi couldn't help but exclaim, his voice amplified throughout the hall. Using a compass as a guide, the formation is formed instantly. This is an extremely profound mastery of formations. Ning Yuan remained calm as the array patterns spread outwards. A summoning array appeared behind him, transforming into a giant scroll before he could even see what kind of pet beast it was. Then the scroll unfurled, enveloping the sky, revealing a magnificent scene depicting mountains and rivers, streets and alleys, and boats racing across the water. Shen Yan and Ning Yuan seemed to be keeping to themselves, one in the heavens and the other on the ground, both busy with their own affairs. A giant paintbrush appeared out of thin air in Ning Yuan's hand, and he continued to depict the landscape. A landscape painting, using painting to convey the Tao, transforming the abstract into the concrete, forming its own domain. Principal Yi exclaimed again. It's rare to find someone who can calm their mind, focus solely on the Tao, and forge a unique path of beast taming. Shen Yan paid no attention to anything else, and kept fiddling with the ancient compass. Ring-shaped array lights of different sizes flashed across the ground from time to time before dissipating. These two are. I really don't understand. The commentator was also confused. The two were busy with their own things, and there was no sign of them fighting at all. How could he commentate on this? No rush. Shen Yan is also extremely rare. He is constantly inscribing formations. There are already more than 100 formations of various sizes on the ground and in the air. Both of them are deploying their own tactics. Once they start, it will be earth-shattering. I need to go and reinforce the defensive shield. Principal Yi said and disappeared from the commentary platform. Haha, I'm sure everyone heard Principal Ye's words. Both of them are gathering their strength, and I'm already looking forward to their duel. Within this small space, the two engaged in a silent yet perilous confrontation. Fortunately, It didn't take long before the situation on the field began to fluctuate. With a deep thud, the pointer at the center of the compass beneath Shun Yan's feet spun wildly. Visible energy patterns, shimmering with a dark golden hue, spread out from the compass like living things, covering almost half the arena in the blink of an eye. These patterns are not randomly drawn, but rather form extremely complex designs full of geometric beauty and profound meaning, nested layer upon layer, with radiance flowing endlessly within. Formation. Shun Yan is about to attack. The female commentator suddenly perked up. Dragon trapping formation, activate. Shun Yan shouted in a low voice. The spreading array shone brightly, and an invisible, heavy pressure suddenly descended upon the area where Ning Zuan was located. The air seemed to thicken, hindering his movements, and a force that disturbed his mental perception attempted to invade, interfering with his judgment of his own spiritual power and the surrounding environment. Despite the sudden suppression from the array, Ning Zuan remained calm. He calmly flicked the pen, accompanied by a picture. The picture shows distant mountains shrouded in mist, nearby streams flowing gently, and lush forests. Although it is within a small space, it gives people a sense of vastness that feels both close and far. He extended his index finger, a faint glow emanating from its tip, and lightly touched the unfolded scroll in midair. Mountain Shadow Town. Suddenly, the highest peak in the painting lit up with a faint light, and a hazy yet incredibly imposing mountain silhouette emerged from the scroll, hovering above Ning Zuan's head. The mountain shadow has no physical form, yet it exudes an aura of imposing grandeur and absolute dominance. The immense pressure from the dragon trapping formation collided with the illusory mountain image, yet it remained completely still, like a mud ox sinking into the sea. Seeing that the trapping formation was blocked, Shun Yan rapidly moved his fingers along the edge of the compass, causing the formation patterns to change. The light in the central area turned crimson, radiating a scorching and violent aura. Fire Array Flame Assault. Within the array's range, dozens of crimson fireballs appeared out of thin air. They didn't shoot randomly, but rather followed some mysterious trajectory, crisscrossing and shooting towards Ning Zuan from all directions, sealing off all his escape space. The fireballs streaked through the air, bringing with them waves of heat. Ning Zuan's gaze was calm as he touched the winding stream in the painting with his fingertips. The water glistens and flows gently. The stream in the painting seems to come alive, rippling with shimmering light. A series of clear, gentle ripples spread out from Ning Zuan. The crimson fireball crashed into the shimmering water, but the raging flames were gradually weakened by the gentle yet resilient water, eventually extinguishing most of them. The remaining few flames could not even create a large wave. Shun Yan's expression grew even more solemn. He realized that although his formation was ingenious, the painting seemed to always be able to neutralize it with the most fitting artistic conception, as if it were inherently invincible. The two exchanged blows, with Shun Yan frequently unleashing various formations, including flames, weapons, torrential rain, lightning, gales, ice blades, and even meteor attacks. A dazzling array of techniques. Moreover, the location of each attack is extremely tricky and unpredictable. Each attack could be launched in the sky, on the ground, or even right in front of you. However, Ning Zuan was still very experienced, and his understanding of the art of scroll painting was unmatched. Most importantly, no one knew his methods. Every move is deadly. Every move is countered. With each stroke of the brush, mountains and rivers, people and streets, and even rare and exotic beasts appear. Just as Principal Yi said, the entire arena was like a New Year's celebration, with a constant barrage of sounds. The commentators' voices never stopped after the two began their duel, but the audience had long since stopped caring. The special effects of the skill clashes were absolutely amazing. Shun Yan was covered in sweat. His repeated attacks had not posed any threat to Ning Zuan. It seemed that a single formation was no longer effective, and he could no longer waste his energy. He stopped testing the waters and slammed his hands onto the compass, his spiritual energy surging into it. Combined formation, Earth Surge Inferno Prison, Thorn Kill. The arena floor trembled violently in front of Shun Yan. The sturdy alloy plates softened and bulged under the power of the formation, forming a ring of rock walls that kept closing in and were covered with sharp stone spikes, trying to trap Ning Ziyuan inside. Meanwhile, on the inner side of the rock wall, countless crimson thorns with barbs, formed from pure fire energy, grew wildly, like countless fire snakes biting and attacking. Even more subtle, distorted illusory force fields permeated the rock prison. The combination of the trap, the kill, and the illusion formations amplifies their power. The rocky prison closed in with incredible speed, the thorns were scorching hot, and the illusions interfered with his judgment, instantly putting Ning Ziyuan in a dangerous situation. Gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. Here it comes. This time it's a combination technique. A single formation has 3 different powers, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. Ning Ziyuan showed a serious expression for the first time. He took a deep breath, extended both hands simultaneously, his left index and middle fingers joined together like a brush, and his right hand held the scroll in a hollow, pouring spiritual and mental energy into the scroll with unprecedented intensity. A scroll of heaven and earth, listening to the waves in the forest. He waved his left hand rapidly, as if painting in the air. On the scroll, the mountain forest area shone brightly, the ink rendering out a vibrant hue. In an instant, countless illusory images of ancient, verdant trees burst forth from the scroll, forming a barrier. The ancient trees' shadowy branches and roots stretched out, stubbornly resisting the closing rock wall, emitting a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. What can overcome earth? And this illusory forest has a significant obstructive effect on the rock face. At the same time, the surging of the stream in the painting intensified, and the sound of rushing tides echoed in the void. This sound was clear and vast, extinguishing the raging flames. As for the mental impact? Ning Ziyuan's mental strength is extremely powerful. To be able to create such a large painting, his mental strength is definitely extraordinary. Ning Ziyuan's eyes were as sharp as a brush tip. He noticed a tiny flaw in the flow of the array patterns on the compass when Shun Yin was fully activating the combination array. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all, but he was extremely sensitive to perception because he had entered the Tao through painting. Now, it's my turn to fight back. Ning Ziyuan suddenly waved his right hand, drawing a mysterious rune in the air, and then focused all his energy on the main peak in the center of the painting that had been hidden all along. The soul-catching finishing touch, the mountain-suppressing seal. In the painting, a dazzling golden light shines on the summit of the main peak. Immediately afterwards, a golden mountain seal phantom, condensed to its extreme and seemingly containing the power of 10,000 mountains and an unwavering will since time immemorial, flew out of the scroll with a majestic aura that could suppress everything. The phantom of the mountain seal was not large, but it was incredibly heavy. It ignored the burning fire thorns and pierced through the swaying forest phantom. Its target was not Shun Yin himself, but rather it struck the core array eye of the combined array diagram on the compass in front of Shun Yin with perfect precision. He saw through the formation's core. Shun Yin's pupils shrank sharply, but it was too late to change the formation. Boom! The golden mountain imprint slammed heavily onto the compass. It was not a physical collision, but a suppression and destruction at the level of conception and rules. The complex, dark gold array flickered violently, emitting a series of cracking sounds. The rock wall crumbled, the fire thorns vanished, and the illusionary force field collapsed. The combined array was forcibly broken from its core. Shun Yin let out a muffled groan. His face turned pale, and he took 3 steps back. The light on the compass in his hand dimmed, clearly indicating that he had suffered a backlash. He looked up and gazed at the other side. Ning Ziyuan caught the slowly falling scroll, his breathing somewhat disordered, clearly indicating that the attack of the painting's soul-stirring technique had consumed a great deal of energy. But the illusory landscape in front of him remained stable. Shun Yin glanced at the dull compass, then at Ning Ziyuan's painting that seemed to contain boundless destined, heaven and earth, gave a wry smile, and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. The way of painting is profound, and the artistic conception is lofty. My array formations are not yet proficient, so I humbly admit defeat. You flatter me. Ning Ziyuan returned the greeting and slowly rolled up the scroll. In the second match, Ning Ziyuan wins against the Fifth Prince's faction. The atmosphere was different in the third performance. The first two matches, one an entanglement of illusions between flowers and sounds, and the other a clash between formations and paintings, both demonstrated a mystery and depth that transcended ordinary beast tamer battles. The audience held their breath, awaiting yet another extraordinary showdown. Today was definitely worth the trip. It was fantastic. Yeah, I'm already looking forward to the third show. The Fifth Prince, Yi Dingyuan, gently waved his folding fan and looked at the calm-looking man in a blue robe beside him, whose brows seemed to hold a wealth of strategic wisdom. Xiaofeng, it's your turn. Xiaofeng nodded slightly and stepped onto the arena with a composed gait. He was tall and slender, dressed in a simple blue robe, yet possessed an air of profound composure, as if he were not walking towards a fighting ring, but rather towards an invisible chessboard awaiting his move. On the opposite side, from the Sixth Prince's camp, stepped a girl wearing a star-blue dress. She had a beautiful face, and her eyes seemed to reflect the flowing starlight. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few tiny points of light at the ends that looked like real stars. It was Luo Xiaoxing. The Fifth Prince's camp, Xiaofeng, versus the Sixth Prince's camp, Luo Xiaoxing, the referee announced loudly. According to the data, Xiaofeng's natal pet is extremely special. It can transform into an eternal chessboard. The male commentator quickly flipped through the information. Using the chessboard as a way of life, placing pieces as offense, and setting up positions as defense. What a wondrous fighting style this is. The female commentator looked at Luo Xiaoxing, her eyes flashing with amazement. Luo Xiaoxing is no ordinary player either, a mutated elemental. Her natal pet is an extremely rare starlight elemental being, a strange existence born in a special starlight environment, naturally possessing powerful elemental affinity and transformation abilities. The two stood on the ring and greeted each other. Xiaofeng's eyes were calm and unwavering, while Luo Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness. The match begins. The moment the referee waved the flag, Xiaofeng raised his right hand and softly shouted, "The eternal chessboard, appear." The space in front of him distorted and fluctuated, and an ancient and heavy wooden chessboard appeared out of thin air. The chessboard had 19 lines running through it, exuding an aura of vicissitudes and mystery. The phantom of the chessboard rapidly expanded, enveloping half the arena in the blink of an eye. Countless crisscrossing transparent rays extended from the phantom of the chessboard, subtly dividing the area into countless squares, as if turning the arena into his chessboard world. An invisible sense of order permeated the air. Being in this chessboard-like area, it seemed that even the flow of air and the circulation of energy began to follow some kind of underlying order. First move, Tianyuan, standard opening move, Zhinyue. Xiaofeng pointed his fingers like a sword and made a light tap towards the Tianyuan position in the center of the chessboard. In the center of the phantom chessboard, a solid black chess piece suddenly fell with light and shadow. Boom! It was not a physical impact, but a heavy force that descended suddenly, spreading outwards from Tianyuan as the center. Luo Xiaoxing suddenly felt a weight around her, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on her, and her movement speed and spiritual energy circulation were significantly suppressed. More subtly, she felt that her connection with the elements of heaven and earth around her seemed to be subtly severed and weakened by the rules of the chessboard. What a bizarre domain. A single move can create a powerful force, directly altering the rules of the game. Principal Ye's voice rang out, explaining to the audience, this isn't just about gravity suppression, it's about establishing his own rules of the game. The opponent is like a chess piece caught in a net, forced to play according to his rules. Luo Xiaoxing felt the oppression around her, but her starry eyes showed no panic. Instead, they shone even brighter. Starlight elemental body, descend. She formed a mudra with her hands in front of her chest, and her whole body shone with a bright star-blue light. A single, dazzling point of light, like the core of a star, emerged from her chest and then burst forth, transforming into a humanoid phantom composed entirely of flowing starlight and colorful elemental light points, enveloping her within it. This humanoid phantom was about 3 meters tall, with a blurred face. Its entire body seemed to be composed of a condensed galaxy and leaping elemental spirits. Light, fire, water, wind, thunder, all kinds of faint light of various attributes were generated and flowed within it, exuding a magnificent and ever-changing aura. The moment the starlight elemental body appeared, the pressure around Luo Xiaoxing eased. The elemental body spontaneously absorbs and harmonizes the elemental forces around it that are disrupted by the chessboard rules, forming a shield of flowing starlight that offsets part of the suppressing mountain force. What a fascinating field! Luo Xiaoxing's ethereal voice echoed through her elemental form. But the light of stars cannot be bound. With a gentle wave of her hand, the starlight elemental body moved accordingly, pointing to a corner of the chessboard. Starlight radiance, blazing sunbreak. On the elemental body's arm, crimson fire elemental light spots suddenly blazed intensely, converging into a small, blazing sun condensed with terrifying heat. Trailing a scorching tail, it shot like a meteor toward a star position at the edge of Xiao Feng's chessboard domain. Xiao Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he made a stroke on the side of the chessboard with his left hand. Small knights move on the third line. Defensive stance. Iron wall. A white chess piece, its light and shadow falling precisely in front of the path predicted by the blazing meteor. Buzz. The white chess piece burst into light, instantly unfolding a semi-transparent rhomboid light wall. The light wall faintly revealed tortoiseshell patterns and was exceptionally sturdy. Boom! The blazing meteor struck the light barrier, unleashing a burst of intense flames. The light barrier shook violently and cracked, but ultimately did not shatter, blocking and absorbing most of the explosive force. However, just as the blazing sun's explosion obscured their vision, Luo Xiaoxing's true attack arrived silently. The other hand of the starshine elemental body had somehow pointed in another direction, with blue water element and purple lightning element light spots intertwined and flickering on it. Twin stars link up, raging waves and thunderous strike. A torrent of compressed, violent lightning silently rushed along the ground, not attacking Xiao Feng's main body, but shooting towards a seemingly insignificant corner intersection on the other side of the chessboard domain. A feint to the east while attacking in the west. Xiao Feng instantly understood the other party's intention. He swiftly pointed with his right hand, and 2 black pieces fell one after the other. One intercepted the raging thunderous attack, while the other was deployed further away. Bang! Block! The black motif collided with the thunderous waves and annihilated each other. However, Xiao Feng's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. The opponent's attack contained extremely strong explosive power of both lightning and water attributes. Although it was blocked, the flow of the chessboard node became slightly sluggish. Luo Xiaoxing keenly noticed this slight hesitation, and her starry eyes lit up. Found it, the gap in the chessboard. She chuckled, and her starlight elemental form suddenly shone brightly, as if she had transformed into a nebula that was constantly changing colors. Starlight and myriad phenomena, elemental cycle. Crimson, indigo, emerald green, bright yellow, light blue, bright purple, various types of light flowed and switched rapidly on the elemental body. With each switch, a corresponding elemental attack is unleashed. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, rock spikes, lightning bolts, light arrows. They rained down, not in a chaotic manner, but as if precisely calculated, shooting simultaneously from various tricky angles at several different nodes on the chessboard, especially the corner that had just been shaken. These attacks may not be as powerful individually as the previous blazing sun or thunder waves, but they are numerous, have different attributes, come from tricky angles, and are launched almost simultaneously, making it difficult to keep up. Xiao Feng's expression finally turned serious. His hands moved like butterflies flitting among flowers, tracing lines in front of him, his fingertips carrying streams of spiritual energy that disappeared into the illusory image of the ancient chessboard. Initiation and blockade. On the chessboard, more than 10 black and white chess pieces lit up one after another, their energy connected, forming a crisscrossing, black and white net. The various elemental attacks that shot towards us slowed down significantly upon entering the net, and most of them were greatly weakened before they even got close, easily blocked by the light and shadow of the chess pieces. However, Luo Xiaoxing's offensive did not stop. At the core of the starshine elemental body, the initial core starlight suddenly became incredibly dazzling. Elemental torrent. The elemental body raised its hands high, and all the flowing attribute light stopped switching at this moment, instead frantically converging, compressing, and fusing towards the core star. A destructive energy surge swept outwards. The radiance of the 6 basic elements, red, blue, green, yellow, cyan, and purple, was forcibly blended together under the harmonization of starlight, transforming into an immense, chaotic yet exceptionally dazzling torrent of light, carrying a terrifying aura of annihilation, and shot out with a deafening roar. Wherever this elemental torrent passed, the crisscrossing lines of light on the chessboard creaked under the strain, the power of the rules being brutally torn apart and disrupted. Its target was none other than the core connection point of Xiao Feng's Great Dragon momentum, the very hub where the power of the rules of the chessboard was currently flowing. Not good. Xiao Feng's pupils contracted. The power of this attack was close to that of a full-force attack from a beginner-level overlord, and its attributes were mixed, making it extremely capable of breaking the rules. His Great Dragon seal might not be able to completely block it. He took a deep breath, a decisive look flashing in his eyes. He would no longer hold his ground, but instead adopt an offensive strategy. He brought his right index and middle fingers together, gathering all his mental energy and understanding of the game at the fingertips, and pointed heavily into the air at a KO fight position on the chessboard that had been set up long ago but had been held back. A game for all ages, a chess game where heaven and earth unite. A divine move, and it's over. Zheng. A strange sound, like the clang of metal on metal or the resounding voice of the great Tao, echoed throughout the arena. The phantom image of the eternal chessboard trembled violently, and all the chess pieces simultaneously shone brightly. In the center of the chessboard, a phantom crack suddenly appeared, as if the chessboard itself had been cleaved in two by this move. An indescribable, eerie power followed the rules of the chessboard, arriving first despite being delayed, and met the earth-shattering torrent of elements head-on. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the two came into contact, the chaotic and violent energy of the elemental torrent seemed to be cleaved in two by an invisible and incomparably sharp boundary. Splash. Like shattered glass, the ancient chessboard phantom could no longer be maintained under the impact of the starlight's power, shattering inch by inch and dissipating into countless points of light. Xiao Feng staggered back several steps, his face pale, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The eternal chessboard was forced to retreat into his sea of consciousness, and he lost his greatest reliance. Luo Xiaoxing was also almost exhausted. The phantom of her starlight elemental body faded to almost transparent, but she still stood firmly in place, pointing a faint starlight with her fingertip at Xiao Feng. The outcome is decided. In the third match, the 6th Prince's camp, Luo Xiaoxing wins. The referee's voice resounded throughout the arena. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. 3 consecutive matches, each with a completely different yet incredibly exciting fighting style, ignited everyone's passion. As Luo Xiaoxing won a round, the scoreboard above the arena started flashing, and the score changed to the 5th Prince's camp, leading 2-1. The 6th Prince remained calm and composed, seemingly already certain of the outcome of the battle. Change. Yi Chongyu raised his hand to signal that Luo Xiaoxing was no longer able to fight. The 5th Prince's camp sent Gu Chenchuan. This man was stocky and honest-looking, but his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He slowly walked onto the stage, each step echoing steadily through the arena floor, as if he carried the weight of the earth within him. The one who took the stage from the 6th Prince's camp was Koeijiao. He was thin, and his face was hidden under the hood of a large black cloak, with only a pale chin visible. His aura was cold and gloomy, devoid of any life force, like a walking ghost. Gu Chenchuan, your natal pet is the soul of the mountain range. The male narrator looked at the information. According to records, this pet resonates with the earth, can gather soil to form mountains, and turn rocks into armor, possessing astonishing defense and strength. The female commentator stared at Kuei, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Kuei, there's very little information available. All we know is that he comes from a reclusive sect, which makes him quite mysterious. The match begins. Gu Chenchuan roared and slammed his fists into the ground. Come out, old buddy. Boom. The ground of the arena behind him suddenly rose up, the earth and rocks tumbled up, and a burly figure nearly 5 meters tall rose from the ground. It is composed of rough brown rocks, with a vague human-like shape, and its eyes are 2 leaping yellowish-brown lights. It exudes a heavy, solid, and unchanging mountain aura, the very soul of the mountains. The moment the mountain spirit appeared, a thin layer of rocky keratin covered Gu Chenchuan's body, and his aura connected with the mountain spirit, causing his power to surge. On the other side, Kuei silently raised his hand, and 9 wooden puppets of different colors, each no bigger than a palm, slid out from his wide sleeves, landing on the ground with a soft tap. Puppet rises. His voice was hoarse and dry. The 9 little dolls lit up at the same time, and then grew taller in the wind. In the blink of an eye, 9 puppets, each the same height as a real person and in different shapes, appeared in front of him. There are swift sword puppets wielding dual swords, sturdy shield puppets holding giant shields, needle puppets that launch poison needles from a distance, entanglement puppets that spray sticky threads, and even illusion puppets that float in midair and shoot out interfering beams of light from their eyes. 9 puppets, each made of different materials and with complete functions, form a complete miniature combat legion. 9 puppets. Puppet 9 is actually a puppeteer. The commentator also turned the screen's view sharply towards the 9 puppets of different shapes. The battle erupted instantly. With a slight twitch of his fingers, Kuei sent 9 puppets, as if drawn by invisible threads, into a precise and coordinated formation, rushing towards Gu Chenchuan and the soul of the mountain range. The sword puppet and another gun puppet feigned an attack from the front, while the shield puppet provided flank cover. The needle puppet and a bomb puppet that threw explosive stones harassed from a distance. The entanglement puppet spat out threads to restrict movement, and the illusion puppet continuously released mental interference beams. Gu Chenchuan showed no fear, standing shoulder to shoulder with the spirit of the mountain range. Mountain soul, immovable barrier. Gu Chenchuan and the soul of the mountain range simultaneously lowered their waists and mounted their horses. Earthy yellow light spread out from them, and a solid ring of rock rose from the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The attacks from the sword and spear puppets landed on the rock wall, leaving only faint white marks. Ranged attacks were also blocked by the rock wall, and the stone shield casually swung by the spirit of the mountain. Counterattack. Earthquake shock. Gu Chenchuan slammed his fist into the ground. Centered on him, a powerful shockwave spread out in a ring, causing the ground to undulate like waves. The puppets attacking from the front immediately staggered, and their formation became slightly disrupted. Gather soil to form soldiers. The soul of the mountain slammed its palms on the ground, and the soil and rocks on the ground were drawn by an invisible force, quickly condensing into 7 or 8 rock puppets that were 2 or 3 meters tall. Although they were crude and clumsy, they were incredibly strong and charged fearlessly toward Puppet 9's puppet army. The 2 puppets collided immediately. The rock puppet had the advantage in strength, but Puppet 9's puppets were more exquisite and agile, and their coordination was seamless. Often, several puppets would surround a rock puppet, using skill to overcome strength and dismantle it. Gu Chenchuan continuously activated the power of the earth's veins, causing the rock golem to reassemble after being dismantled. At the same time, he cooperated with the soul of the mountain to unleash powerful skills such as earth-splitting fist and flying rock bombardment, attempting to directly attack the main body of Puppet 9. However, Kuei-jio's movements were unpredictable and elusive, always managing to evade attacks at crucial moments, while the 9 puppets followed him closely, protecting him completely. The binding threads of the puppet, the mental interference of the illusion puppet, the poison needles of the needle puppet, all kinds of negative effects kept piling up, trying to weaken Gu Chenchuan and the soul of the mountain. The battle reached a stalemate. Gu Chenchuan possessed unparalleled defense and immense power, yet his attack struggled to reach Kuei Jiu's true form. Kuei Jiu's puppet army, like a persistent leech, constantly harassed, wore down, and probed. If this continues, Chenchuan will be slowly worn down. Ning Ziyuan frowned in the fifth prince's camp. Sure enough, Kuei Jiu seemed to have grown tired of the drain. A cold smile seemed to curve at the corner of his mouth, hidden beneath his hood. 9 puppets united as one. 1,000 transformations. He suddenly formed a complex hand seal in front of his chest, and the 9 attacking puppets paused at the same time, then transformed into 9 streams of light of different colors, instantly converging in front of him. The light twisted, intertwined, and expanded. A gigantic, composite puppet, over 3 meters tall, and with a ferocious and terrifying appearance, suddenly appeared. It has the torso of a shield puppet, the limbs of a sword puppet, and a spear puppet transformed into sharp-bladed feet and spear-like arms, the devices of a needle puppet and an explosive puppet embedded in its shoulders, the silken organs of an entangling puppet writhing on its back, and the core of a phantom puppet embedded in its head, its eyes flashing with an eerie light. 9 functions, all in one. Combined puppets. That's his killer move. The audience gasped. Gu Chenchuan's expression changed drastically. He roared simultaneously with the mountain spirit, channeling all his power into defense. True mountain form, rock guardian. The soul of the mountain expanded once more, almost completely merging with Gu Chenchuan, transforming into a 3-meter-tall rock giant covered in thick crystallized rock armor, exuding an aura of imposing grandeur and invulnerability. 1,000 machines, city-breaking strike. The giant puppet 1,000 machines has changed. All of its attack components lit up simultaneously, and energy converged on the huge metal spear on its right arm, which was transformed from a gun puppet. The spear thrust in a spiral, with a point of destructive black light condensing at its tip, and also had multiple effects such as mental impact, poison corrosion, and explosive penetration. Boom! A deafening roar. The spiraling spear pierced the rock giant's arms, which were crossed in front of his chest. The crystallized rock armor flickered wildly, countless cracks appeared, and the earthy yellow light flashed intensely. Click, click, click. The stalemate lasted only 2 seconds. Bang! The rock armor on the giant's arms shattered completely. The spear, still possessing considerable force, pierced the giant's chest. Although it did not completely penetrate, the destructive energy, which combined 9 properties, erupted inside the giant. Ugh! Gu Chenchuan and the soul of the mountain both roared in pain as their combined state was forcibly broken. Gu Chenchuan was sent flying backward, crashing into the edge of the arena barrier, spitting out blood and weakening. The soul of the mountain transformed into a beam of yellow light and returned to its body, clearly having suffered considerable damage. As for Kuei Jiu, his face was only slightly pale. He controlled the 1,000 transformations to slowly retract the spear, and the giant puppet decomposed back into 9 streams of light, which disappeared into his sleeve. He remained shrouded in his cloak, standing silently. In the 4th match, the 6th prince's faction, Puppet 9 wins. The score is now tied at 2-2. This match started quickly and ended quickly, which was quite unexpected. Gu Chenchuan only focused on defense and was defeated without even releasing his other pets. The commentators seemed to regret it. However, given how diverse Kuei Jiu's attacks are, even if all the other pets come out, it will be difficult to cause him any real damage, another person added. That makes sense. Preserving our strength is also important. The 5th match. The 5th prince sent Xiang Mao. This person has a calm demeanor, sharp eyes, and a subtle blend of dampness and earthy aura surrounding him. The man Shan sent by the 6th prince lived up to his name, being as muscular as a mountain, with a bare upper body full of explosive power and wild eyes. Xiang Mao's natal pet is the Sea Escape Vajra. It is a rare and exotic beast with both water and earth attributes. It is said to be able to move through the earth like a fish in the sea, and it has immense strength and amazing defense, the man explained. Manshan is rumored to be the site of an ancient body cultivation inheritor, whose natal beast is is the mountain-shaking giant ape, a symbol of pure violence, the female narrator added. The narration further heightened the audience's anticipation. Battle begins. With a roar, Manshan directly fused and transformed with his natal pet. His body swelled to 3 meters, thick black hair grew on his body, and his fangs were exposed. He transformed into a berserk half-human, half-ape form, pounding his chest with both fists and emitting a booming sound like war drums. His aura was wild and violent. With each step he took, the arena trembled. There were no fancy moves. He charged straight at Xiang Mao. Xiang Mao's expression turned serious as he uttered a low shout. "See piercing Vajra, possess me." A blue and yellow interwoven magic circle appeared behind him, and the phantom of a giant ape with water-patterned rock armor, a single horn on its head, and fierce eyes merged into his body. Although Xiang Mao's physique had not changed much, his skin showed rock-like textures and a watery sheen, and his breath became heavy and long. Facing the barbarian mountain's battering ram-like charge, Xiang Mao neither dodged nor evaded, but instead lowered his waist, stood firm, and pushed forward with both palms. 1,000 waves. Layer upon layer of solid blue waves appeared out of thin air in front of him, one after another, conveying the idea of gentleness and yielding. Boom! The giant fist of the barbaric mountain smashed into the water, and the first, second, and third layers shattered one after another, but with each layer that shattered, the power of the fist was weakened. After breaking through more than a dozen levels, his punching power had weakened and was caught steadily by Xiang Mao, who only made a slight sway. Roar! Manshan roared. His fist force changed again, like a storm, each punch carrying the power to shatter mountains and split the earth. Xiang Mao then displayed exquisite force-dissipating techniques, combined with defenses based on both water and earth attributes. At times, he stood firm like a reef, directly impacting the force. At other times, he flowed like water, directing the power to the ground. The arena was constantly cracked and repaired by the aftershocks of the two's battle, with a continuous roar. That was satisfying, but I'm determined to smash your shell. After failing to break through the defenses for a long time, Manshan's ferocity was fully unleashed. He leaped backward, clashing his fists together, his blood surging and his skin turning crimson. Talent, blood burn. 13 strikes to collapse the mountain. He activated his amplification talent, causing his aura to surge once more. He then unleashed his trump card combo technique. Each punch was heavier and faster than the last, the continuous barrage of fist shadows resembling 13 mountains crashing down one after another, locking down all of Xiang Mao's evasive space, determined to crush his defense with absolute power. Xiang Mao could no longer hold on. Sensing a deadly threat, his eyes hardened. Talent, Water Soul Resonance. Diamond Transformation, see Escape Style. He also unlocked his talent, and his mental power was completely synchronized with his pet. His body surface shimmered with water, and the arena beneath his feet instantly transformed into a muddy swamp. His figure suddenly became ethereal, as if he had merged into the water and soil. The terrifying 13 mountain-shattering strikes of Manshan fell one after another. Boom, 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 boom. In the first 6 strikes, most of the power was absorbed and dispersed by the muddy swamp, and Xiang Mao's figure flickered erratically in the mud, making him difficult to catch. From the 7th to the 10th strike, the swamp was dried up and shattered by the terrifying power. Xiang Mao was forced to manifest his physical form to take the blows head-on, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and his rock armor cracking. 11th strike, 12th strike. Xiang Mao crossed his arms, gathering all the power of water and earth to block, his bones creaking under the strain, his protective energy almost collapsing. The final blow, the 13th blow. Manshan gathered all the momentum accumulated from the previous 12 strikes. His right fist swelled up, and with a will to destroy everything, he smashed down. A sharp glint flashed in Xiang Mao's eyes. This attack had set off alarm bells in his mind, and he knew he had to use his full strength. Shaking the sea seal. At the last moment, Xiang Mao clasped his hands together, and a pair of huge seals appeared in front of him, seemingly with the force of 1,000 waves sweeping across the land and the overwhelming pressure of mountains collapsing. Puff! Thump! Two muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Manshan's fist shattered it directly, but then came a sharp pain. His blood and chi surged backward, interrupting his blood-burning state. His massive body staggered back several steps, unable to muster any strength for a moment. Xiang Mao reacted quickly, and although the power of his punch had been weakened by 90%, he was still hit by the edge of the punch's wind. In an instant, his left shoulder collapsed, and he coughed up blood and flew backward. Xiang Mao struggled to his feet, ignoring his severe left shoulder injury, and slammed his hands onto the ground. In this earthbound water prison, Badra Town, the arena floor suddenly softened, turning into a sticky mud pool that tightly bound Manshan's feet. At the same time, thick water walls rose up on all four sides, trapping Manshan inside. Countless rock spikes were generated inside the water walls. Manshan roared and struggled, but his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated. He was also seriously injured and could not break free from this combined skill that combined binding and attack. Seeing this, the referee made a decisive ruling. In the fifth match, Xiang Mao wins against the Fifth Prince's faction. The score became 3-2, with the Fifth Prince taking the lead again. This clash of pure strength and defensive skill ended with Xiang Mao's superior tactics and resilience. Brutal, utterly brutal. Every punch felt real, so satisfying. The sixth match, the Fifth Prince dispatched Zhou Mengguang. He was graceful and handsome, with ethereal feathers swirling behind him. The Sixth Prince sent Lingmu Bai, who was dressed in a simple blue robe, with a faint scent of medicine and a gentle demeanor, like a doctor who was dedicated to saving lives. Zhou Mengguang's natal pet, Illusory Sky Feather, excels in light-based attacks, speed, and purification, and its offensive moves are dazzling and unpredictable, the male commentator introduced. Lingmu Bai is a descendant of the ancient medical family, and his pet is Shinnong Grass Spirit, a top-tier healing, support, and crowd control pet. It is said to have the ability to bring the dead back to life, but its attack methods seem to be few. The female commentator was somewhat puzzled. Why send out a pure support pet in such a large-scale battle? The match begins. Lingmu Bai was the first to summon it, and the phantom of a strange herb, exuding a rich life force and with 7 colored dewdrops flowing on its leaves, appeared and merged into his body. He was surrounded by lush greenery, with grass spreading spontaneously beneath his feet, its fragrance refreshing and invigorating. He did not launch an attack, but instead looked at Zhou Mengguang with a leisurely air, as if to say, "Please make your move." Zhou Mengguang didn't hold back either. With a flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of light and shot straight at Lingmu Bai, a light sword materializing in his hand. Phantom Light Slash. As the lightsaber slashed down, Lingmu Bai neither dodged nor evaded, but simply raised his hand and pointed. Eternal life. Greenery gathered in front of him, instantly growing into a shield composed of vines and luminous leaves. The lightsaber struck the shield, causing ripples and cracks to appear, but the cracks repaired themselves at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the chopped vine fragments took root as soon as they hit the ground and continued to spread. Zhou Mengguang frowned, his figure flashed, and he launched a fierce attack from all angles, with lightsabers, light feathers, and beams appearing one after another. Lingmu Bai remained firmly in the center, calmly responding with various vine shields, flower walls, and light leaf barriers. His defenses are not indestructible, but his recovery speed is terrifying. Any damage heals almost instantly. What's more troublesome is that the fragrance and green light emanating from his body seem to have a slow effect on restoring physical strength and mental energy, making Zhou Mengguang, who had been unable to break through for a long time, feel a little tired instead. Such strong recovery ability. If this continues, Mengguang will be exhausted. Someone in the Fifth Prince's camp worried. Zhou Mengguang also realized the problem. He stopped attacking, hovered in midair, and his wings shone brightly. Huangguang Tianyu. Countless feathers of light fell from his wings, transforming into hundreds and thousands of illusory light clones that were exactly the same as his original body, occupying most of the arena sky. Each one was full of agile energy, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The next moment, All the clones swooped down at the same time, attacking Lingmu Bai from all directions. Lingmu Bai remained calm. Area attack, huh? 100 Herbs domain. The grass beneath his feet shone brightly, and countless phantom images of rare herbs grew, bloomed, withered, and regenerated wildly, forming a perpetually regenerating cyclical realm. The area is teeming with life force, and it also possesses a powerful effect of purifying and repelling foreign energies. Countless illusory forms of light rushed into this area, like ice and snow meeting the warm sun, quickly melting and dimming, eventually returning to points of light and dissipating. Only Zhou Mengguang's physical body was less affected, but his speed and spiritual energy circulation were noticeably sluggish. Found you. Lingmu Bai smiled slightly, aimed at the area where Zhou Mengguang's true form was located, and flicked his finger. Sweet rain binding. Above the area, emerald green raindrops exuding a medicinal fragrance condensed. Instead of falling, the raindrops coalesced as if alive, forming several incredibly flexible green water ropes that coiled around Zhou Mengguang. These water ropes carried a powerful paralyzing and spiritual energy-blocking effect. Zhou Mengguang flapped his wings rapidly, dodging in a Z-shaped trajectory, while simultaneously slashing his sword to cut several water ropes. However, the water ropes did not scatter after being cut. Instead, they split into more fine threads, like a carbuncle clinging to the bone. We can't let him drag us into a war of attrition. Zhou Mengguang's eyes sharpened, and he decided to take a desperate gamble. All his clones instantly returned to his main body. His wings of light retracted, and his aura became incredibly restrained yet intense, as if he had transformed into a miniature sun about to erupt. Talent, Radiance. Phantom Light Annihilation Arrow. The talent directly enhances reaction speed and energy manipulation. With a gentle pull of his hands, endless light energy converged and condensed into a beam of light only as thick as an arm, yet so solid it seemed to be sculpted from crystal, with a point of light so intensely white that it was impossible to look directly at it. The moment the light arrow took shape, Zhou Mengguang's face turned pale instantly, clearly indicating that he had consumed a great deal of energy. Go! He released the invisible bowstring. The phantom light annihilation arrow disappeared without a sound. It wasn't just fast, it was as if it had traversed spatial distances, appearing directly in front of Lingmu Bai. Wherever it passed, even Lingmu Bai's 100 Herbs domain was forcibly pierced and purified, leaving a void. The domain's powerful regenerative ability was unable to heal it for a time. This is a powerful move that combines Zhou Mengguang's full energy and spirit with extreme speed and purification power. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on Lingmu Bai's usually calm face. He rapidly formed hand seals, while the grass beneath his feet surged wildly in an attempt to resist. Puffed, 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 puffed. The phantom light annihilation arrow swept through 6 layers of shields with unstoppable force. Each time a shield was broken, it burst forth with dazzling light and green glow. The 7th and final layer, constructed from the life force of Shinnong's herb spirit, was a verdant crystal shield that held off the light arrows fiercely. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A violent sound of energy annihilation rang out. Cracks spread across the crystal shield, and the light arrows were constantly being consumed and shortened. It's uncertain who will emerge victorious in this competition. Light is actually countered by the wood element, but Zhou Mengguang's skill attack is really powerful. He gathers all the energy in one place, and even Lingmu Bai's 100 Herbs is helpless against it and is instantly burned to death by the laser. White and green light suddenly erupted, and finally the arena returned to calm. The outcome of the battle was decided. I lost. Lingmu Bai slowly adjusted his breathing and said, the grass beneath him shimmering with green light, as if he were recovering from his injuries. As for Zhou Mengguang, he was kneeling on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Judging from their appearances, Lingmu Bai seemed to be in better condition, leaving the commentators and audience somewhat bewildered. Zhou Mengguang held back at the end, otherwise I would have died. Lingmu Bai's words cleared up everyone's doubts. The 6th prince shook his head slightly. Lingmu Bai's strength was not limited to this. As long as it was not a violent fire element, Lingmu Bai was not afraid of anything. It was a pity that this match was lost. In the sixth match, Zhou Mengwang won against the fifth prince's faction. The score is now 4-2, and the fifth prince has match point. Match point. The fifth prince dispatched Xie Jingchen, a young man with a dignified bearing and a fierce fighting spirit between his brows. The sixth prince sent an old acquaintance, Wang Mingho. After losing to Wang Chen in the finals of the university championship, this former captain of the Royal Academy had clearly undergone rigorous training. His aura had become more profound and deep, his eyes sharp as knives, and he stared intently at the arena, his fighting spirit burning fiercely. Xie Jingchen's natal pet, the Flamebringer Warhorse, is a top-tier fire attribute offensive pet. Its charging momentum is enough to burn mountains and boil seas, the male commentator explained. Wang Mingho, everyone is familiar with him. His natal Earth Dragon is a powerful Earth Dragon with both defense and strength. After being defeated by Wang Chen, he learned from his defeat and became even stronger. This match is a duel between fire and rock. The female commentator's voice was loud and clear. This duel attracted countless eyes. Many people wanted to see how strong Wang Mingho was now, having been tempered by defeat. The match begins. The two completed their fusion and transformation almost simultaneously. Xie Jingchen was engulfed in golden red flames, his body rose slightly, and flame patterns and some horse-like features appeared on his body. A long spear burning with raging flames materialized in his hand. Where the horse's hooves pounded, the air distorted and waves of heat rolled in. Like the arrival of Vulcan's cavalry, Wang Mingho then merged with the giant rock dragon, transforming into a dragon beast that was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, covered in thick brown dragon scales and rock armor, with ferocious rock spikes on its back and a sweeping tail. Wang Mingho actually chose the rare option of reverse fusion. The fusion of domain lords mostly takes the form of humans, but there are also those that take the form of beasts, though not many, because humans do not have the physical habits of beasts. The tail materialized into a massive rock dragon warhammer, which slammed into the ground, causing the arena to tremble. His aura was as powerful as a mountain, and he carried with him a calm and determined will that would not be discouraged by defeat and would become stronger with each setback. Kill. Wang Mingho took the lead, swinging his dragon tail and charging like a heavy chariot. He swung his warhammer, smashing it down on Xie Jingchen with the force to crush everything. He wants to wash away his past defeats with the strongest possible stance. Well done. Flame Spear, break the formation. Xie Jingchen showed no fear, thrusting his flame spear forward, transforming himself and the spear into a golden-red flaming meteor to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The first collision between flames and rock unleashed a deafening roar and a blinding burst of energy. The shockwave rippled outwards, blasting a shallow crater in the center of the arena. Xie Jingchen was thrown back more than 10 meters by the recoil. His arm holding the gun went slightly numb, but his fighting spirit intensified. Wang Mingho merely swayed, leaving a charred mark on his rock armor, but it was quickly repaired by earth elemental energy. In terms of strength and defense, he clearly had the upper hand. As expected of the giant rock earth dragon, it's tough enough. Let's try this. Xie Jingchen swung his spear, the flame at the tip turning from golden red to blazing white. Talent. Activate. Wildfire 100 strikes. He activated his talent, causing his attack speed and flame temperature to increase dramatically. His figure transformed into a series of afterimages, launching a rapid and fierce barrage of stabbing attacks from different directions. Each shot was aimed precisely at the relatively weak points in Wang Mingho's rock armor, such as the gaps and joints, and the blazing white flames had a strong penetrating and adhesive burning effect. Wang Mingho roared, and the rock dragon warhammer swung like the wind, forming an impenetrable defensive circle that blocked and deflected most of the thrusting attacks. However, Xie Jingchen's speed was too fast and his attack angles were too tricky. Some of the spear lights still penetrated the defense, leaving deep pits and burning white flames on the rock armor. Although not fatal, it was constantly accumulating damage and consuming his defensive energy. Earth Dragon Power, Shockwave. Wang Mingho stomped his foot, and a powerful earthquake wave spread out from him. At the same time, his warhammer swept across, forcing Xie Jingchen, who was close by, back. He realized that he could not simply defend himself. Gravity domain. Wang Mingho unleashed his domain skill, causing a sudden increase in gravity within a radius of tens of meters around him, attempting to limit Xie Jingchen's ghostly speed. Xie Jingchen suddenly felt his body sink and his speed decrease sharply. Gravity? It's useless against me. Heavenly fire soars through the sky. Flames surged from Xie Jingchen's back, condensing into a pair of enormous fiery wings. With a sudden flap, he forcefully broke free from the shackles of gravity, soaring into the sky and gaining aerial dominance. Meteor shower. He looked down from his vantage point, brandishing his spear, and countless condensed fireballs rained down like meteors, covering and striking the area. Wang Mingho looked up, and the earthen yellow light on the rock armor shone brightly. Rock Peak Guardian. A ring of rock peaks rose around him, protecting him. The fiery rain pounded on the rocky peak, causing explosions and flying debris, but the peak was thick and difficult to breach in the short term. Let's see how long you can hold out. A devastating strike. Xie Jingchen extinguished all the flames, becoming one with his spear, and poured all his power and will into the spear tip, transforming it into an extremely thin, extremely bright golden red line of fire that seemed to be able to pierce through the sun, which pierced vertically down from the sky. Wang Mingho sensed a deadly threat. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he no longer held firm. Talent. Rock Dragon Shield. A dark brown shield with a ferocious and majestic dragon head rose from the ground, blocking the spear. Its powerful defensive force could be felt even from its appearance. Clang. The sound of the impact, sharper and longer than ever before, resounded throughout the world. A beam of energy, a mixture of gold, red, and brown, shot into the sky, causing the arena's defensive shield to flicker wildly. The audience was completely silent. Everyone held their breath. The light gradually faded. In the center of the arena, a huge depression appeared, with lava and broken crystallized rock mixed at the edges, emitting blue smoke. Xie Jingchen knelt on one knee at the edge of the depression. The flame-radiant spear in his hand had disappeared. The flames on his body had dimmed. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his aura was weak. He had obviously suffered a serious injury. Wang Mingho's transformed giant rock dragon was also in a sorry state. The rock dragon shield he had summoned earlier was already shattered beyond recognition, and almost all of his rock armor was broken, revealing the charred flesh underneath. His limbs were also trembling. He was barely standing at the bottom of the depression, with the rock dragon warhammer at the end of his tail supporting his body. Both of them were at their limit. Time seemed to stand still. After a few breaths, Xie Jingchen took a deep breath, the flame in his eyes still burning, and with an astonishing will, he slowly, little by little, stood up. Although he was teetering on the brink of collapse, he stood up straight. Wang Mingho tried twice, but ultimately failed to climb out of the pit. His massive body swayed, and he suddenly knelt down, using his tail to support himself so that he wouldn't fall completely. It's over. Xie Jingchen's flames flared up again, his spear pointing directly at the giant rock dragon in the crater. I lost. Wang Mingho collapsed to the ground in pain. 7th match. The referee glanced deeply at the two warriors who had fought with all their might, and announced loudly, "The 5th Prince's camp, Xie Jingchen wins." We won. Cheers erupted from the 5th Prince's camp. Everything is under my control. The 5th Prince waved his fan casually and looked at the 6th Prince in the distance. 6th brother, I'm sorry. Yu smiled helplessly. Not at all. 5th brother is still the most capable. He's really good at hiding his true abilities. Ha. The referee then announced the final result. The duel between the 5th Prince's camp and the 6th Prince's camp is over. 5:2. The 5th Prince's camp wins this team match. On the light screen, the scores were refreshed instantly. 5th Prince Yiding Yuan's faction, team points plus 50. Individual points, Hua Ruming plus 2, Ning Ziyuan plus 2, Qin Mo plus 2, Zhou Mengguang plus 2, Xie Jingchen plus 2, total 10 points. 6th Prince Yi Chongyu's camp, individual points, Luo Xiaoxing plus 2, Kuei Jiu plus 2, total 4 points. Unfortunately, no extra points were awarded in this match either. The first round of the draw has concluded. Let's take a look at the scores. The light curtain changes again. Third Prince Yi Xuance's faction, points, 167. Sixth Prince Yi Chongyu's faction, points, 167. Second Prince Yi Xiaoming's faction, points, 163. Fifth Prince Yi Dingyuan's faction, points, 149. 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's faction, points, 113. 7th Prince Yi Haochen's faction, points, 48. With the rankings revealed, everyone had a clearer view of the current point standings of the six princes. The third prince and the sixth prince were neck and neck, with the third prince slightly outperforming the second prince, who was originally the most powerful. The fifth prince followed closely behind, while the 10th prince and the 7th prince were clearly lagging behind, especially the 7th prince, whose points were almost a fraction of those of the top-ranked princes. Tie for first place. The third prince is amazing. He's taken first place in one fell swoop. The 6th prince's numerical advantage is gradually decreasing. If he continues to lose, he will soon be overtaken. Wang Chen from the 10th prince's camp is really amazing. He defeated the 2nd prince and caught up in the points. If he wins a few more rounds, he might just take first place. It seems the 7th prince is going to be eliminated. His strength is far too weak. Discussions rose like a tide from all the stands. In the VIP section, representatives from various powerful families and sects displayed different expressions, secretly exchanging messages as they analyzed the situation and adjusted their bets and positions. The arena fell silent for the time being as staff quickly repaired the mess left by the previous fierce battle. The atmosphere in the preparation areas of each camp was completely different. Yi Wuwei frowned slightly on his handsome face as he looked at the score on the screen and couldn't help but glance in the direction of the villa. Wang Chen said before going into seclusion that he would try his best to return before the second round, but there has been no news since. Is there still no news from Wang Chen? Yi Wuwei asked. Mu Feng scratched his head, his usual carefree expression gone, his eyes filled with worry. No news yet. He had witnessed the ferocity of the generals in the third prince's camp, and without Wang Chen as the absolute core, he was really unsure of himself. Chen Mu also looked worried and said, If we draw the third prince or the fifth prince, I'm afraid we're in grave danger. The sixth prince is also a tough opponent. Don't be fooled by his loss in this match. His strength should not be underestimated. Even without Wang Chen, he will have a difficult time. Mu Feng shook his head. The situation was not optimistic. Lu Yi sat quietly to the side, without saying much. Sun Mingqi tried to comfort her in a cheerful tone. Don't worry, Wang Chen is so amazing. He might be out of seclusion soon. And we're not weak either. Even so, the anxiety in her eyes was undeniable. In the previous round, Wang Chen single-handedly carried the team to victory against the second prince, which was inspiring, but it also exposed the team's hidden danger of relying too much on his personal combat power. If he is absent, the remaining players will have little chance of winning against truly strong teams, even if they fight with all their might. Yi Wuwei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Trust Wang Chen. He promised he would come back. Until then, what we need to do is play well in the match at hand, no matter who the opponent is. Even so, his hand unconsciously clenched in his sleeve. He knew that the next round of the draw would most likely determine whether their faction could go further in the Imperial City Martial Arts Tournament. Other factions are also experiencing turbulent undercurrents. Yi Xuanze stood with his arms crossed, looking at the rankings on the screen, and sneered. Tie for first place? The sixth one has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but they're useless. He'll be left behind in 2 or 3 rounds. He's not even as good as the fifth one in this respect. His gaze swept over his many generals. It seems that what we need to be wary of now are second brother and Wang Chen. Wu Lai said in a deep voice. Wang Chen is only one person after all. I don't believe he can kill all 5 of us in a relay battle. Second prince, this is indeed troublesome. There are still many experts in their camp who haven't made a move yet. Fang Qing took a deep breath. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. It's up to you now, Yi Xuanze said with a cold smile. Lei Ming and the others were filled with fighting spirit. They longed to clash with truly powerful enemies and prove their strength with their achievements. The atmosphere in the second prince's camp was somewhat somber. Yi Xiaoming remained gentle and refined, but the ease he once had was gone from the depths of his eyes. Being overtaken by his 10th brother and then surpassed by his 3rd brother was a significant blow to his prestige as a king. The points gap isn't large. We can overtake them in one round, Zhao Yuanhao analyzed. The next round is crucial. Wang Chen has indeed exceeded my expectations. In the upcoming matches, don't hold back. I want you to win as quickly as possible. Yi Xiaoming also issued an ultimatum to his subordinates. Yes, Xue Bingyun and Lu Qingfeng, the 2 top combatants, remained silent, adjusting their breathing. No matter who their opponent was, they were determined to win. It's just a pity that he didn't get to fight Wang Chen. The 6th prince's camp was the calmest, yet also the most unfathomable. Yi Chengyu stared at the light screen, his face still bearing that unfathomable expression. He tapped the armrest of his chair lightly with his fingertips. It's going to be tough if we don't beat 5th brother in the first round. Although our advantage isn't in martial arts, we can't let our points fall too far behind. But the 2nd prince and the 3rd prince are both difficult to deal with. Even the 10th prince has Wang Chen in charge. What will happen next? Shen Yin said with a worried expression. Wang Chen. Yi Chengyu sighed. Yes, according to my plan, beating the 7th and 10th place shouldn't be a problem, but now if things go wrong, we could end up at the bottom. Yin Qiqi, Luo Xiaoxing, and the others stood quietly to the side, offering no opinion. With their strength, they couldn't guarantee a victory against Wang Chen. Forget it, just do your best. There are so many heroes in the world. How can anyone be infallible? The 6th prince always liked the feeling of being in control of everything. But since this martial arts competition began, the situation has become increasingly out of his control. The 5th prince's camp, on the other hand, displayed a sense of leisure and scrutiny. Yi Dingyuan unfolded his white fan with a whoosh and shook it twice. 6th brother's foundation is even stronger than I thought. I wonder what else he's hiding behind the scenes. 3rd brother's side is full of fierce generals, and 2nd brother still has 2 heavyweight contenders who haven't made their appearance yet. TSK, the next round is going to be tough. The 7th prince is not a threat, but Wang Chen is a tough opponent for the 10th prince. Ning Ziyuan also looked worried. The situation was not optimistic. Now all the princes unanimously regard Wang Chen as a thorn in their side. Will remain unchanged amidst all changes, Yi Dingyuan laughed. I hope my 2nd and 3rd brothers fight tooth and nail, so I can pick up the scraps, he. The morale of the 7th prince's faction is the lowest. Everyone looked grim, even their leader. Yi Haochen's face was pale as he looked at the bottom-ranked score, his fingers trembling slightly. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 5th brother, 6th brother, even 10th brother. Yi Haochen muttered to himself, seemingly lost in thought. He knew that given the current strength and state of his team, there was virtually no chance of winning against any of the opponents he had drawn. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't forfeit, he would have given up long ago. Amidst this atmosphere of everyone harboring their own thoughts and filled with tense anticipation, the host's voice rang out again. Gentlemen, please be quiet. The first round of martial arts competition has concluded successfully. Next, we will proceed with the draw ceremony for the 2nd round of martial arts competition. The princes who have fought against each other will not be reassigned to the same group. All eyes in the room instantly focused on the light screen. Bite! The portraits of the 6 princes appeared simultaneously, and then the screen flipped, matching them with opponents. Ding! Ding! 2 ding-dong sounds rang out, and the portraits of the 2 princes stopped. The 2nd prince versus the 5th prince. Oh dear, what bad luck. 5th prince Yi Dingyuan scratched his head and stood up. The 2nd prince, Yi Xiaoming, waved his hand in greeting. Although he had a smile on his face, a fierce fire was hidden in his eyes. Ding! Ding! The 3rd prince versus the 6th prince. Wow, that's great, a good draw. Mu Feng excitedly pumped his fist. The last group is also self-explanatory. The 7th prince versus the 10th prince. The results of the 2nd round of 3 group matches were announced, and the happiest people were Yi Wuwei and his group. Only when they faced the 7th prince and his group did they have any confidence. Seeing this result, Yi Wuwei finally felt relieved. He looked at his companions beside him, whose fighting spirit had been rekindled, Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi, as well as Chun Mu, Li Yan, Zhao Linger, and other experts recommended by the family. Gentlemen, he said in a clear and firm voice, with Wang Chen gone, this battle will depend on us. Although Seventh Brothers Camp is behind in points, we must not underestimate them. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their eyes blazing with passion. By avoiding the third prince and the second prince, and drawing the seventh prince, they have been given an opportunity by heaven, which they must seize. After all, seeing so many rewards is incredibly tempting. The first match of the second round began amidst countless expectant and scrutinizing gazes. The second prince, Yi Zhaoming, faces off against the fifth prince, Yi Dingyuan. Almost everyone believed that this would be a closely contested and exciting battle. After all, the fifth prince's strength in the previous round was not weak either. Round 2, first battle, second prince's camp versus fifth prince's camp. Please welcome the first player from each side. The referee's voice ignited the atmosphere. On the second prince's side's preparation bench, Yi Zhaoming did not conduct tactical deployments or give mobilizations as usual. He said gently, Bingyun, you've worked hard. Shui Bingyun, a young man with a cold face and a tall, straight figure like a pine tree, simply nodded slightly, then turned around and took a step forward. His steps were steady and cold, and wherever he passed, tiny ice crystals condensed in the air, accompanied by a chilling aura. The moment he stepped onto the ring, it was as if a moving iceberg had descended, freezing the air and radiating a chill that penetrated to the bone. The first player to appear from the second prince's camp is Shui Bingyun. The male commentator's voice carried obvious reverence. Ranked second on the leaderboard, the second prince has immediately dispatched his ace of ace. The entire audience erupted in uproar. No one expected that the second prince would reveal Shui Bingyun, an absolute trump card that could almost secure the victory in the very first round. On the fifth prince's side, everyone's expression changed. Second brother, the fifth prince's upturned lips froze. He hadn't even made up his mind yet, and the other party had already taken the stage. It seemed that he wasn't going to give him a chance. Shui Bingyun. She's actually the first one to go up? Ning Ziyuan frowned, his eyes filled with seriousness. He excels at using the artistic conception of painting to navigate situations, but he becomes very passive when facing an opponent like Shui Bingyun, who has extremely strong domain suppression and a huge attack range. Gu Qinchuan took a deep breath and patted his firm chest. Your Highness, I'll go. At least my defenses can hold out a little longer. Yi Dingyuan paused in his fanning motion and looked at Gu Qinchuan. Be careful. His ice is extraordinary. If things are hopeless, admit defeat immediately and don't let it affect the rest of the matches. Clear. When Gu Qinchuan stepped onto the arena and faced Shui Bingyun, who stood motionless like an ancient abyss, yet whose aura was enough to freeze the soul, he felt unprecedented pressure. The match begins. Gu Qinchuan roared, instantly summoning the spirit of the mountain, completing the fusion, and transforming it into a towering rock giant, unleashing its defense to the limit. Rock Guardian. Thick rock armor covered his entire body, its earthy yellow light as solid as a mountain, attempting to resist the all-pervasive chill. Shui Bingyun's cold face remained expressionless. Frosty-winged snow phoenix, come out. Behind him, a magnificent and majestic ice-blue phoenix soared into the sky, stirring up a storm, and stared down at Gu Qinchuan from its high position. Ice crystal domain. Shui Bingyun pointed forward. An intense, timeless, pale chill, centered on his fingertips, silently spread out and instantly covered most of the arena. What? Domain power. The commentator stood up excitedly. This is true domain power, not a pseudo-domain formed by other players through skill combinations. It's usually only those at the overlord level who can truly control domain power. The audience was in an uproar, finally realizing Shui Bingyun's true strength. The moment Gu Qinchuan's rock armor came into contact with the pale, cold air, it made a soft crack sound, and a layer of incredibly hard ice, shimmering with a metallic luster, spread and covered him at an astonishing speed. Even more terrifying was that the chilling aura seemed to possess a life of its own, frantically eroding the cracks in the rock armor and Gu Qinchuan's body, attempting to freeze his blood, spiritual power, and will. Heart of lava. Gu Chenchuan trembled, then gritted his teeth and roared, communicating with the earth and trying to generate geothermal resistance beneath his feet. However, the pale, cold air descended, freezing the churning earth and rocks along with the faint geothermal heat. The ice spread faster, and the rock giant's movements became visibly stiff and sluggish. Break! Gu Chenchuan gathered all his strength and slammed his rock-hard fist into the ice around him. Boom! The ice shattered and flew everywhere, but only around the edge of his fist. More and more solidified cold air surged in, and the ice layer quickly recovered and thickened. His thinking began to become sluggish, and his spiritual energy almost came to a standstill. This domain is practically a dimensional attack. Just being inside it has such power. Gu Chenchuan has absolutely no way to fight back. The female commentator's voice was filled with shock. Gu Chenchuan's pride and joy, his defense, is so powerless against Xue Bingyun. Xue Bingyun shook her head. You are too weak. You are not qualified to fight me. Then he opened his right hand, with his 5 fingers slightly bent. Frost Blossom, Condensed Arrow. Immediately, a loud cry of a phoenix rang out, and 5 crystal-clear ice arrows, their arrowheads wreathed in a spiraling aura of extreme cold, shot out. The 5 frost arrows were incredibly fast, carrying a chilling killing intent, and shot towards the rock giant's eyes, throat, heart, and knees respectively. Gu Chenchuan roared, unleashing all his remaining strength, protecting his head and face with his arms, while twisting his body with all his might. Puffed, 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 puffed. The 4 soft sounds were like sharp blades cutting into frozen soil. The 2 ice arrows were deflected by the rocky arm, but still left deep ice holes. The other 3, one grazed the throat, taking away a large piece of frozen rock armor. One struck the left chest, its icy power penetrating the body, and the last one precisely pierced the right knee joint. Crack! The rock joint of his right knee was completely frozen and shattered. Ah! Gu Chenchuan let out a miserable howl as his massive rock form collapsed with a crash. He was thrown from his combined form and fell heavily to the ground, his body covered in thick ice, barely clinging to life. The referee immediately intervened. Match 1, Second Prince's Camp. Xue Bingyun wins. From start to finish, it took less than 20 breaths. Xue Bingyun didn't even move an inch or undergo any fusion transformation. In just 2 moves, she crushed Gu Chenchuan, who was known for his solid defense, with overwhelming force. The entire room fell silent. The 5th Prince's camp was filled with ashen faces. The gap in strength is enormous. The power of a domain is terrifying. With just this one move, he is already invincible. Ning Ziyuan frowned, as he understood the power of a domain better than anyone. The 2nd Prince's camp was solemn, their gazes toward Xue Bingyun filled with awe and pride. This is second on the list. On the 10th Prince's side, Mu Feng subconsciously shrank his neck. His ice is strange. Lu Yi's face turned pale. It's not just cold, but also a kind of power that makes people feel suppressed from all sides. It's the ultimate. Lu Yi suddenly exclaimed. The ultimate. Mu Feng understood. From the domain lord level to the overlord level, the attributes begin to undergo a qualitative change, either through fusion or to the extreme. 2 paths, each extremely abnormal. So, Xue Bingyun has already reached the overlord level? Mu Feng sighed. Yes, I even feel like he could break through at any moment, Lu Yi said. This is difficult. In the second match, the 5th Prince sent Zhou Mingguang, hoping to use the speed and explosive power of light to shake Xue Bingyun's domain power. Learning from his mistakes, Zhou Mingguang made a swift move upon entering the fray, transforming into a streak of light to attempt to avoid expending his power within the domain and to seize any opportunity to unleash his ultimate attack. Xue Bingyun has moved for the first time. His movements were like gliding on ice or blowing snow in the cold wind, defying common sense in their lightness and speed, as he slid away from the light arrow's lock at the crucial moment. Within this realm, Xue Bingyun is an integral part of ice and snow, moving as she pleases. At the same time, he successfully fused with his pet for the first time. The phantom of the frosty-winged snow phoenix merged with him, and a pair of magnificent wings composed of countless ice crystal feathers unfurled behind him. His aura surged instantly, and the color of the surrounding frost domain changed from pale to a deep, dark blue that seemed to freeze even light. Absolute zero. The wings fluttered slightly. A pale blue halo spread silently. The light emanating from Zhou Mengguang decreased in speed by 100-fold the instant it came into contact with the halo, and the radiance on its body dimmed and solidified rapidly. He felt his thoughts, his soul, and even his sense of time being eroded and frozen by the absolute zero chill. Xue Bingyun's figure flickered like a ghost and appeared in front of him, her right hand, covered in ice crystals, gently pressing on his forehead. There was no loud noise. Zhou Mengguang was instantly sealed inside a crystal-clear, dark blue ice coffin, his expression one of shock, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The referee quickly stepped forward to check and announced, "In the second match, Xue Bingyun wins for the second prince's side." Utter silence. It's over just like that. Clean and efficient, the difference between the two is too great. Is this the strength of the second-ranked player? I really wonder how powerful the first-ranked player must be. Sigh, are we completely powerless to fight back? Yi Dingyuan lost his confident demeanor and frowned. In the third round, the fifth prince sent Hua Rumeng to try to influence Xue Bingyun's mind with the 100 Flowers illusion and mental interference. However, Xue Bingyun simply expanded the Azure Frost domain again. The extreme cold not only froze physical objects, but also seemed to be able to freeze and purify invisible illusions and mental fluctuations. Hua Rumeng's 100 Flowers domain had just unfolded when it was frozen into a lifeless ice sculpture garden. She herself also suffered a backlash, her face turning pale, and she was defeated by Xue Bingyun's ice spikes. 3 battles, 3 victories. Xue Bingyun was as insurmountable as an iceberg, relaxed and at ease. In the fourth match, the fifth prince sent out Xie Jingqian, whose strongest attack was not only effective against Xue Bingyun, but also had extremely strong single-target damage. Knowing he bore a heavy responsibility, Xie Jingqian ignited his fighting spirit upon his arrival, activated his talent, and completed his fusion transformation, becoming a fire god cavalry shrouded in flames, his aura rising to its peak. Flaming spear, sun-piercing strike. Without holding back, man and gun became one, transforming into a blazing white line of fire that tore through space, carrying the determination to incinerate everything, shooting towards Xue Bingyun. Faced with this attack that was enough to threaten a hegemon, a faint ripple finally crossed Xue Bingyun's cold eyes. His icy wings were fully extended, and endless, eerie blue cold energy gathered wildly in his right hand, condensing into a long ice sword that seemed to be carved from ancient cold marrow, its blade flowing with a chilling light that could freeze the soul. The power of extreme ice. The Ice Age. Holding the sword with both hands, facing the blazing white flames that seemed to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, he simply and easily slashed them down with a single stroke. This sword strike was neither fast nor sharp, but it seemed to contain the power to freeze everything. Laugh. The collision of extreme heat and extreme cold. There was no explosion. The raging, blazing white line of fire, upon touching the pale blue line, strangely solidified and crystallized from its tip, transforming into a fiery ice sculpture that maintained its destructive, charging posture. The terrifying energy and impact contained within seemed to be completely absorbed and sealed by that thin thread. The ice spread rapidly along the fire line, covering the spear, the arm, and even Xie Jingqian's horrified entire body in the blink of an eye. Finally, a few meters in front of Xue Bingyun, Xie Jingqian, along with his earth-shattering attack, was completely sealed inside a huge, dark blue ice mountain containing solidified flames. The iceberg stands majestically, exuding a breathtaking beauty and deathly stillness. The entire room fell silent. The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, "In the fourth match, Xue Bingyun wins for the second prince's camp. 1 against 4. And it was a crushing sweep. The fifth prince's camp was filled with a deathly silence of despair. The defeat is inevitable. In the fifth round, the fifth prince sent out Xiang Mao. At this point, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Xiang Mao, determined to exhaust himself, maximized his water and soil defense and earth-burrowing abilities, constantly dodging, defending, and counterattacking on the arena, struggling to hold on. Having defeated 4 people in succession, especially with the full-force attack that sealed Yangcheng, Shui Bingyun's face showed a barely perceptible paleness, and her aura fluctuated slightly. Instead of unleashing his ultimate move, he used exquisite ice spikes, ice blades, ice locks, and other ordinary skills to suppress and wear down opponents at mid-range, demonstrating extremely strong mental control. Xiang Mao was incredibly resilient. Relying on the characteristics of the Vajra of the sea, he traversed through the rain of ice spikes, switching between mud and ice, holding out for nearly 6 minutes. This greatly depleted Shui Bingyun's spiritual power and spirit, and she was finally defeated when her defenses were completely worn down. In the 5th match, Shui Bingyun wins against the second prince's faction. 5-0. Shui Bingyun has achieved a remarkable feat of defeating 5 opponents in a row. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Yi Xiaoming's face. This victory was entirely within his expectations. 1 against 5. This is the first time a 1 against 5 has ever happened. Shui Bingyun's strength is too powerful. It's really hard to imagine that he is only a domain lord. Even overlords rarely have such strong strength. Light screen refresh. The second prince's team score +50, Shui Bingyun's personal score +10. Shui Bingyun, with formidable strength, defeated 5 opponents single-handedly. Her domain is in its nascent stage. Her attributes have undergone a qualitative change. She has the potential to become a hegemon, and her points will be increased by 10. Principal Ye's voice rang out again. The makings of a hegemon? This is terrifying, especially considering how young he is. The second prince Yi Xiaoming's camp also reached 233 points, dominating the top spot. This duel fully demonstrated the terrifying dominance of the second prince's faction. Shui Bingyun single-handedly held off the 5th prince's main force, and the absolute strength she displayed sent chills down the spines of all the spectators. Shui Bingyun is too strong. This is the true strength of the second prince's camp. They were careless when they lost to the 10th prince in the last round. The 5th prince was utterly defeated. The difference in strength was simply too great. Amidst the clamor and murmurs, the second prince, Yi Xiaoming, remained calm, as if it were all perfectly natural. He swept his gaze across the entire hall, basking in the astonished stares of the crowd, before finally fixing his eyes on the highest platform. Shui Bingyun's feat of defeating 5 opponents single-handedly showcased the strength and unfathomable nature of the second prince's camp, becoming a hot topic among viewers. Many began to idolize Shui Bingyun, with various fan groups springing up everywhere. Amidst this heated discussion, the second day of the martial arts competition began. Today's match is interesting. The 2 princes have the same score. I wonder who will break through. The screen flashed, revealing all the participants sent by the 2 princes. However, the course of the match surprised many. There was no long, drawn-out battle filled with intrigue and unexpected moves, nor any dramatic reversal where one side was completely outmaneuvered by the other. Instead, there was only the third prince's camp's pure, efficient, and ruthless crushing force, like an iron torrent. Yi Xuance's tactics adhered to his consistent military style, rigorous, direct, and focused on maximizing results. He knew that his 6th brother's camp possessed many extraordinary individuals, adept at winning amidst chaos and surprise. Therefore, his strategy was simple and brutal, to defeat them head-on with absolute strength, giving them no chance to use tricks, stall for time, or create surprises. Both sides were already ready. First match, Lei Meng from the 3rd prince's camp versus Kuei Jiu from the 6th prince's camp, the referee announced. Kuei Jiu took a deep breath, put on his hood, and stepped onto the arena. Lei Meng, on the other hand, wore a simple, close-fitting outfit, had a buzz cut, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. The match begins. Kuei Jiu didn't hesitate, flicking his sleeves, and 9 puppets appeared simultaneously. Swords, shields, spears, needles, entanglements, illusions, explosions. The 9 puppets, each with different functions, instantly formed an integrated offensive and defensive formation. Kuei Jiu himself quickly retreated, hiding within the puppet formation, his fingers moving rapidly, manipulating the silk threads almost like afterimages. 1,000 transformations, offense and defense in one, he shouted. The 9 puppets didn't fight individually, but rather functioned as part of a sophisticated machine. Shield puppets provided cover, sword and spear puppets advanced in a staggered fashion, ranged puppets harassed and restrained, entangling puppets restricted movement, and illusion puppets interfered with mental attacks, displaying a dazzling array of coordinated attacks. However, Lei Ming moved. His movements were so fast that only a blurry afterimage remained. Without summoning a pet to fuse with, he simply made a fist with his right hand, and a blinding blue lightning bolt burst forth from his palm, instantly condensing into a long spear that was entirely azure and crackling with leaping arcs of electricity. The thunder leopard spear transformed from his natal pet. Lightning flashed swift. His figure transformed into a zigzagging blue lightning bolt, not charging in a straight line, but following an unpredictable Z-shaped trajectory. In the nick of time, he passed through the gap in the combined attack of the sword and spear puppets, ignoring the threads spewed by the entangling puppets, and instantly broke through the first 2 layers of the puppet formation's defenses. His speed was so fast that even Puppet 9's control could barely keep up. What? Chu Haoyu was shocked and hurriedly mobilized the shield puppet to defend, while the illusion puppet released a mental shock with all its might. Lei Ming's eyes were cold. He only frowned slightly at the invisible mental shock, and his body was filled with lightning, which crackled and popped, actually forcibly neutralizing most of the mental shock. Wow. It seems that Lei Ming's strength has improved even more in just a few days. His speed and lightning power are even more ferocious, the commentator shouted. Lei Ming had digested the martial arts reward, so his strength had naturally improved again. Thunderclap. The thunder leopard spear in his hand was like a venomous snake spitting its tongue. The tip of the spear condensed into a point of extremely compressed, blindingly white lightning. Ignoring the shield puppet's block, it pierced through the surface with a point and stabbed at Chu Haoyu's main body with perfect accuracy. Uft! With a soft sound, it did not pierce flesh, but one of the puppets, which he had pulled over to block the spear at some point. Useless, Lei Ming shouted. Thundercloud. Zzzzz. Chu Haoyu trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy blow, his face turning deathly pale instantly. He felt the connection between himself and the 9 puppets being forcibly severed and disrupted by the violent, thunderous power contained in this spear. The 9 puppets froze simultaneously, their movements noticeably slowed and chaotic. How could Lei Ming let such an opportunity slip by? With a flick of his spear, it transformed into a sky full of thunderous shadows. Thunderstorm, sweep the 6 directions. Countless bolts of thunderous spear light swept out like a storm, accurately striking the joints, energy cores, and other vulnerable parts of each puppet. Crack, boom, bang. The sounds of shattering and explosions rang out one after another. In a mere 2 breaths, the sword puppet lost an arm, the spear puppet snapped at the waist, the shield puppet cracked, the needle puppet and the explosive puppet were detonated by lightning, the binding puppet's silk threads and organs were destroyed, and the illusion puppet's core was shattered. 9 expensive puppets, each with its own unique function, were instantly reduced to a pile of smoking scrap metal under Lei Ming's ferocious, precise, and lightning-fast attacks. Puppet 9 himself, his mental connection forcibly torn apart, coughed up blood, staggered backward, and was supported by the referee. First match, 3rd Prince's Camp, Lei Ming wins. From start to finish, less than a minute had passed. Puppet 9's renowned puppet army crumbled before absolute speed, power, and combat intelligence. These people 6th brother found are indeed quite capable. If we had met in the first round, I would have suffered a great loss. But unfortunately, it's the second round now. Once we figure them out, they're nothing to fear. Yi Xuanzi smiled confidently. He had already seen through everything. Second match, Wu Lai versus Inchichi. Yi Xuanzi wouldn't let the same person fight continuously unless absolutely necessary. Wu Lai, 4th on the list. It seems the 3rd prince is decisive, starting to unleash his high-end combat power. Inchichi stepped onto the stage with a solemn expression. She knew that facing Wu Lai, who was fourth on the list and known for his ferocity. Any probing was pointless. As soon as the match began, she played her zither with both hands, pushing her spiritual power to its limit. 7 strings resounding, soul-suppressing kill. She directly used her ultimate move, the 7 strings vibrating violently at the same time, emitting not a single melody, but a chaotic, sharp, terrifying sound wave that pierced the depths of the soul. This sound wave was formless and intangible, yet it contained a terrifying power that could tear apart the spirit and shatter the will, attempting to destroy Wu Lai's combat ability before he could even get close. Facing the soul-suppressing kill, which was enough to make any peak domain Lord-level beast tamer lose their senses instantly, Wu Lai revealed an almost ferocious smile. Roar! He roared to the sky, a sound that was not human. It wasn't a skill, but rather a manifestation of his innate fighting spirit and his own berserk will. With a tiger's roar, dark red, tangible flames erupted around him. These flames were not only scorching hot, but also carried a frenzied fighting spirit that burned everything in its path, unrestrained and insatiable. Inchichi's soul-suppressing kill sonic wave crashed into this burning domain of fighting spirit, but it was like ice and snow falling into boiling water, vastly neutralized and burned by the berserk, intense power of will. Wu Lai and the burning flame tiger instantly merged, transforming into a terrifying half-human, half-tiger form, 3 meters tall, its body wreathed in dark red flames. He slammed his feet into the ground, shattering the arena, and like a cannonball, he charged straight at Inchichi, propelled by the remaining sonic waves. Inchichi gritted her teeth, her zither music changing again, transforming into stone-splitting and wind and thunder guiding. Countless sonic blades and thunderous sound waves intertwining into a net, attempting to block her. Flaming tiger, mountain-shattering strike. Wu Lai neither dodged nor evaded, using his shoulders and chest covered in flames to smash through the net of sonic blades and lightning. Those sonic blades, capable of cutting through gold and jade, only stirred up a trail of sparks upon landing on him before being melted and repelled by the flame of battle intent, imbued with his ferocious will. The distance between them instantly closed. Heaven-burning claw. Wu Lai's enormous flaming tiger claw, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, slammed down. Before the claw even arrived, the scorching, suffocating pressure had already locked onto Inchichi. Inchichi had no way to avoid it, and could only raise her 7-stringed phoenix zither horizontally to block, simultaneously channeling all her spiritual power into the instrument for defense. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing. The 7-stringed phoenix zither let out a mournful cry, several cracks instantly appearing on its body, and most of the strings snapped. Inchichi felt as if she had been struck by a mountain, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the zither. She was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. The phoenix zither in her hands dimmed in light and was almost destroyed. Not enough. Next, Wu Lai roared. In the second match, the third prince's faction, Wu Lai wins. It was another clean and decisive crushing defeat. Wu Lai brought his strength, defense, and unstoppable ferocity to the extreme, completely suppressing Inchichi's musical techniques. Wu Lai, come back, change the player. No one dared to disobey Yishuance's words, and Wu Lai could only silently leave the scene. The third match is between Fang Qing and Luo Xiaoxing, the referee announced. Fang Qing is 5th on the list. It seems that the third prince is going to win this match with an absolute crushing victory. After 2 consecutive crushing defeats, the morale of the 6th prince's camp has plummeted to rock bottom. Luo Xiaoxing bit her lip as she went on stage, feeling immense pressure as she faced Fang Qing, who was ranked 5th on the list and known for his speed and tactics. She decided to take a gamble, summoning her Starshine elemental body as soon as she appeared, and gathering all her power to try to recreate the killing move she used against Xiao Feng, Elemental Torrent. The dazzling starlight and colorful elemental light compressed wildly in front of her, causing destructive waves to ripple outwards. However, Fang Qing's tactics were faster than her preparation. He didn't give Luo Xiaoxing a chance to fully charge up her power. Talent, Eye of the Gale. A flash of blue light appeared in Fang Qing's eyes, instantly locking onto the crucial moment when Luo Xiaoxing was gathering elements. Merging with the Gale Wolf King, he transformed into a pale blue afterimage. Instead of rushing towards Luo Xiaoxing in a straight line, he approached at high speed in an elusive and unpredictable arc, while his hands, like claws, tore through the air. 13 strike of rending wind. It wasn't a single move, but 13 consecutive, incredibly refined, and extremely tricky azure wind blades. These wind blades did not attack Luo Xiaoxing's physical body, but rather, with unparalleled precision, like surgical scalpels, they cut into the countless elements. Hiss, 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 hiss. The wind blades sliced through the dazzling elemental light. The first strike interrupted the initial fusion of the fire and water elements. The second and third attacks disrupted the balance between the wind and lightning elements. The fourth through seventh strikes severed the harmonizing power of the light element on other elements. Luo Xiaoxing was horrified to discover that the power she had gathered was beginning to spiral out of control and become chaotic. It's like a skyscraper under construction, where a few key foundation stones have been precisely removed. No, she tried to force herself to release, but it was too late. Break! Fang Qing's icy voice rang out. A wind blade, 10 times more condensed than the others and almost transparent, struck first despite being delayed, piercing through the chaotic elemental turbulence and precisely hitting the core and most vulnerable point of that compressed energy. Boom! The elemental torrent was detonated prematurely before it had fully taken shape. Moreover, it was an incomplete euthanasia caused by the disruption of internal balance. Most of the explosive force actually backfired on Luo Xiaoxing. Luo Xiaoxing coughed up blood. Her starlight elemental body instantly disintegrated, and she was blown away like a rag doll, her body covered with charred, frozen, and torn wounds caused by elemental conflict, before she fell unconscious. Fang Qing had already retreated after the wind blade was unleashed, avoiding the aftershocks of the explosion and emerging unharmed. Match 3. The third prince's camp, Fang Qingsheng. Unbelievable. This is truly eye-opening. The wind element can be used in such a way. Fang Qing actually stripped Luo Xiaoxing of all her elemental power, ultimately causing it to backfire on him. He's too powerful. The audience was completely dumbfounded. No, this is wind element? It must be fake. Yes, cutting elements. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought someone was dreaming. This also allowed everyone to see the unique understanding of pets and elemental power among the dynasty's prodigies. Although everyone may share the same elements, each person's understanding is unique. In the fourth match, Shi Gandang will face Lingmu Bai. With 3 defeats, the sixth prince's camp is essentially doomed. Lingmu Bai, carrying the helplessness and perseverance of a healer, stepped onto the stage to face Shi Gandang, who was like a moving mountain and ranked 7th on the list. He was completely helpless and had no chance of winning. Lingmu Bai couldn't just admit defeat, so he activated his healing and recovery abilities to the maximum while releasing various vine poisonous mists, not seeking victory, but only perseverance. Shi Gandang's response was so simple it was almost despairing. By merging with the earth golem, he transformed into a giant nearly 5 meters tall, composed entirely of gray-brown crystallized rock. This is also the tallest pet fusion form among all the contestants after transformation. The Earth Golem is enormous and has extremely high defense. There are basically no elements that can restrain it. Moreover, with its huge body, its strength is also extremely terrifying. Its only weakness might be its speed. The male commentator recognized the pet beast at a glance. The female commentator added, however, it seems that Lingmu Bai doesn't have a better way to counter him, so Shi Gandang still has a huge advantage in this battle. The battle had already begun while they were talking. Lingmu Bai summoned 100 kinds of vines, which spread across the ground, attempting to entangle his enormous body. Shi Gandang snorted coldly. Facing the vines that were wrapping around him, he simply pulled them off with a casual tug, and a piece snapped off. Enveloped in poisonous mist, the surface of his rocky body shone with an earthy yellow luster, completely isolating and repelling the toxins. Then, he began his most primitive attack. Step forward, approach, throw a punch. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps sounded like war drums. His rock-heavy punches were powerful and unstoppable, each strike heavy and devastating. The vines were torn apart, the grass withered, and the ground collapsed. Lingmu Bai's recovery ability is indeed amazing. Under his soft green light, a life force is constantly emanating, urging new vines to attack. However, his weakness of lacking offensive power was exposed, and he was unable to inflict any effective damage on Shigandang, and could only passively take hits. Shigandang, like a tireless pile driver, relentlessly and steadily pounded away, punch after punch. He was consuming energy, but the rate of consumption was far slower than the rate at which Lingmu Bai was repairing it. This is not a contest of skills, but a naked test of endurance and fundamental strength. Moreover, Shigandang was gradually shrinking Lingmu Bai's living space. Nearly 3/4 of the arena was flattened by Shigandang. In just a few minutes, Lingmu Bai was about to be forced off the stage, and his face was pale, clearly indicating that he had exhausted too much energy and mental strength. Seizing his opportunity, Shigandang delivered a final, powerful punch. It's over. Boom. Lingmu Bai was sent flying into the arena, and the entire battle resembled a contest between a muscular giant and a toddler, with no suspense whatsoever. In the fourth match, the third prince's faction, Shigandang wins. By taking steady and solid steps, and with an absolutely solid foundation and endurance, they managed to wear down their opponent, who was known for his recovery skills. The fifth match is between Tu Baijian and Wang Chen. The fifth battle was not as lopsided as expected. Chen, with his superior control and hundreds of spirit arrays, exhausted Tu Baijian to a great extent. In the end, the two of them were forced to leave the battlefield, resulting in the only draw. However, the final outcome was the same. In the sixth match, Yi Xuanzi sent out Yangcheng, who had previously evaporated the water element with his brutal fire attribute, and undoubtedly won the final victory. Third Prince Yi Xuanzi's faction plus 50 points, individual points plus 10 points, no extra points, total 227 points. Thanks to this victory, Yi Xuanzi caught up and was now only a few points behind the second prince. The next day, the final match of the second round saw the 7th Prince Yi Haochen's camp face off against the 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's camp. The two teams, which were the weakest on paper, were expected to have fewer spectators, but to everyone's surprise, the stadium was packed, and the entire audience cheered for just one person, Wang Chen. Wang Chen's performance has clearly won over all the viewers and attracted unprecedented attention. Unfortunately, Wang Chen's name was not on the list of reserve players. What's going on? Why isn't Wang Chen participating in the battle? Is it because the 7th Prince is too weak that Wang Chen disdains to participate in the war? How could that be? Every game is crucial. We need at least a safety net. What if we lose? Yeah, aren't Wang Chen and his friends being a bit too arrogant? Haven't you noticed? Wang Chen has been absent for several days now. Is it possible he's in seclusion? It's possible. The first match is between Mu Feng and Lu Yu. On the arena, Mu Feng and Lu Yu stood facing each other. After absorbing the Thousand Winds core, Mu Feng's aura became even more ethereal, and his eyes sharpened. The match begins. Lu Yu's figure blurred, and 7 moonlight phantoms instantly split apart. The bewitching moon blade flashed with cold light and attacked Mu Feng from different angles. This is her signature moon shadow illusion killing formation, which uses illusions and high-speed attacks to confuse the enemy. Mu Feng closed his eyes, then opened them, a pale blue light swirling in them. He suddenly activated his divine eye talent, which not only allowed him to see through the substance, but also to perceive the subtle trajectory of energy flow. In his eyes, Lu Yu's true form was as clear as the bright moon in the night. The energy flow trajectory of the phantom is also clearly visible in every detail. The wind rises. He whispered, and an invisible wind spread out from him, forming a pseudo-domain. All of Lu Yu's movements were slowed down and analyzed within this domain. He moved. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, night feather bow in hand, and fired an arrow. Wind silver arrow. The arrow was not aimed at any one of the phantoms, but at one of the 7 phantoms. That is where Lu Yu's true form resides. Puff. Teleportation. Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise, activating her skill. The arrow pierced the air, but it also grazed Lu Yu's arm, leaving a trail of blood that fell to the ground, a truly eye-catching sight. Lu Yu groaned, clutching her injured arm, feeling utterly incredulous. How is this possible? She couldn't believe it. She had clearly changed her position, so why was she still hit? If she hadn't reacted quickly, that arrow would have seriously injured her. All your actions are useless in my eyes. Mu Feng's voice was calm as his bowstring vibrated repeatedly. Wings of Nightbreaker, combo. Mu Feng drew his bow and knocked an arrow, his right hand leaving a series of afterimages. Countless blue arrows rained down like a storm, each one blocking Lu Yu's possible escape routes. Lu Yu gritted her teeth and dodged with extreme speed, but Mu Feng's arrows always managed to accurately appear in her most vulnerable spot, just when her old strength was exhausted and her new strength had not yet been generated. 3 minutes later, Lu Yu was panting heavily, her protective aura dimmed, and several wounds appeared on her body. She attempted to unleash a desperate attack, trying to condense a giant moonblade. But Mu Feng would never give her a chance. Wind Silver Break. The bow is drawn to its fullest extent, and the arrow flies like a shooting star. A condensed spiral wind arrow tore through the air, striking with greater speed and precision before Lu Yu's ultimate move could fully take shape. Puff. Lu Yu hastily withdrew her energy, but the backlash was like a heavy blow, causing her to vomit blood and fly backward, crashing into the edge of the arena. After observing for a moment, the referee ultimately determined that Lu Yu was incapacitated. Match 1, 10th Prince's Camp, Mu Feng wins. Mu Feng sheathed his bow, his breathing steady. He not only won, but won with composure, demonstrating astonishing control over his divine eye and arrows. Should we replace him? Continue, Mu Feng shouted. The 10th Prince's side doesn't have many players, so winning one more game is better than nothing, as it can relieve pressure on his teammates. In the second match, Mu Feng will face off against Du Feng. The 7th Prince's camp dispatched Poison Feng, a character who had never appeared before, and whose name sounded more like a code name, mysterious and cunning. Venomous Feng was shrouded in a black robe, resembling a dark and venomous snake. At the start of the match, a giant, dark purple venomous snake was summoned, which then released a purplish-black venomous mist that quickly filled half of the arena. Bone-corroding poison mist. Is it poisonous? Mu Feng frowned slightly. The poisonous fog was indeed troublesome. But he immediately smiled and said, "Unfortunately, my wind can blow everything away. White Peacock, Cloud Chariot Rider, Fierce Warrior, come out and disperse the poisonous fog." 3 pet beasts appeared, and Mu Feng stood on the back of the White Peacock, observing from a high vantage point. The 3 pets activated their skills, unleashing countless cyan gusts of wind. A whirlwind suddenly rose around Mu Feng, rapidly expanding to form a reverse-rotating whirlwind barrier that dispersed and diluted the approaching poisonous mist. At the same time, his divine eye opened again, staring intently at the ground. "Found you," he whispered, firing a gust of wind at a spot on the ground. Uft! The wind arrow pierced the ground, and a hiss came from underground. The energy viper was forced to crawl out, with a wind arrow stuck in its body, and its movement was hindered. Venom's expression changed, and he hurriedly controlled the viper to attack, while simultaneously waving his hands to shoot out countless fine, hair-like venomous needles. Mu Feng's figure flickered, leaving afterimages within the whirlwind barrier, causing the poison needles to miss their mark. He seized the moment when the viper was slowed by its injuries and drew his bow. Wind Silver Arrow. High-speed spinning arrows shot out, scattering in the air and entering the poisonous mist, but soon went silent, as if they had been swallowed up. What happened? Mu Feng couldn't figure out the reason for a moment. However, his intuition told him that the poisonous fog was dangerous and that he had to stay in the air. "I don't know yet. Let's test the waters first." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Mu Feng continued to draw his bow and knock arrows, shooting them down from the sky like a thunderous fighter jet. As the poisonous fog swirled and its quantity increased, the wind-based arrows swept away the original area, turning the entire fog into a sieve that had been pierced through, but it would soon recover. This is really troublesome, Mu Feng complained, but then he immediately felt a deadly threat gathering in the poisonous fog. Viper Shadow, go! A vicious voice came from the poisonous mist, and then a giant snake, more than 10 meters long, formed from the poisonous mist, shot straight into the sky, wanting to devour Mu Feng. Sigh. I was hoping to hold on a little longer, but it seems it's time to end this. Mu Feng sighed, and then a blue gale rose from the ground, faintly accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Dragon-slaying arrow, piercing the void. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the sky, accompanied by a dragon-shaped phantom and a dragon's roar, and annihilated the viper phantom in an instant, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. Only venomous Feng remained, suffering a backlash and kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. Second match, the 10th Prince's camp. Mu Feng wins, the referee announced loudly. Mu Feng 1 kills 2. Mu Feng defeated Lu Yu and Du Ye in succession, securing 2 points for the 10th Prince's camp. The audience erupted in applause. In the third round, Lu Yi appeared. After absorbing the branch of life, her aura became more gentle and lingering, and her eyes were calm. Her opponent is named Rock Shield, a purely defensive beastmaster. This match will depend on whether Lu Yi can break through her opponent's defense. Rock Shield immediately merged with the Iron Wall Mountain Tortoise, transforming into a rock tortoise man, wielding a massive tower shield, and slammed it heavily into the ground. Immovable as a mountain. A thick rock wall rose up, completely protecting him, leaving only an observation hole. He wants to wage a pure war of attrition. Lu Yi merged with the martial arts rabbit, and the light wooden armor on her body shimmered with a lustrous sheen. She did not rush to attack, but observed carefully. A moment later, she moved. Instead of launching a direct assault, they moved slowly around the rocky wall, occasionally touching the ground or the surface of the wall with their hands. What is she doing? The audience asked, puzzled. She's sensing. Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and then he understood. She's sensing the weak points in the opponent's defense. A few minutes later, Lu Yi stopped at a certain spot. She formed a hand seal, channeling wood elemental spiritual energy into the ground. Same contract, Ice Blade Azure Beast. The icy power, flowing along her spiritual energy, silently seeped into the base of the barrier, quickly freezing the soil and part of the rock foundation. At the same time, she uttered a soft shout. Break. Both fists slammed into the same spot on the barrier in quick succession. Each punch contained the pure penetrating power of wood-type magic, as well as the brittleness of ice-type rocks after they were frozen. Thump, 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 thump. Click. After dozens of punches, cracks appeared in the frozen and brittle rock and spread rapidly. Rock Shield was shocked and tried to reinforce it, but Lu Yi was even faster. Same pact, Firebird. A phantom of a blazing bird appeared, unleashing a fierce onslaught of fire, alternating between hot and cold, and combined with the penetrating power of each punch, accompanied by the spiraling spikes at its fingertips, piercing deep into the crack. Break it. Boom. The rock barrier was blasted open from the inside, creating a huge hole. The rock shield itself was shaken and its energy surged, leaving it exposed. What followed was a one-sided crushing defeat. Lu Yi gave Rock Shield no chance to use his skills, and her storm of attacks forced him to the edge of the arena. Stop! Rock Shield shouted, trying to resist. Starbreak. Lu Yi flashed past, delivering an extremely powerful hand chop straight at his face. With a whoosh, the Rock Shield vanished from its spot. Match 3, 10th Prince's Camp. Lu Yi wins. The referee's voice rang out, and Yin Dun was also taken away from the arena. He couldn't withstand that blow. It was even life-threatening, so the referee intervened early and ended the match. By using skill to overcome strength, Lu Yi demonstrated astonishing tactical wisdom and precise control over power. I'll continue too next. Lu Yi cupped her hands in greeting. In the fourth match, Lu Yi will face Lei Zhan. The 7th Prince was helpless, his fists clenched. The other side hadn't even made a move, and 3 of his men had already been defeated. They could only send out Lei Zhan, a powerful lightning attacker, in an attempt to suppress Lu Yi with a berserk attack. As soon as Lei Jun entered the arena, he merged with Thunder Owl, sprouting thunder wings on his back and wielding a thunder spear, exuding an astonishing aura. He immediately launched a thunderous attack, causing lightning and thunder to crackle above the arena. Thunder Spear, go! He roared, pointing his spear at Lu Yi, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down. Lu Yi neither dodged nor evaded, but instead clasped her hands together in front of her chest. Same pact, Thunder Shadow Beat, dodge. In the clash of lightning, Lu Yi imbued her legs with the power of lightning, moving like thunder, and directly dodged the lightning spear attack. What? Such speed? Lei was shocked. His eyes could barely keep up with Lu Yi's speed. Lu Yi darted across the ground, leaving afterimages in the air with each movement. Your lightning isn't fast enough, Lu Yi said calmly. Taking advantage of the moment when Lei was shocked and stunned, she suddenly rushed forward. Lightning instantaneous movement. Her figure blurred, leaving behind 4 afterimages in an instant, and she instantly approached Lei Jun. Same pact. Ice Blade Azure Beast. With ice blades attached to both fists, the attacks are even more ferocious, and the extreme speed brings extremely strong penetrating power. The water supply has stopped. The double blades rained down, each strike hitting Lei Jun's vital joints, forcing him to defend himself and retreat repeatedly. Lei Jun roared, attempting to force Lu Yi back with a thunderous shockwave. Lu Yi anticipated the attack, ducked to avoid the shock, and delivered a powerful rising dragon kick with the force of thunder, slamming it into Lei Jun's chin. Bang! Lei Jun was kicked high into the air, seeing stars. Fortunately, Lei Jun has extremely strong resistance to lightning. Damn it, ignite it! Lei Jun roared, lightning flashed, and a wave of lightning burst forth, forcing Lu Yi back. Sky-splitting Thunder Dragon, tear her apart. In just a few seconds, dark clouds gathered, and a blue lightning-winged dragon descended from the sky, heading straight for Lu Yi with terrifying power, determined to tear her apart. Phew, let's try this trick. The power of eternity. Lu Yi's eyes gleamed, and a surge of life force flowed out continuously. This was her newly awakened skill, which could continuously enhance her physique and repair damage. This characteristic suits her perfectly. The 3-party contract. The 3 phantoms, the Firebird, the Thunder Shadow Bee, and the Ice Blade Azure Beast, all merged into Lu Yi's body. This immense power caused Lu Yi's face to turn pale, and she was in excruciating pain. 3 days ago, this would have been completely impossible, but the Branch of Life gave her a glimmer of possibility. The audience and commentators were already in awe. However, Lu Yi had already moved. She exerted force with her leg muscles and was launched like a cannonball, facing Lei Long head-on. A devastating blow. Lu Yi concentrated all her power into her right fist. Flames, lightning, ice blades, and most importantly, the life force. Boom! A deafening sound exploded, tearing the air apart. Flames cracked, lightning shattered, and ice shards scattered. Then, the phantom of the Thunder Dragon transformed into blooming fireworks before finally dissipating into the air. No, that's all. Lei Jun stood there blankly, staring at the sky. You know you've lost, so go down. Lu Yi's words rang in my ears. Before anyone knew it, Lu Yi had approached, and then delivered a spinning kick that slammed him heavily off the stage. In the 4th match, the 10th Prince's camp, Lu Yi wins. Lu Yi wiped away her sweat and smiled. Then her face contorted in pain as she tried to appear calm. This child is really pushing himself too hard, said Mao Tu in the audience with a gentle smile. A promising talent, Chenlong rarely commented. Another 1 versus 2. Lu Yi's use of the same contract is terrifying. Her fighting ability is almost perfect. The 10th Prince's camp leads 4-0. Sister Yi, come back, don't force yourself. Yu Wei's voice rang out. We've already won 4 points. We just need to win 1 more game to complete the series. However, Yu Wei showed no joy, because his side basically had no strong players left. They were either support type or injured. Chen Mu, I'm counting on you. Yu Wei looked at Chen Mu sitting beside him. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Chen Mu stood up. In the last battle, Lai Jinhu was seriously injured and is still unable to fight. However, Our side already has 4 match points, so we just need to wear down our opponent as much as possible. As for the 7th prince, after losing 4 consecutive matches, he finally sent out his last man, Lu Jun. Lu Jun was one of the tallest among the short. After joining the 7th prince's camp, he absorbed many good treasures, which greatly improved his strength. The battle begins. The Chenmu and Taimu guardians merged, creating a solid defense. Enraged, Lu Jun unleashed his attack, the golden armored dragon beast unleashing its full power in a ferocious assault. Chenmu fought back tenaciously, his ironwood shield blocking fatal attacks multiple times, but he was ultimately no match for Lu Jun. After holding out for 9 minutes, Lu Jun shattered the shield with a furious claw attack, leaving Chenmu severely injured and collapsing to the ground. In the 5th match, the 7th prince's camp, Lu Jun wins. The score became 4-1. However, Lu Jun is also not feeling well, having expended too much energy, which will make the upcoming matches even more difficult. Sister Linger, you go next time. No problem. Chenmu is almost exhausted. Watch me finish him off. Zhao Linger's strength is not outstanding, so she was not chosen in the last battle. But now that Li Yin and Fu Qian are injured, she has no choice but to participate. The match begins. Clearwater Spirit Bird, come out. Zhao Linger's natal pet is a light blue sparrow, small in size, but containing extremely clear water elemental power. If I remember correctly, the Clearwater Spirit Sparrow is a healing-type pet. I wonder how Zhao Linger will organize her attack. The commentator's voice came. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, Zhao Linger summoned 3 more pet beasts. Her strategy was simple. Use the 3 contracted pet beasts to attack, while the Clearwater Spirit Sparrow healed from the rear. Hell, what a laughable tactic. Lu Jun sneered. If I can't beat those freaks in the 3rd prince's camp, do you think I can't beat you? Heavy artillery turtle, come out. Lu Jun shouted, and then a ferocious dragon turtle with a heavy and imposing appearance appeared. The most eye-catching feature was the huge cannon barrel on its back, which was completely out of place for a pet beast. Giant cannon, fire without limit. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening sounds rang out, revealing the terrifying power of the heavy cannon turtle. Its massive cannon barrel seemed to contain endless energy, firing one shot after another without stopping, its speed increasing faster and faster. The pressure was so great that Zhao Linger could hardly breathe, and the 4 pet beasts were unable to move forward because they were being crushed by the heavy cannon dragon turtle. Moreover, this scene lasted for 3 minutes. Zhao Linger looked pale, and the pets were in very bad shape, with most of them injured to varying degrees. On the other side, Lu Jun's expression was not good. With such unrestrained attacks, the heavy cannon dragon turtle was about to collapse. He didn't have much energy left, and he couldn't let the heavy cannon dragon turtle continue to waste its energy like this. Golden armored dragon beast, go forth, tear-rending claws. Seizing the opportunity, the golden armored dragon beast flashed into the midst of the artillery fire, catching Zhao Linger completely off guard. Before I could even give any commands, the 4 pets were all severely injured and fell to the ground one after another. Damn it, I'm so unwilling. Zhao Linger stomped her foot, but she could only accept the result. Lu Jun wins. Current score 4-2. The 10th prince is temporarily in the lead. The referee announced loudly. Lu Jun is annoying, but he does have some skill. Mu Feng was itching to do something about it, but there was nothing he could do. The most pressing issue now is who should we send out to play in the final match, which we haven't been able to win yet. Lu Yi asked worriedly. Yi Wuwei was also extremely conflicted, and finally his gaze settled on Sun Mingqi. There was no other way. Wang Chen was absent, Li Yin and Fu Qian were seriously injured and unable to play, and the rest were basically just there to make up the numbers. They were not even as good as Zhao Linger. Me? Sun Mingqi pointed to herself, somewhat incredulous. Okay, it's up to you, Sister Mingqi. Yi Wuwei said with a look of anticipation. Well, okay then. Sun Mingqi understood that she also needed to do her part, and couldn't just stand by and watch. I believe in you, keep going. Lu Yi encouraged. When Sun Mingqi appeared, Lu Jun scoffed, seemingly never taking her seriously. Match 7, Lu Jun versus Sun Mingqi, start now, the referee shouted. Golden armored dragon beast, transform. A single, devastating strike. Lu Jun was extremely fast, seemingly intent on eliminating Sun Mengqi the moment she was stunned, giving her no chance to react. Yi Wuwei and the others tensed up instantly. The attack had come too suddenly. Earth Spirit, Stone Lock. Sun Mengqi remained calm and summoned her pet beast at lightning speed. It was an elf, and its brownish-brown hair and energy fluctuations indicated that it was an Earth attribute elf. With a wave of its little hand, the Earth Spirit sent 4 huge chains flying out from the ground where Lu Jun was charging, binding its 4 limbs. The attack was naturally neutralized. Phew, that was scary. Sun Mengqi patted her chest. Break! Lu Jun roared, and with a sudden burst of strength, he broke all the stone locks. Armor-piercing fist combo. Lu Jun didn't say much and launched another attack. The swirling sandstorm is restricting his movements. Sandstorm, sweep him up. Sun Mengqi's combat awareness was in no way weak. She instantly retreated, creating distance between herself and Lu Jun, and launched a ranged attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arena was engulfed in a cloud of yellow sand, and a tornado formed in the middle, accompanied by huge rocks. Lu Jun had to determine its direction while also blocking the attacks from the boulders. The frequent attacks from the boulders were becoming unbearable for it, and its anger was rising. Steel armor shields, charge. Lu Jun was covered in a layer of metal armor. He then found his direction, ignored the sand and boulders, and charged straight at Sun Mengqi. Soul attach. Sun Mengqi shouted, and the Earth Spirit transformed into a phantom and merged with her, completing the soul-body fusion transformation. Firestorm Lion, come forth. A giant lion engulfed in flames appeared, and the air seemed to become drier. Sand Bath. Firestorm Lion, flame attack. Sun Mengqi unleashed her spiritual power, locking onto Lu Jun's physical body. A cloud of sand engulfed him, leaving only his head exposed. It's not that we can't completely submerge him, but we've specifically left out attack points for the Flame Burst Lion. Damn it, what is this thing? Lu Jun was terrified. The sand bath tightly restricted his movements, and no matter how much strength he used, he could not break free. Every punch he threw hit cotton, and then more soft sand came crashing down on him again. Boom! The Flame Lion's attack had already arrived, and flames exploded directly above Lu Jun's head. Cough, cough. This blow also shattered the sand bath, finally revealing Lu Jun's disheveled appearance. His head was charred black, and the burns extended to his upper body. Flying rock slash. Sun Mengqi wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. Huge rock blades flew out from all 4 sides simultaneously, spinning at extremely high speeds. Thump, 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 thump. 4 loud crashes collided, and Lu Jun was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Rockfall. Boom. Serious barrage of boulder bombs. Knock, knock. A prairie fire. Boom. Flame Fong. On the field, Sun Mengqi and Flame Burst Lion launched continuous attacks, and Lu Jun was caught in a vicious cycle. He couldn't block the previous move in time, and the next move was already coming, leaving him exhausted and unable to defend. I surrender. Lu Jun was left with only a breath left, and finally surrendered, panting. After a brief silence, a huge cheer erupted. Who would have thought that Sun Mengqi, who had never made a move before and seemed harmless, would be so smooth and violent, with one combo after another, until she completely defeated Lu Jun. The 10th Prince wins. The light screen rotates, revealing the points details. 10th Prince, Yi Wuwei's faction points. 173, 113 plus 50 plus 10. 7th Prince, Yi Haochen's faction points. 52, 48 plus 4. The second round of the competition has now come to an end. Some are happy while others are sad. The strength of the participants has been thoroughly analyzed, and they have all suffered some degree of damage. The upcoming competition will only be more brutal, since there are only 5 rounds left, and there are not many opportunities to earn points. Current status of points. Second Prince, Yi Xiaoming's faction, points, 233. Third Prince, Yi Xuance's faction, points, 227. 10th Prince, Yi Wuwei's faction, points, 173. 6th Prince, Yi Chongyu's faction, points, 167. 5th Prince, Yi Dingyuan's faction, points, 149. 7th Prince, Yi Haochen's faction, points, 52. Wow. The 10th prince has overtaken everyone and is now ranked 3rd. Yes, although there aren't many of them, each and every one of them is an elite. However, I don't think it will be easy to win next. The 3rd prince is too powerful. So far, no one has been able to take points from him. Yes, let alone the 3rd prince. The 5th prince and the 6th prince are not to be underestimated either. I'm already looking forward to the next round of matches. I wonder if Wang Chen will play. I want to see him fight the 3rd prince. I'd much rather see the 3rd prince fight the 2nd prince, a clash of titans. Lu Qingfeng, the number 1 on the list, hasn't even made a move yet. 2. This was followed by the distribution of the treasures, and then the most anticipated 3rd round of drawing lots. The competition has entered its most intense phase. The draw for the 3rd stage is now beginning. Ding ding ding. As the light screen rotates, all princes that have already been fought will not be drawn again. In an instant, the outcome of the battle was all decided. It's finally here. Mu Feng's side. That's right. Their assigned opponent was the 3rd prince, the strongest of the remaining princes. Forget it. Let's go back and prepare. This is going to be a tough battle. Yi Wuwei resigned himself to his fate. It had already been extremely difficult to get this far. Just as everyone was discussing the upcoming match list, Wang Chen had already fallen into a void inside a secret room. Again, Wang Chen's mind separated, and he returned to that void, where a huge void tree with no roots or top ran through it, with countless pet eggs of various shapes and colors hanging on its branches. Master! Master! Just as Wang Chen was drifting forward, 2 voices rang out. Akai, Shura, you're here too? Do you know where this is? Wang Chen was overjoyed, finally not alone anymore. I have a vague sense of familiarity, a feeling of origin, Shura said. Me too. Caesar nodded in agreement. This should be where you were born. I suspect that all the pets signed by beast tamers on the beast taming continent come from here, Wang Chen said. Caesar and Shura looked at each other in bewilderment. Indeed, it seemed that some memory had been awakened in their minds. Master, you're right. I remember now. This void can give birth to pets of various attributes. Once the time is right, they will be absorbed and made to sign a contract with a human, never to come here again, Caesar said. Then why was I able to get in? And why are you here too? Wang Chen was puzzled, as he didn't seem to have anything special about him. Why was that last time? I remember I died then. Then my consciousness arrived in this void, and I met you, Akai, and then I signed the Shura contract. Why this time? Wang Chen fell into deep thought. In the past few days, he had been trying to merge light and darkness, attempting to achieve a qualitative change in attributes at the Domain Lord level. This was originally impossible, and even at the Overlord level, it would be extremely difficult. However, with the help of the creation source liquid, the fusion was finally completed just now, and my consciousness arrived here. Is it a fusion of light and darkness? Wang Chen guessed. No one could answer Wang Chen. After all, in the history of the beast taming continent, no one had ever been known to have successfully fused the attributes of light and darkness. Because it's too difficult. The 2 properties are completely opposite and extremely repulsive, making them even more bizarre than water and fire. Forget it. Thinking too much won't help. Now that I'm here, I'll take an egg back with me. It'll be perfect for breaking through to the Overlord level. With a thought, Wang Chen flew towards the void tree. Akai, Shura, come help me. Pull me over there. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Wang Chen, with the help of Akai and Xiao Luo, struggled to swim upstream. After observing last time, Wang Chen had already discovered some patterns. The higher up you go, the fewer pet eggs there are floating around. However, the light flowing on each eggshell becomes more dazzling and mysterious, and the energy fluctuations it emits become more profound. The bottom has the most eggs, and they are constantly disappearing and being born. Slightly above, there are colorful pet eggs. The eggshell is fiery red and seems to have magma patterns writhing on it. This is a fire-type pet. Some ice blue eggs continuously condense into exquisite ice crystal flowers. There were also miniature tornadoes swirling around the bluish-gold eggs, with wind blades whistling around them. The 5 elements. Wang Chen hesitated. It wasn't that he was too picky, but there were just too many. He didn't know where to begin. Never mind. Let's keep going up. The pet eggs high up probably contain unimaginable energy and potential, and they're almost never contracted by anyone. Does that mean the beast tamer needs to have extremely high talent? Wang Chen was shocked. He could sense that those pet eggs hanging from the branches all had the potential to be overlords, or even kings. His gaze swept over the eggs with distinct attributes, including some pet eggs with dual attributes, but a different thought was vaguely nagging at him. He already possesses elemental attributes such as darkness, ice, wood, light, and lightning, and plans to add basic attributes such as fire, wind, water, and earth to build a more complete combat and growth system. It would be nice to sign a pet with 2 attributes. But at that moment, an inconspicuous egg, quietly floating at the end of a high branch, inexplicably caught his attention. The eggshell had a peculiar gray color. It wasn't the dull, grayish-white of a pet egg without any attributes, but rather a deep and restrained gray that seemed to have swallowed and mixed all colors before settling down. It did not emit any strong elemental fluctuations, and was as quiet as the nothingness before the birth of the universe, yet it existed in the most active top layer of energy, out of place with its dazzling neighbors. A gray egg? In the spot. Something's not right. I have a feeling this egg is unusual. Wang Chen gently placed his hand on the egg and could clearly feel a life force inside. Would you like to come with me? Wang Chen activated his mind-linking skill and began communicating. Chirp, chirp. A lazy sound reached Wang Chen's ears, but he couldn't sense its intentions. So, is it a yes or a no? Chirp, chirp. You mean you're going to test me? Wang Chen vaguely sensed that this was what it meant, but it was a bit outrageous. A pet egg needs to be tested to see if you are qualified to be its owner. Master, I can sense an unparalleled power within it, Caesar said softly. So, if you want to test me, then come on. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming mental pressure descended upon Wang Chen. The oppressive aura. An incredibly terrifying oppressive aura. It felt as if one were facing an emperor, and one couldn't help but want to kneel down and submit. Master, hold on. This is a king-level pressure. Caesar hurriedly reminded him. Are you kidding me? An unborn pet beast actually possesses the aura of a king. Wang Chen instantly snapped out of his daze, utterly shocked. It's important to know that the aura of power is a kind of overwhelming force that a pet beast can exert when it reaches the king level, and it has a suppressive effect on other pet beasts. That's wonderful. If I could contract a pet beast with the potential to become a king, my strength would rise to another level, and I wouldn't be limited by the pet beast. Besides, I'm human. How could I submit to you? Wang Chen's mental strength began to rise, becoming increasingly intense, and he himself even emitted a similar aura. The gray pet egg began to tremble violently, as if it were about to fall off the branch. This scene lasted for a very long time. Wang Chen's lips trembled, and he was somewhat exhausted, but he persevered as he watched the pet egg shaking, because he knew that this was a test from the pet egg, to see if he could tame it. Buzz. With a high-frequency piercing sound, the oppressive force finally stopped, and the pet egg naturally detached from the branches of the void tree. Great. It fell down. It seems like it was a success. Wang Chen's face lit up with joy. Chirp, chirp. Wang Chen gently picked up the pet egg, feeling the strong life force inside. After a brief exchange, the pet egg successfully entered Wang Chen's mental world. It is still a little short of the right time. It needs to complete its final incubation in the spiritual world. That's great. Reaching the Overlord level is just around the corner. If I can really come here anytime in the future, then I won't need to worry too much about the pets I need for breakthroughs. After getting what he wanted, Wang Chen left the void with practiced ease, planning to return if needed. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of little guy it is. Looking at the pet egg absorbing energy in his spiritual world, Wang Chen couldn't help but ponder. Inside the 10th prince's villa. Sai, we have to fight the 3rd prince tomorrow. What should we do? Yi Wuwei said with a worried expression. After returning from the arena to the courtyard, the group found the table covered with information on the 3rd prince's faction's players, and so far, they saw no possibility of victory. Has Wang Chen not come out of seclusion yet? Yi Zhuwei asked with some concern. Not yet, and we don't dare to disturb him easily. Mu Feng shook his head. With Wang Chen gone, they seemed to have lost their leader, but there was nothing they could do about it. Only Wang Chen had the ability to deal with those tough guys. How about we concede tomorrow and prepare for the upcoming battles against the 5th and 6th princes? They still have a sliver of hope, someone suggested. Silence fell over everyone. No one accused him of subduing the enemy without a fight, because it was truly the only option left. Hee, what are you all talking about? A familiar voice broke the silence. Wang Chen. Yi Jiwei was the first to react, her face beaming with surprise. Wang Chen, you're out of seclusion. That's great. Mu Feng immediately put his arm around Wang Chen and led him to the table to sit down. Brother Wang Chen, did you succeed? Yi Wei quickly asked. It's done. Your strength has improved again. Wang Chen smiled, and the confidence he exuded calmed everyone's uneasy hearts. Great. Yi Wei was so excited he almost jumped up, but quickly restrained himself. Brother Wang Chen, you've come at the right time. We drew the 3rd prince in the lottery. Here's the information for all their contestants. Take a look. We really have no other choice. Don't worry, let me take a look. Wang Chen's return was like a reassuring warmth, instantly dispelling the heavy atmosphere in the courtyard. He took the thick stack of documents handed to him by Yi Wei, but did not speak immediately. Instead, he walked to the main seat and sat down, beginning to carefully read through the documents page by page under the expectant gazes of everyone. His movements were steady, and his eyes were focused. The document details the performance, skills, and fighting style of each player from the 3rd prince's faction in the 2nd round of the competition, including their potential hidden killer moves and habitual weaknesses. Mu Feng, Lu Yi, and others meticulously marked the details they observed, as well as the intelligence Yi Jiwei had gathered through royal channels, on the paper. Wang Chen read quickly, but with each page he turned, his gaze deepened. The room was quiet, save for the soft rustling of the pages. His calm face was fixed on the names of formidable enemies on the documents. Lei Ming, Wu Lai, Fang Qing, Shi Gandang, Tu Baijian, Yin Jin, Lung Feng. A moment later, he closed the last page of the document and looked up. The information is very comprehensive. Thank you all for your hard work. Wang Chen's voice was steady, carrying a reassuring strength. The 3rd prince's camp is indeed very strong. They have a unified style, are all practical fighters, and are good at defeating their opponents in the most direct and effective way. They don't play tricks, and their tactical execution is extremely strong. He tapped the table lightly with his finger, especially these top-ranked individuals, Wu Lai, Fang Qing, and Shi Gandang. Their strength and experience far surpass those of ordinary peak-level domain lords, and they have even touched the threshold of the overlord level. They are indeed difficult to deal with. His blunt analysis cast a shadow over the hopes that had just begun to rise. However, Wang Chen's expression did not appear serious. Instead, a sharp glint appeared on his face. I'll be the first one up tomorrow. What? Wang Chen's words were like a bombshell, splashing countless water droplets, leaving everyone stunned. Brother Wang Chen, how about we consider it? You're going to be the grand finale. Yi Wei got up and came to Wang Chen's side. Yes, Wang Chen, you're going first. I don't doubt you can defeat several of their opponents, but each of them is so strong. What if? Mu Feng didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew that if they lost, their large group might not even be able to secure a single victory. Wang Chen waved his hand and looked at Mu Feng, Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi, Chun Mu, and Li Yan, who were injured but had firm eyes, and Zhao Linger, who was trying her best to contribute. Having reviewed the match records, I have a general understanding of the 3rd prince's men's style. When they strike, it's either death or serious injury. Their military discipline dictates they won't hold back. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, which inevitably leads to casualties. Wang Chen's voice turned serious. Sending out weaker teammates first to wear them down might work against other princes, but against the 3rd prince, the risk is too great. I can't watch you risk serious injury or even jeopardizing your future foundation for a possible tactical advantage. Mu Feng panicked. But Brother Chen, you're our ace. You should be the last to go and secure victory. Let's go first. At least we can wear them down a bit. Yes, Wang Chen, Lu Yi said softly. We can hold on. Yi Wei also advised. Brother Wang Chen, your strength is the strongest. You should use it at the most crucial moment. We can devise a strategy and try to maneuver. Wang Chen shook his head, his tone resolute. This time, the opponents are different. Facing them, the price of trying to outmaneuver them might be being instantly defeated and severely injured. And the worst that can happen is that we lose. Have you forgotten our initial goal? Just give it our all. He walked to the center of the room, and an invisible yet steady aura naturally emanated from him, a manifestation of his spiritual and physical strength reaching a new level. I've broken through, and my strength is vastly different now. Moreover, a profound light flashed in his eyes. I need a real battle to hone my skills. He looked at Yi Wuwei with a slightly playful gaze. Wuwei, I'll be the first to fight in tomorrow's match. Maybe the opponent isn't as strong as I think. I might even be able to take on 5 opponents at once. Wang Chen, don't push yourself, Yi Zhiwei said softly. Don't worry, it's decided. The room fell silent again, but this time, the silence was not filled with anxiety and helplessness, but with a burning passion and trust. Yi Wuwei took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Okay, Brother Wang Chen, we'll do it your way. Tomorrow, all of us will be off stage, fighting to the very end for you, and for ourselves. Mu Feng slammed his hand on the table. Let's do it. Brother Chen will lead the charge, we'll just follow. Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi, and the others nodded in agreement, their fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. Wang Chen looked at his companion, who had regained his spirits, and a smile appeared on his lips. He looked out the window. The sunset was ablaze with color. Just as Wang Chen and his group were finalizing their battle plan in the villa, and the morale of the 10th Prince's camp was being boosted. Beneath a dilapidated ancient house on the outskirts of the imperial city, shrouded in a concealment array, lies a completely different scene. The place was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and some indescribable odor that was a mixture of medicinal herbs and decay. The vast underground space has been transformed into a complex laboratory, where countless sophisticated or crude instruments gleam with eerie light, and pipes of varying thicknesses crisscross, flowing with liquids that are either scarlet, dark purple, or emerald green. Some strange biological tissues, soaking in a transparent container, slowly wriggled, emitting a tooth-grinding, subtle sound. In the center of the laboratory, Han Fengyuan, dressed in a white suit and wearing rimless glasses, was elegantly wiping away non-existent dust from his hands. Several light screens floated in front of him, displaying real-time footage of the Universal Arena, as well as dense streams of data and images of various bizarre monsters. The cold light from the screen illuminated his handsome face, outlining a scholarly focus, yet his eyes gleamed with an almost fanatical curiosity and icy calculation. The third round of matchups is out. Yi Xuanzi versus Yi Wuwei. Han Fengyuan murmured to himself, his fingertips sweeping across the light screen, zooming in on the information of the 10th Prince's camp, especially Wang Chen. His gaze lingered on Wang Chen's profile picture, and finally, his finger swiped across Caesar's information. This is also one of the goals. I hope we'll have extra energy to capture you and study you properly. Han Fengyuan's eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses, and a smile that seemed to be both admiration and greed curled at the corners of his mouth. He then turned and walked to the other side of the laboratory. Several even larger cylindrical containers stood here, filled with a pale green nutrient solution. Immersed within these containers were synthetic creatures of various shapes, all exuding a ferocious aura. Most of them have dragon-like heads, claws, and wings, but their bodies are crudely pieced together from various parts of different pet beasts. Their muscles are twisted and swollen, and their bodies are covered with unstable energy scales. Some even grow extra limbs or eyeballs, radiating chaotic and painful mental fluctuations. These are his latest achievements, the products of his experiments involving the fusion of dragon bloodlines he obtained through various means with the bodies of alien beasts, magical beasts, and even parts of human bodies. What a pity, the bloodline is still not pure enough. Han Fengyuan then laughed with a ferocious expression. Ha ha, but soon I'll have an inexhaustible supply of essence blood. I can't wait to dissect all these pure-blooded dragon beasts. Behind Han Fengyuan's sinister grin, a faint glint of cold light emanated. It was an experimental subject. It roughly retains its human form, but its back is torn, from which two incomplete bone wings extend. Half of its body is covered with crimson dragon scales, while the other half is covered with flying hair. A dark purple heart, slowly beating on its own, is embedded in its chest, and wisps of black energy spread from the heart to its entire body. Subject number 73, having fused the bloodline of the salamander subdragon and the heart of the demon wolf, already possesses the strength of a peak overlord-level being. Han Fengyuan looked at this ferocious creation as if admiring a work of art. What he desires is a legion capable of conquering the monster realm and launching a counterattack on the monster continent. Han Fengyuan walked to a sealed refrigerated cabinet and entered a complex password. That's absolutely outrageous, but I like it. The Imperial City Martial Arts Competition is truly an excellent observation window. Han Fengyuan sat down again, looking at the light screen. The more you fight, the more desperately you fight, the more thoroughly your bloodline power will be activated, making you even stronger. The stronger you are, the stronger my experimental subjects will become. Amidst the cheers and fervor of the fierce battle for the throne in the arena, a colder and bloodier process of selection and reaping was already quietly unfolding in the shadows. At this moment, the bloodline of the dragon is both a symbol of glory and a curse that may be coveted by demons. Wang Chen and the others were completely unaware of this. The third round of martial arts competition has officially begun, and the most anticipated match is between the third prince and the 10th prince. As it is the first battle, it naturally arouses the curiosity of many viewers. Will the 10th prince once again amaze everyone and defeat the third prince? Or will the third prince maintain his undefeated record and defeat the 10th prince? Sunlight streamed through the arena of heaven, where the 10th prince and the third prince stood facing each other, simultaneously entering the preparation area, their battle rosters already submitted. It's Wang Chen. He finally showed up? Great. I knew I wouldn't have made a mistake coming this time. I wonder how many consecutive wins Wang Chen can achieve. Zhao Yuanhao is ranked third on the list. Wang Chen was able to defeat him, so his strength is definitely not weak. I just wonder how he compares to Xue Bingyan. Here we go, the first match begins. The first players from both sides, please enter the field, the referee shouted. Wang Chen opened his eyes, slowly rose from the preparation seat, and stepped onto the arena steps. What? Wang Chen actually played in the first round? What kind of tactic is this? The commentator exclaimed repeatedly. The audience was also confused. Wang Chen was the absolute ace, so shouldn't he have been the last to appear? The first one to appear, interesting. This kid's aura has changed again, Bai Shuyu said with a playful expression. Yi Jinghong also glanced at him a couple more times. She didn't have Bai Shuyu's powerful perception, so she naturally didn't sense anything unusual about him. I bet this kid is trying to take on 5 people by himself. Yi Jinghong's pupils dilated slightly. 1 against 5? Third brother's men are all formidable. Is that even possible? Who knows? I'm already looking forward to it. It's a real shame that this kid isn't in the army, Bai Shuyu said with a regretful expression. At the same time, the third prince also sent out his first contestant. Lei Ming stood solemnly opposite Wang Chen, the atmosphere between them somewhat tense. Junior Wang Chen, I never expected that we would run into each other here, Lei Ming said first. Yes, senior, but I won't hold back. Haha, you're really confident, but you certainly have the right to be. You're 2 years younger than me, yet you've gone further than me. Impressive. Lei Ming sincerely admired Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. There was no need for formalities. As the referee intervened, both players suppressed their smiles and tensed up, indicating that they were ready to fight at any moment. The match begins. The moment the referee's voice fell, Lei Ming's eyes suddenly sharpened like an eagle's. Without the slightest hesitation, he made a fist with his right hand, and a dazzling blue lightning bolt burst forth, the lightning leopard flashing, instantly condensing into a blue spear crackling with lightning. The gun crackled and popped with electrical arcs. He knew Wang Chen's strength was unfathomable. Only by seizing the initiative and utilizing his greatest strengths, speed, and explosive power, could he possibly create an opportunity for victory. Lightning flashed swift. He let out a low shout, and his figure seemed to truly transform into a winding blue lightning bolt. Instead of charging in a straight line, he tore through the air with a dazzling Z-shaped trajectory, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and rushed straight towards Wang Chen. He left faint scorch marks on the arena floor wherever he went. He wanted to use his maximum speed to achieve a close-quarters victory before Wang Chen could summon his pet or build a defense. However, Wang Chen's actions were faster and more composed than he had imagined. At the very instant Lei Ming activated the spell, Wang Chen didn't even take a step back. He simply raised his right hand, and a green summoning array appeared. Spirit wood, come out. A warm, emerald green light bloomed, then quickly spread and grew, transforming in front of Wang Chen into a 5-meter-tall ancient tree, its entire body emerald green, its verdant branches and leaves swaying freely, full of vitality. Wow, what kind of pet did Wang Chen summon? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't recognize it for a moment. The commentator widened his eyes, quickly searching his memory, but he just couldn't match it with the figure on the arena. It looks a bit like the Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree, but it's strange. The Heavenly Origin Ancient Tree only exists in the Land of Wood, and it can't be left easily. It's rarely used as a pet beast in battle. The female commentator had some knowledge, but it was just a guess. Also, if you look closely, the tree that Wang Chen summoned doesn't seem to have a physical form. The light screen gave a close-up, and sure enough, the trunk and leaves of the spirit would attracted the audience's attention. Now, upon closer inspection, its roots were the most peculiar, as they were ethereal and simply floated above the ground. A rare spiritual beast. Principal Yi explained, there is a special kind of beast in the world that has lost its original form for various reasons, but still survives because of its extremely strong spiritual power. It can still form a contract with a beast tamer, and it not only has its original skills, but can also learn spiritual skills. Oh, does that mean that such spiritual beasts are even more powerful? Not necessarily, but one thing is certain. Beastmasters need extremely strong mental power to maintain the life activities of their pets, and as for them to play a role in combat, that is even more demanding. I see. It seems that such pet beasts have both good and bad aspects. This is also the first time Wang Chen has summoned such a pet beast. I wonder what surprises he will bring us this time. Lei Ming was also slightly taken aback. Such a tall spiritual body was indeed shocking, and its powerful spiritual energy had even slightly affected Lei Ming. Thrust. Lei Ming mustered his spirits and thrust out his spear without hesitation. Spiritual origin domain. With a slight thought, Wang Chen caused the branches and leaves of the spirit origin wood to move without wind, and a soft emerald green halo rippled outwards from it like water, instantly enveloping the arena area within a radius of 20 meters. This is not a true domain, but a pseudo-domain unique to Lingyuan Wood. Being inside the domain will continuously replenish one's spiritual and physical strength. This, on the contrary, has a suppressive effect on the enemy, constantly eroding their mental strength. The moment Lei Ming rushed into the emerald green halo, he felt a slight heaviness in his head, as if countless fine and soft threads were trying to entangle his mind. Although not intense, it was enough to cause a negligible decrease in his maximum speed and a slight disturbance to his concentration in battle. What's more troublesome is that he felt the restlessness of his thunder power being subtly neutralized by this vibrant field. Spiritual essence fruit. Transformation. Wang Chen pointed his finger again, and 3 fist-sized, crystal-clear, jade-like fruits fell from the branches of the spirit origin tree at the same time. The fruit fell to the ground but did not shatter. Instead, it quickly absorbed the spiritual energy within the domain, twisted and expanded, and in the blink of an eye transformed into 3 small tree men, each about the height of a person, made of emerald green energy, with a simple and honest appearance, but agile movements. The little tree man let out a silent shout, took a step with its legs made of roots, formed a triangular formation, and took the initiative to meet the oncoming Lei Ming. They weren't extremely fast, but they worked together seamlessly and blocked attacks from tricky angles. What the hell? Lei Ming's lips twitched, then his spear trembled. Thunderstorm. Pierce. A point of blazing white lightning condensed at the tip of the spear, and 3 thrusts were made in an instant. The 3 condensed bolts of lightning accurately struck the chests of the 3 small tree men. Uft, uft, uft. The little tree man's chest was pierced, and its energy structure fluctuated violently, seemingly on the verge of disintegrating. Oof. A mere trick. Lei Ming smiled slightly. Too weak. It couldn't even withstand a casual swing of my spear. It seems this spiritual body isn't that strong after all. Huh? Something's not right. In the instant that Lei Ming's thoughts were racing, he quickly came back to his senses and realized that something was wrong. The three little tree people on the field had not disappeared. Instead, they were emitting huge energy fluctuations and even began to swell and become ferocious. Then they suddenly rushed forward, opening their arms to embrace Lei Ming. At the same time, a glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Let it explode. Boom, boom, boom. The three little tree people suddenly exploded. It wasn't a physical impact, but pure mental energy. The emerald green energy mixed with the invisible mental storm and the residual lightning power of Lei Ming exploded instantly. Three small energy storms immediately enveloped Lei Ming. Lei Ming groaned and subconsciously summoned a lightning shield to resist the violent explosion. The self-destruction wasn't powerful enough to seriously injure him, but the mental shock it contained caused a jolt in his mind, and he almost lost his grip on the lightning spear. How terrifying. It can actually affect the connection between me and my pet. Lei Ming tightened his grip on the spear, feeling even more apprehensive. Press your advantage and launch a mental attack. Wang Chen's attack commands came one after another. The main trunk of the spirit would glowed faintly, and invisible yet substantial spiritual ripples spread out, precisely enveloping Lei Ming. This was not a powerful impact, but rather a continuous, subtle disturbance. It can disrupt his connection with his pet, affect the transmission of energy, confuse his judgment of distance and speed, and amplify his inner anxiety. Lei Ming felt that the power of thunder in his spear was no longer as easy to control, and Wang Chen's figure in front of him seemed to be somewhat blurry. He knew that he could not delay and had to finish the battle quickly. "Wake up!" he roared, using the power of lightning to stimulate his entire body, forcibly focusing his mind to resist the interference, his eyes blazing with lightning. Lightning flash. He pushed his speed to the limit, becoming one with his weapon, transforming into dozens of indistinguishable lightning afterimages, attacking Wang Chen and Ling Yuanmu simultaneously from all directions. Each afterimage contains a real attack. This is a killing move that combines range and speed, aiming to overcome the opponent with sheer numbers and break through the defense and interference of the spirit wood. Wang Chen remained standing in the same spot, his expression calm. Under his control, the branches and leaves of the spirit would swayed wildly. More spirit essence fruits. On the spirit origin tree, more than 10 spirit origin fruits fell off at the same time and transformed. 10 little tree men charged fearlessly toward the dozens of lightning afterimages, not trying to defend themselves, but rather self-destructing the moment they got close. Boom, 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 boom. A series of intense energy explosions rang out on the arena, with emerald green and azure light intertwining and annihilating wildly. Most of the afterimages of lightning were dispersed by the energy storm from the little tree's self-destruction, unable to get even a fraction closer to Wang Chen. At the same time, the mental interference waves continuously released by the spirit wood, like an invisible quagmire, constantly weakened the power and speed of the remaining afterimages. Lei Ming's true form was hidden in the afterimage, and he forcefully broke through several waves of self-destruction blockade, finally closing in to within 10 meters of Wang Chen. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he poured all his power into his spear. The spearhead crackled with lightning, transforming into a gigantic thunder leopard head that opened its massive jaws to bite down. Thunderstorm sweeps across the land. This is his strongest attack, aiming to decide the outcome with a single blow. Wang Chen finally moved. He took a step forward, clenched his right hand in the air, and dark power surged forth, combining with immense mental power to invade Lei Ming's brain. Spiritual nightmare. Awu! Lei Ming's pupils dilated. Then his face showed a look of horror. He hurriedly turned the spear around, and the full-force attack grazed the edge and flew into the air. Just then, Wang Chen's cold voice rang out. "Sorry, it's over." Wang Chen made his first move, turning around and kicking Lei Ming out of the arena. Lei Ming fell to the ground and remained stunned for a full 3 seconds before recovering. He glanced around, then breathed a sigh of relief, followed by an indescribable expression that showed a mix of apprehension, emotion, and perhaps a touch of fear. That's terrifying, Wang Chen. I lost. You are very strong. He knew that Wang Chen hadn't even used 1/10 of his strength and hadn't summoned his natal pet. He could defeat him at his full form with just one of his contracted pets. Despite possessing incredible speed and explosive power, he was utterly tormented by that mysterious spiritual force. The final attack even brought to mind the most terrifying image in his heart. If this had happened on the battlefield, he would have died countless times over. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior Lei Ming. Wang Chen withdrew his palm, his breathing steady, as if he had just warmed up. The referee announced loudly at the opportune moment. Match 1, 10th Prince's Camp. Wang Chen wins. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and discussion. Spirit Wood? Wang Chen actually has such a powerful support/control type pet hidden away. That's too solid. They completely countered Lei Ming's fast attacks. That spirit essence fruit self-destruction and mental interference were disgusting. Wang Chen's control over his mental energy is incredibly precise. The recovery effect of his spiritual origin domain is insane. He seems to have no energy depletion at all after fighting for so long. The third prince's side is getting off to a bad start. In the third prince's preparation area, Yi Xuanzi remained expressionless, but his eyes grew serious. Behind him, Wu Lai, Feng Qing, and the others also abandoned their previous relaxed demeanor and stared intently at Wang Chen on the arena. The combination of wood and mental elements makes it a very comprehensive support type, encompassing healing, interference, attack, and illusion techniques, Feng Qing said in a deep voice. Moreover, Wang Chen's mental strength and control are extremely terrifying, which also makes his attacks extremely sharp and virtually foolproof. Yangcheng snorted coldly. Fancy nonsense. I'll go next. Watch me burn it down. Yi Xuanzi looked at the 7 contestants he had brought. To show his importance, he had specially selected the 7 strongest ones. After a moment of contemplation, he said, All right, Yangcheng, you go. Yangcheng is quite strong, and his fire element is extremely violent, which has a certain restraining effect on Wang Chen. The referee's voice rang out again. Contestant Wang Chen chooses to continue defending his title. The third prince's camp, please send out the next contestant. Wang Chen easily defeated Lei Ming in his first battle. His new pet, Lingyuan Wood, and his exquisite attrition control tactics caused quite a stir in the third prince's camp. However, the fierce and ruthless general knows no fear, only an even stronger fighting spirit. Yangcheng, true to his name, had a temper as fiery as a raging fire. He grinned, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Just what I want. Watch me burn him to ashes. He strode onto the stage, his aura already radiating even before the match began. Each step felt like stepping on a red-hot iron plate, the air around him slightly distorted, emitting a scorching heat. Unlike Lei Ming's swiftness and agility, Yangcheng's aura was a more violent power. Match 2. Yangcheng versus Wang Chen. The match begins. Yangcheng roared to the sky, his voice like a raging fire. Fusion, transformation. Roar. The fiery lion roared and charged out, merging directly into the body of Flame Ember. Blazing flames erupted from his body, and his body swelled to nearly 3 meters tall. His body was covered with a crimson mane and armor, as red as branding iron. His hands transformed into burning claws, and he breathed out scorching air from his mouth and nose, like a giant fire god emerging from magma. A terrifying pressure, accompanied by a heat wave, swept across the entire arena, making even the distant spectators feel parched. Yangcheng went all out right from the start. It seems Wang Chen is putting a lot of pressure on them, the commentator exclaimed. Wang Chen's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't afraid of flames. Ice Princess, come out. Blue light flashed, and the power of ice filled the entire area, suppressing the intense heat brought by the flame ember. They don't take me seriously. 2 support-type pets think they can defeat me? Watch out, they might get burned. Yan Jin's aura continued to rise. Let's defeat them first. Wang Chen snorted coldly, pressing his hands forward. Ling Yuanmu and Princess Hanbing stood in front of him, their left hands flashing with blue light, and their right hands flowing with emerald green light. Wang Chen still hasn't summoned his natal pet. Is he planning to use a secondary pet to directly confront Yan Jin's transformed state? Ice and wood, control and recovery. He wants to wage a longer war of attrition, the female commentator explained. So what if there are two? Burn them. Flame Ember roared, clasping his claws together and thrusting them forward with a fierce roar. Flame storm. The surging crimson flames, like a burst dam of lava, rushed toward the area where Princess Hanbing and Lingguanmu were located with the force of burning everything. Wherever the flames passed, the arena floor was burned red and softened, and the air was completely distorted. The Ice Princess lightly tapped her finger, and her clear, cold voice rang out. Frost protection. A thick, crystalline, multi-layered ice shield, shimmering with pale blue runes, instantly formed, blocking the torrent of flames. At the same time, countless fine ice crystals and snowflakes danced around her, continuously weakening the intense heat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The torrent of flames crashed into the ice shield, unleashing a massive burst of steam and the sound of energy annihilation. The ice shield trembled violently, its surface rapidly melting, but the inner layer, under the continuous infusion of ice energy by the Ice Princess, stubbornly regenerated and thickened over time. As for the spirit wood, its branches and leaves swayed, directly activating the spirit domain. On one hand, it provided mental support to the Ice Princess, stabilizing her skill output. On the other hand, it continuously used increasingly dense mental interference, attempting to disrupt Yan Jin's flame manipulation and combat rhythm. Yan Jin felt as if his flames had crashed into a quagmire filled with viscous, icy mist and mental spiderwebs. Although the flames were powerful, they were weakened layer by layer, and in the end, the power was reduced to less than 1/10. Spiritual essence fruit, transformed. A dozen or so small tree men landed and charged forward relentlessly before exploding with a deafening roar. The mental shock from the self-destruction only made Yan Jin more agitated. The chapter of ice. A ray of cold light flew out, heading straight for Yan Jin. Damn it, I have to dodge. Yan Jin could feel that this icy power was exceptionally strong, and if he were hit, he would definitely be injured. Incarnation of flames. Flames erupted from Yan Jin's body, transforming him into a figure identical to his original form, and he rushed straight towards Han Guang. Click. The moment the two collided, the fiery incarnation was frozen, emitting a cracking sound as the ice split. What domineering power of ice! It has actually frozen the flames. I think Wang Chen's Ice Princess has the strength to rival Xue Bingyun, the commentator remarked. Flame Ash also found it difficult to deal with. He had previously been able to evaporate water, but now he was frozen by the ice attribute, which he himself was weak against. It seemed the tables had turned. Rapid Ice Bullet. As Princess Frost's level increased, and she absorbed the legacy of Princess Yuki, she also acquired many attack methods. In an instant, dozens of enormous ice spheres condensed and, under the precise control of mental energy, shot rapidly toward Yan Jin. A raging inferno. Yan Jin summoned a sea of flames that engulfed all the ice projectiles, ultimately repelling the Ice Princess's attack. Annoying flies. Break them. Yan Jin's temper was completely ignited after failing to break through Yan Jin's defenses for a long time. He held back no longer. The flames on his entire body turned from crimson to blazing white, and the temperature soared once more. Talent activated. Roar of the Fiery Lion. Yan Jin immediately activated his combat talent, and his fire attribute was greatly amplified. At the same time, he unleashed his ultimate move, intending to break through with force. Yan Jin seemed to be engulfed in flames, the temperature of which directly suppressed the Ice Princess's icy power. Then, a fiery phantom of a blazing lion formed, roaring and howling in the air, majestic and ferocious. Go! Flame Ember charged forward, its entire path seemingly melting away. This attack was far more powerful than the previous flame storm, and it contained a trace of eternally burning rage. Yan Jin's goal was not only to break through the defense, but also to use absolute high temperature and explosive force to instantly evaporate the Ice Princess's ice-type control and disperse the spiritual interference field of Lingmu. Weakness of Ice Seal. Spirit Gathering Break. The Ice Princess's primary function is support, and 2 consecutive bursts of icy power silently landed on Flame Ash. The weak Ice Seal weakens Flame Ember's attack power, while the Spirit Gathering Break weakens Flame Ember's defense power. It can be said that as long as you are hit by these 2 moves, even if you are a tank with high attack and high defense, you will be weakened into a fragile support with low attack and low defense. However, Yan Jin's sanity had been clouded by rage and the raging flames, and he paid no attention to his own changes, only seeking to defeat Wang Chen. Now, Wang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had been waiting for the moment when Yan Jin would unleash his ultimate move. He took a step forward, and the shadow beneath his feet suddenly expanded. A deep, domineering aura of darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all light, mixed with a chilling dragon's might, descended with a deafening roar. "Caesar the Dark Sky." A calm voice rang out. As shadows converged, a colossal beast, entirely black with gold markings and dragon scales, appeared. Its back was adorned with 2 pairs of dragon wings, each engraved with mysterious runes, blotting out the sky. Its limbs had smooth, powerful muscle lines, with golden armor attached to its joints. Most striking were its dragon head and a golden blade that shot straight into the sky. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the arena, revealing the aura of Dark Sky Caesar. Unlike his domineering presence in the previous days, this time it was more mysterious and contained immense pressure. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Dark Sky Caesar moved swiftly, his right claw clenched into a fist, displaying his dragon might, accompanied by a black dragon beast phantom, and threw a punch straight at the charging Flame Lion. A deafeningly loud bang. The Flame Lion unleashed by Flame Ash was shattered instantly, unable to even maintain its most basic shape. The violent flames on its body were also shattered like paper by the Shadow Dragon Fist. Puff! Yan Jin coughed up blood, his body flying dozens of meters away like a sandbag struck head-on by a sledgehammer, tracing a long parabola. Then, with a loud thud, it crashed heavily onto the arena, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. The flames on its body had long since extinguished, leaving only charred marks and a pervasive aura of darkness. Yan Jin is unconscious. Wang Chen wins. The referee was quick, arriving the instant he landed and making his judgment after a light check of Yan Jin's breathing. Sold out instantly. Yan Jin, who had previously acted extremely arrogantly, was instantly killed by the pets summoned by Wang Chen with a single punch. The light screen gave a close-up of Dark Sky Caesar and Wang Chen, showing the spirited young man and his majestic and mysterious demeanor. The sight of the pet beast attracted countless female fans and admirers of the dynasty. Too fast, too sudden, too violent. 1 second it was a tug-of-war of attrition, a battle of ice and fire intertwined with mental interference, and the next second it turned into the purest and most extreme violent crushing. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. What just happened? Yan Jin was sent flying by a single punch. Is this considered a flash sale? Wang Chen, what kind of monster is he? Dark Sky Caesar seems stronger than last time. What do you mean by instant kill? That's a tactic. Didn't you see that Princess Ice used several skills on Flame Ember? Most likely, they were support skills, which is why Dark Caesar was able to kill her with a single punch. Also, Princess Ice is absolutely gorgeous. Dark Sky Caesar is the coolest. In the 10th Prince's preparation area, Mufeng grinned from ear to ear. This is fucking too cool. Lu Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Sun Mingqi covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief, and Yi Wuwei's clenched fist trembled slightly, his heart filled with excitement. In the 3rd Prince's preparation area, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Wang Chen still hadn't used his full power, and his 4th pet beast hadn't appeared yet. They had no doubt that it was a useless pet beast, and it still had the fusion transformation that it hadn't used. Most importantly, it was stronger than it had been a few days ago. Considering that Wang Chen hasn't appeared since winning his first match, it's easy to deduce that he definitely went to absorb the treasure, and now it's enough to prove that he succeeded. Yi Xuanzi, who had been relaxed, slowly lowered his arm, leaned forward slightly, stared at Wang Chen on the arena, and for the first time revealed an extremely serious fighting spirit in his eyes, before smiling gently. Interesting, I really want to have a match with him in person. He slowly glanced at the crowd behind him, seemingly pondering who should go up. Tu Baijian licked his lips, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Damn. I refuse to believe his strength can surpass my blood rage war bear. Lung Feng coldly replied. It seems his speed isn't that fast. I'll go and defeat him with speed. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He had a strong premonition that apart from the top few on the list who could go toe-to-toe with Wang Chen, the others would basically be instantly killed. Then he looked at Fang Qing and said, Fang Qing, you go. Your speed and tactics are the most comprehensive. Force him to show his true strength. Leave it to me. Fang Qing accepted the order, took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as knives, and walked towards the arena. The third match is between Fang Qing and Wang Chen. Fang Qing stopped, his sharp gaze locking onto Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen looked calm and composed, his aura deep and collected, as if the battle had not depleted his strength in the slightest. The match begins. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Fang Qing moved. His movements were fluid and efficient, like the most precise machine. The swift Wolf King leaped out with its agile figure, and the 3-meter-tall Wolf King let out a powerful howl. A woo! Swift Wolf King, possess me. A flash of cyan light disappeared in an instant, and Fang Qing's figure became slender and agile, with streamlined cyan wolf fur and some wolf-like features appearing on his body, and his fingernails extended into sharp cyan wind blades. His aura didn't surge to a suffocating degree, but rather gave off a sense of ethereal elegance and unpredictability, as if blending into the wind. The aura of a peak domain lord was completely concealed, but the sense of danger honed through countless battles was like a drawn dagger, its sharpness hidden. Then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared just a few meters away from Wang Chen, his huge wolf claws coming straight at him. Wind Shadow Fist. A whoa! The fist, accompanied by a wolf's howl, tore through the air and was about to shred Wang Chen into pieces in the next second. The attack came so suddenly that even the audience and commentators didn't have time to react. In their eyes, the wolf's claws were about to strike Wang Chen's flesh and blood. Wang Chen smiled slightly, completely unfazed. In his eyes, Fang Qing's speed was nothing. He simply said, transform. Just as the wind shadow fist struck Wang Chen's body, Wang Chen's figure merged with the darkness. Then, a warrior appeared, clad in dark armor woven with dark gold patterns and dragon scales, with 4 wings outstretched, sharp dragon claw blades attached to his hands, and exuding a terrifying aura. Fusion transformation, dark sky Caesar form. At this moment, Wang Chen was like a dark warrior stepping out of the darkest abyss. This time, his aura was more solid and restrained than before. Darkness and dragon might were perfectly blended. In his scarlet dragon eyes, there was a faint kingly pressure that was not angry, but majestic. Thump! With a muffled groan, Fang Qing's attack arrived, striking Wang Chen's chest heavily. However, apart from the muffled groan, it seemed to have no effect on Wang Chen whatsoever. Are you tickling me? Wang Chen lowered his head, his scarlet pupils filled with dazzling spiritual power, putting immense pressure on Fang Qing, without him even realizing it. How is this possible? Fang Qing found it hard to believe. Although he hadn't used his full strength, how could the attacker have blocked his attack so easily? Smack! Wang Chen gripped Fang Qing's wrist tightly with his right hand, then grinned and said, my turn. Dark Bloods, dark power coalesced, transforming half the arena into a dark domain. Wang Chen's aura began to rise steadily, and a terrifying dark power surged towards him. Darkness withers. Wang Chen's deep voice rang out as he gripped Fang Qing's wrist tightly. Dense dark energy, like ink dripping into clear water, rapidly spread outwards from him, continuously invading his body along his wrist. The energy was devoured, the flesh was corroded, and even more terrifyingly, A sense of withering and lifelessness filled his senses. Ah! Fang Qing let out a painful scream, feeling as if he were being torn apart by countless ants, which led him to roar in agony. Phantom Gale. Fang Qing forced himself to stay alert and activated his escape skill, instantly breaking free from Wang Chen's grasp. Fang Qing's rapidly moving cyan afterimage flickered continuously. Shadow imprisonment. Wang Chen slightly spread his left hand, aiming at a relatively clear afterimage of Fang Qing. 5 chains made of pure shadow energy suddenly shot out from the dark domain, like living venomous snakes, intertwining and coiling towards the afterimage. Fang Qing broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes narrowed, and his rapidly moving body made an almost impossible right-angle change of direction, narrowly avoiding the chains from wrapping around him. However, the sluggish effect of the chain tips still grazed the hem of his clothes, causing him to pause again. Fang Qing thought to himself, no longer daring to get close easily. He quickly changed his strategy and began to move around the edge of Wang Chen's attack range. He waved his hands repeatedly, and condensed cyan wind blades shot towards Wang Chen like locusts. He did not seek to injure the enemy, but only to interfere with and test Wang Chen's defensive reaction and energy consumption. Dragon Step. The dark Caesar that Wang Chen had transformed into moved. His footwork was mysterious, his figure like a giant dragon swimming in the dark realm. He seemed slow, but he could always avoid most of the wind blades with minimal movement at crucial moments. A few wind blades with tricky angles struck the shadow dragon scales on his body, only splashing up a few black flame-like sparks and leaving shallow white marks, which were instantly repaired by dark energy. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's counterattack quietly arrived. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. He gathered power in his right fist, the shadow and dragon power intertwined, and suddenly struck out at the area where Fang Qing was located from a distance. Without needing to get close, the dragon fist, imbued with dark power, formed an extremely condensed black dragon claw phantom that pierced through the air. It wasn't a straight line, but rather drew a strange arc, anticipating and blocking Fang Qing's possible next change of direction. Damn! Fang Qing couldn't help but curse. It's like he's cheating. Fang Qing stopped abruptly, parrying with wind blades, trying to shatter the dragon claw phantom, but the recoil made his arm numb, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. He could only continue attacking to counteract the dragon claw's attack. He felt as if he were fighting a cunning black dragon in a viscous, dark swamp, with each of its attacks precisely disrupting his rhythm and compressing his space to maneuver. If this continues, we'll lose sooner or later. Fang Qing's eyes sharpened as he pondered tactics. This can't go on. Fang Qing's eyes sharpened as he sensed that his space was being constantly compressed by Wang Chen's viscous dark domain and precise counterattacks, and his speed advantage was being gradually eroded. He knew he had to go all in and break this suffocating rhythm. Talent. Eye of the Storm. He let out a low growl, his eyes suddenly flashing with a blue light, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. Everything around him seemed to slow down several times over. The flow of energy, the exertion of muscles, even the subtle changes in Wang Chen's gaze became clearly discernible. This was his trump card, his perception talent, designed to capture the slightest flaw in his opponent and launch a fatal blow in conjunction with his extreme speed. 13 strike of rending wind. He moved. With the blessing of the Eye of the Gale, his figure completely transformed into a blurry blue stream of light, no longer a single straight line or arc, but as if he had launched an attack from 13 different angles at the same time. Palms, fists, claws, elbows, knees, legs, every part of his body transformed into a weapon tearing through the air, each strike condensing the power of a wind blade to its extreme, fast, accurate, ruthless. Without the slightest superfluous movement, every move was aimed at Wang Chen's vital points: throat, eyes, temples, chest, joints. This is a combo technique that sacrifices some defense and maximizes speed and attack frequency. Like a raging storm, it aims to tear apart Wang Chen's seemingly impenetrable defense with absolute attack density. Faced with the sudden onslaught of 13 attacks that enveloped him, Wang Chen, transformed into Dark Heaven Caesar, remained calm and undisturbed in his scarlet dragon eyes. His footwork changed again, no longer trying to dodge all attacks, but his body was like a coiled dragon, with his waist and hips as the core, making small but exquisite swings and rotations. Bang, bang, sizzle, thud. Fang Qing's 13 wind-splitting strikes mostly landed on empty air, while the rest were precisely blocked and deflected by Wang Chen using his arms, shoulders, knees, and other parts covered with shadow dragon scales. Each contact produced a dull thud or a screeching sound. Wang Chen's body remained as steady as a rock. Those wind blades, powerful enough to cut through gold and jade, could only leave white marks on the dragon scales, unable to even shake his center of gravity. What alarmed Fang Qing even more was that Wang Chen's blocking and deflection were not brute force, but contained a peculiar pull and rebound, making his attacks always feel like they were slipping and he couldn't exert his full strength. Serious Gale Fist. Fang Qing roared, seizing the tiny gap in inertia after Wang Chen blocked the 13th strike, and poured all his power and will into his right fist. The fist formed a ferocious blue wolf head phantom, carrying a whirlwind that could tear everything apart, and went straight for Wang Chen's chest. This is a deadly move that concentrates the power of the 13 strikes into a single punch. Fang Qing has never failed to use this move before. This punch was fast, ruthless, and sudden, with a tricky angle and perfect timing. However, Wang Chen seemed to have anticipated this. The curse of the night. Wang Chen's scarlet dragon eyes suddenly focused on Fang Qing, who was right in front of him. An invisible and intangible spiritual shock that pierced the soul was launched. It was not a complex illusion, but the most direct sensory deprivation and fear implantation. In an instant, Fang Qing felt his vision go black, his ears ring, and even his skin's perception of air movement became dulled. An instinctive fear of the deep darkness and the dragons might surged uncontrollably into his heart. Distracted and losing his balance, Fang Qing's attack instantly lost its direction. Shadow imprisonment. Wang Chen clenched his left hand in midair, and the dark energy that had been gathering momentum transformed into 5 chains, even more solid than before. These chains shot out from the shadows beneath his feet and instantly wrapped around Fang Qing's limbs and neck. This time, Fang Qing was powerless to break free. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Without the slightest pause, Wang Chen clenched his right fist, the shadow and dragon power compressed at the tip of his fist, forming a deep black crystal-like luster, carrying the will to pierce through all defenses, and solidly imprinted it on the abdomen of Fang Qing, who was bound by chains and in a daze. Bang! With a muffled thud, Fang Qing's protective aura shattered like glass. He arched his back like a boiled shrimp, his eyes bulging, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with gastric juices. All his power had been scattered by this punch. Wang Chen withdrew his fist, and the entangled shadow chains dissipated. Fang Qing collapsed to the ground as if his bones had been removed, curling up and coughing violently. From the moment Fang Qing activated his Eye of the Gale to launch a fierce attack, to the moment Wang Chen completely defeated him with a series of exquisite blocking, deflection, counterattacks, mental interference, and control combos, the entire process took only 7 or 8 breaths. Did he win again? The audience watched as the two exchanged blows, and then Fang Qing was instantly defeated and fell to the ground. Wait, the referee isn't on the field. Does that mean Fang Qing hasn't lost yet? Possibly, but Fang Qing should be close to it too. Wang Chen still seems quite relaxed. A woo! As Fang Qing fell to the ground, he let out a wolf howl that resounded through the sky. Then, his werewolf form underwent a dramatic change, transforming into a gigantic wolf shape. Atavistic, Gale Wolf King. Fang Qing transformed his limbs into wolf claws, then shattered the paving stones and charged towards Wang Chen with the speed of an arrow. Prepare to die. This earth-shattering reversal caught everyone present off guard, and Fang Qing's attack speed far exceeded any previous attack. From transformation to sprint, it was almost too fast to blink. Endless black hole. Wang Chen's pupils widened slightly, as if trying to capture every movement of Fang Qing, who was moving at high speed. Just as Fang Qing, transformed into a giant wolf king, pounced on Wang Chen, a black singularity suddenly appeared. It then began to devour everything around it, including the flying Gale Wolf King. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the field. The Gale Wolf King, which was pouncing, was frozen in the air. If it weren't for the close-up of the light screen, no one would have been able to see the black hole singularity that was constantly devouring and growing in front of the huge wolf claws. It's here, Wang Chen's ultimate move, Endless Black Hole. We know from the last battle that this move can not only devour all attacks, but also absorb and reflect them back. I wonder if he can withstand Fang Qing's desperate attack. Damn it! Break it! Fang Qing was in excruciating pain all over his body, especially his claws, which started to bleed and his flesh was about to be torn apart. But the black singularity remained unmoved and continued to expand. You've already lost. Just admit defeat, Wang Chen advised. Impossible. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Chen then pushed forward with his right hand, and the black singularity began to twist, vaguely showing signs of exploding. Burst! Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and black light engulfed more than half of the arena. This was energy fragments formed from extremely dense dark power, mixed with wisps of cyan gale force, which increased the range and explosive power of the endless black hole. Thump! Fang Qing collapsed to the ground, severely injured and covered in blood, and completely lost consciousness. In the third match, the 10th Prince's camp, Wang Chen wins. The referee's voice carried a hint of shock as he announced loudly. The audience erupted in uproar once again. They've won 3 straight. Fang Qing was seriously injured and defeated, while Wang Chen achieved a 3-game winning streak. Dark Heaven Caesar remained in the stillness, his aura as heavy as a mountain. The atmosphere in the preparation area of the 3rd Prince's camp was already as heavy as iron. Fang Qing, who ranked 5th on the list, was defeated so decisively. Even after revealing all his trump cards, he still couldn't escape being severely injured by the endless black hole. Wang Chen's strength was unfathomable, and his tactics were flexible and varied, which shocked all the spectators. Yi Xuanzi slowly stood up from his seat. He looked at the few people remaining beside him, especially lingering on Wu Lai and Shi Gandang. Only those two have a chance to win over Wang Chen. The gap between them and the others is too big. We can't give him another chance to pick us off one by one. Yi Xuanzi's voice was low and decisive as he looked at Wu Lai, who was radiating a violent aura. Wu Lai, you go. Wu Lai, ranked 4th on the list, is named Burning Flame Tiger. He has only fought once before, and he defeated his opponent with an absolute crushing victory. He is also recognized as the most powerful and fiercest general under the 3rd Prince. Although he was strong in previous matches, it was clear to everyone that he was not going all out. Wu Lai grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes burning with an almost tangible fighting spirit. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Don't be careless, Yi Xuanzi said in a deep voice. Fang Qing and the others have already forced Wang Chen to reveal most of his methods. Be careful. Understood. Wu Lai nodded emphatically and strode onto the arena. With each step, a shallow scorch mark was left on the alloy floor beneath his feet. The air around him distorted due to the high temperature and a fiery pressure far more violent and solid than Yangcheng spread out. In the 4th match, Wu Lai from the 3rd Prince's faction will face off against Wang Chen from the 10th Prince's faction. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Wu Lai let out a tiger roar that shook the entire arena. Without any fancy transformation process, crimson flames, as red as molten lava, erupted from his body, instantly completing the fusion with the burning flame tiger. His body swelled to a height of 3 meters, his body covered with a thick, dark red armor that seemed to be solidified from magma. Golden flames flowed through the gaps in the armor. His hands transformed into giant claws burning with incandescent flames. A clear king character flame pattern appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were domineering and fierce, like a fire king descending. The terrifying aura was released without reservation, instantly dispersing the dark power that Wang Chen had left on the field, and replacing it with a scorching heat that burned everything. Is it flame again? Wang Chen muttered to himself. He had just defeated Yangcheng, and now Wu Lai was coming. However, Wu Lai seemed to be somewhat different from Yangcheng. After completing his transformation, Wu Lai suddenly unleashed his power, centered on himself, and burst out with intense flames in all directions, forming a crimson-gold flame domain with a radius of more than 20 meters. Domain. Wang Chen's expression turned serious. It was indeed different. It actually possessed the rudiments of a domain. This was the potential to become a hegemon. Within the domain, the fire element was extremely active, constantly scorching the energy of other attributes, including Wang Chen's dark power, which was extinguished upon contact, and even the floor felt like it was about to melt. Wang Chen, let me see if your darkness can devour my flames. Wu Lai laughed wildly, giving Wang Chen no chance to breathe, and his giant claw slashed out from afar, burning heaven claw. 5 enormous crimson-gold fiery claw marks tore through the ground, carrying the heat of burning souls and the indestructible sharpness, and covered Wang Chen in a fan shape. Wang Chen's expression was extremely serious. He could sense that Wu Lai's flames were completely different from Yan Jin's. Not only were they hotter and more powerful, but they also had a special characteristic. This feels like a qualitative leap in attributes, moving towards the level of dominance, but the specific effects are still unknown. Dragon Step. Wang Chen moved swiftly, weaving through the crimson-gold sea of fire, attempting to dodge the massive claw attack. He trying to dodge? Not so easy. Wu Lai laughed. Then his claw strike and domain spread out simultaneously, covering half of the arena. Wu Lai's energy seemed inexhaustible, gushing outwards as if it were free. Wang Chen dragged his body, his dragon-scale armor resisting the high temperature, weaving back and forth through the 5 claw strikes. With his agile footwork and explosive bursts of speed, he barely grazed the edge of the attack, avoiding a direct hit. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Huh. Wang Chen looked down and realized that there were still sparks attached to his body, like blood-sucking leeches clinging to his armor and burning continuously. Is this your fire attribute? Wang Chen did not rush to extinguish the remaining flames, but carefully sensed them. They possessed a bone-corroding yet indestructible quality. In other words, Wu Lai's seemingly violent fire attacks have characteristics similar to his dark power. Once they come into contact with an enemy's body, they will continue to burn. Don't stand there. Take this. Before Wang Chen could think, Wu Lai attacked again, unleashing the heavenly claws as if they were free. Although they weren't as massive as before, they were numerous and fast-paced. Hide? Let's see how long you can hide. Wu Lai charged forward, each step shaking the earth, his claws flashing in rapid succession, burning heaven claws, continuous strikes. Wang Chen knew that the dragon step alone was not enough to dodge, so he could only use his fists to block and counterattack. The power of shadow and the crimson flames collided fiercely, producing a series of explosions. This was the first time Wang Chen had encountered such a troublesome opponent. He felt his dark energy being rapidly consumed within the opponent's flame domain, and the effectiveness of his attacks was greatly reduced. Wu Lai was not only incredibly powerful, but also had an astonishing defense. The Shadow Dragon Claw Fist struck his flame armor, but it failed to inflict any effective damage. Instead, the impact caused his arm to go numb. Wang Chen knew that his fighting style, which showed no regard for his own strength, was meant to force him to fight back. If he didn't use his full strength, he might be defeated by a surprise attack. Dark Bloods. Wang Chen began to rival Wu Lai, attempting to regain control of the battlefield. The arena, originally covered in flames, gradually turned black, driving the inextinguishable flames out of its domain. Interesting. That's how it's going to be. Wu Lai laughed wildly, his warlike genes deep within him fully activated, and he launched another attack. Flame Tiger. Roar. Wu Lai let out a howl, and then a golden tiger phantom formed from flames roared out and rushed straight towards Wang Chen. Darkness Withering. Wang Chen remained calm, adding dark flames to the dark area he had just reclaimed. Compared to Wu Lai's flames, these were the true flames of corruption. Then Yanhu was as if he had been trapped in a quagmire, dragged by the power of darkness, and then swallowed up and destroyed, disappearing completely. A nascent domain. Haha, I knew you had something up your sleeve. Wu Lai became even more excited upon seeing this. Blazing Sky-Burning Fist. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. The two advanced simultaneously, their fiery fists clashing fiercely with the Black Dragon's fist. In just a few breaths, They had exchanged hundreds of blows. In addition, their domains were constantly encroaching on each other, making it a dual contest of spirit and body. However, judging from the result, the two seemed to be locked in an extremely close battle, with no clear winner for a long time. Ha! This is exhilarating. This is what battle should be like. Wu Lai fought with increasing ferocity, his flames burning ever brighter. Wang Chen lightly patted the sparks off his body and grinned. Yeah, we're warmed up enough. Can we start fighting now? Wu Lai's smile vanished, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent since participating in the martial arts competition. What? Warm up? I didn't hear wrong, did I? These two are warming up. It's a lie, it's definitely a lie. These warm-up moves alone could easily defeat the previous competitors. What kind of monsters are these two? The two men's simple words ignited the audience, making the cheers and screams even louder and the anticipation for their next duel even greater. Without saying a word, Wu Lai slapped his chest, and the flame patterns shone brightly, with two flame vortexes suddenly appearing beside him. On the left, a ferocious fire elephant, 4 meters tall, covered in lava armor and with exposed fangs, stepped out, flicking its trunk and spewing out a rain of lava fire. On the right, a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 6 meters and its entire body made of blue flames appeared with a long cry. With a flap of its wings, countless fiery feathers shot out like a rain of arrows. Wu Lai summoned 2 powerful fire-type pets to fight alongside him. Both of these pets were fire-type and could unleash 120% of their power within the domain Wu Lai had created. As for the remaining pet, there's no need to summon it. Battles aren't about having more pets. It's about the Beast Master's coordination of the pets and the combination of skills. Summoning a bunch of pets at once will only give the opponent an opportunity to severely damage you, and it will also affect the Beast Master's own condition. This is why many Beast Masters didn't summon a bunch of pets at the start of battle. Only battles under their own control truly belong to them. Wu Lai summoned 2 more pet beasts directly. It seems that what Wang Chen said was true. Everything just now was just a warm-up. I was so excited to see it. The female commentator was highly professional, but the male commentator said, "Don't get excited yet. Let me introduce them to you." Wu Lai summoned 2 pet beasts, namely the Lava War Elephant and the Azure Flame Giant Eagle. Both of them are extremely rare and powerful pet beasts. In the history of our Holy Dragon Dynasty, there have been many beast tamers who used them as their natal pet beasts and had extremely strong combat power. Yes, the Lava War Elephant is as you can tell from its name. It's not just about fire, but a transformation of lava formed by the fusion of fire and rock, and this transformation has been perfectly inherited by its descendants. As for the Azure Flame Giant Eagle, it was also his first master who spent a great deal of effort to give the Azure Wind Giant Eagle flames, which were formed by the fusion of wind and fire. The audience suddenly realized that these 2 pets were not simple at all. After all, pets that can undergo dual attribute transformations are all Overlord-level potential. In other words, Wu Lai actually has 3 pets with the potential to become Overlords when he brings his own natal pet. Not every Overlord-level Beast Tamer's pets can reach the Overlord level, so there are differences even among Overlord-level Beast Tamers. Lava Elephant, Lava Strike. Azure Flame Giant Eagle, Azure Flame Shooting. Lava Fire rained down. Blue Flame arrows rained down precisely, and Wu Lai himself launched a frontal assault like a heavy tank. The 3 worked in perfect coordination, instantly forming a 3-dimensional and ferocious firepower network that completely enveloped Wang Chen. Wang Chen's pressure increased sharply. Wu Lai's flame domain instantly suppressed the dark domain, and the flame attack hit almost 360 degrees without any blind spots. The dodge space of the dragon step was greatly restricted, and the Shadow Dragon Claw Fist and Shadow Imprisonment had little effect in the face of the opponent's violent firepower and indestructible characteristics. He was hit by several fire attacks in succession, and the scorch marks on his Shadow Dragon scales increased, while his aura also showed obvious fluctuations. Wang Chen is at a disadvantage. Wu Lai is too strong. 3 pet beasts plus his domain. How can we possibly fight him? Wang Chen's darkness was countered by fire. Wait, why doesn't he summon other pets? The Ice Princess is an ice type, and the Spirit Wood is a wood type. It seems like the Ice Princess is at a disadvantage. Isn't there a fourth pet? Maybe they weren't trained properly? After all, not everyone can keep signing such powerful pets. That's true. Wang Chen doesn't have any background after all. He probably spent a lot of effort to raise his pet to this level. It would be too difficult to raise another one. The hearts of everyone in the 10th prince's camp were in their throats, and the 3rd prince finally showed a smile. Wu Lai was one of his generals, and as long as Wang Chen was defeated, everything else would be easy. Aren't you worried? Wang Chen seems to be at a disadvantage. Yi Jinghong in the stands looked at the figure beside her. It's still early. Wang Chen has some trump cards up his sleeve. Just wait and see. Zhi Yu had already experienced the strength of the creature named Shura. As expected, Wang Chen in the arena also made a move, and a huge summoning array radiating dazzling light appeared behind him. Is it here? The 4th pet. Wu Lai was not going to underestimate his opponent and was on high alert. He had to make a judgment the moment Wang Chen summoned it. Shura, why don't you come out and have some fun too? A dazzling platinum light, mixed with violent blue-purple lightning, erupted from Wang Chen's body. The light was so intense and so sacred, yet it carried a judgmental majesty and the destructive aura of lightning, instantly pushing away the approaching flames and creating a space that belonged only to him. In an instant, everyone was captivated. What an extraordinary pet it was. Sacred, noble, elegant. All the beautiful words of praise can be used to describe it. What kind of pet is this? So handsome. Everyone looked up at the tall figure hovering in the air, its white feathers illuminated by golden light, its hair clearly visible, its joints and head covered by golden armor, its forelimbs connected to its wings, and its back with even wider wings, each flap of its wings carrying the power of lightning, making it incredibly divine. What is this? Wu Lai frowned deeply. The unknown meant danger. Not only were the martial artists on the field dumbfounded, but the audience off the field, the commentators in the air, and even the powerful people who were used to seeing countless pets were all stunned. What kind of pet is this? Azura meteor. The divine illumination Azura emitted a sharp, resounding cry. Its wings fluttered, and runes appeared. Then, beams of white light condensed and launched a counterattack at an extremely fast speed. Swish, swish, swish. The skill speed was extremely fast. Although it was not as fast as the speed of light, it could still cut through the air and make a whistling sound. When it collided with Wu Lai's fire attack, it produced a booming sound like fireworks. Moreover, with its abundant energy, Shura shot at Wu Lai with an unbelievable attack frequency. Holy crap! Energy's free. Wu Lai crossed his arms, forming shields of flame to block the meteor-like energy blasts, preventing him from taking another step forward. What he didn't know was that Shura originally possessed extremely strong spiritual power, and with the inheritance of the Chilling King, not only was his energy utilization efficiency terrifying, but he could also utilize the light element in the surrounding air, since the light element here was practically inexhaustible. As for Wang Chen, he didn't stand still. He took a step forward and was already preparing to engage in close combat with Wu Lai. With Shura behind him to deal with all the harassment, he could concentrate on dealing with Wu Lai's main body. The divine illumination Azura appeared out of nowhere, its sacred majesty and the destructive aura intertwined with light, and lightning instantly reversing the intense atmosphere on the arena. The Azura meteor showered down like a torrential rain, not only precisely intercepting the rain of feather arrows from the azure flame giant eagle, but also shattering and evaporating the lava fire rain sprayed by the lava war elephant in midair. Damn it! Wu Lai roared, his fists bursting with flames, forcefully shattering several oncoming meteors, but he was also forced to take a half step back by the impact. He never expected that Wang Chen's 4th pet would possess such immense light energy and a terrifying attack frequency, perfectly countering the ranged suppression of his 2 pets. Your flames have burned long enough. Wang Chen, in his dark heaven Caesar form, spoke in a deep voice. Taking advantage of the moment when Wu Lai was restrained by the Azura meteor, he approached like a ghost. The shadow dragon claw fist tore through the air, heading straight for Wu Lai's center. I'm not afraid of you. Blazing flame burst fist. Wu Lai didn't back down at all, His lava-like fist wrapped in exploding flames met the attack head-on. Thump! The shadows and crimson flames clashed violently once more, sending shockwaves surging. This time, Wu Lai clearly felt the power transmitted from Wang Chen's fist, which was more solid and penetrating than before. Within that dark power, there seemed to be a faint trace of a force that made even his own flames tremble. It seemed to be the aura of light and lightning from the divine illumination azura in the sky, which, through some mysterious connection, was amplified on Wang Chen's attack. How is this possible? His pet's power can enhance his main body from a distance like this? Wu Lai was shocked. Usually, the fusion of a pet and its tamer is a deep integration of power and consciousness, but an unfused pet's attribute power rarely enhances the tamer's attack attributes so purely and directly. Unless the bond and energy synchronization between the two have reached an inconceivable level, or the pet's own power level is high enough to influence the rules. Before he could think any further, Wang Chen's offensive surged in like a tidal wave. Dragon Step. Wang Chen's footwork was unpredictable, clinging to Wu Lai like a leech. His fists, elbows, knees, and even the dragon tail on his back became deadly weapons. He perfectly combined the sharp armor-piercing Shadow Dragon Claw fist, the force-dissipating and pulling effect of the Dragon Step, and the continuous erosion of the Dark Decay domain to form a set of ferocious close-quarters combat combos. Wu Lai unleashed the power of the Burning Tiger to its fullest extent. His flame armor became thick and solid, and his fists were like two red-hot hammers. He attacked with attack and used violence to subdue violence. Flaming Cannon. Fiery Tiger Tail Swing. Burning Sky Collision. In the center of the arena, two figures fought with lightning speed, each punch landing with a deafening roar and sparks flying everywhere. Darkness and flames constantly annihilated and regenerated, turning that area into a vortex of destruction. In the air, the battle between the divine illumination Azura and the lava war elephant and azure flame giant eagle also reached a fever pitch. Screech! The azure flame giant eagle once again tried to create distance, using its speed advantage and rapid bursts of azure flames to harass the enemy. However, the divine illumination Azura was even faster. Heavenly Wings Sky Slash. With a sudden flap of its 4 pairs of lightning wings, the divine illumination Azura transformed into a streak of platinum lightning and instantly caught up with the giant eagle that was trying to climb. Although it wields no physical weapon, the light and lightning energy extending from the edges of its wings and arms is its sharpest weapon. With a crisscrossing slash, 2 condensed blades of light and lightning accurately struck the joint of the giant eagle's left wing. Sizzle! The azure flames clashed fiercely with the lightning, but in the end, the lightning power, which contained the inheritance of the Qilin King and had a higher attribute, prevailed. A huge wound was slashed open on the giant eagle's left wing, its blue flames dimmed, and it swayed to one side with a mournful cry, no longer able to maintain stable flight and firing. Mystic Spirit Armor. The platinum armor on the body of the divine illumination Azura flashed with light, and it withstood a thick pillar of lava that was spewed by the lava war elephant below. Lava exploded on the surface of the battle armor, and most of the scorching energy was absorbed and transformed by the Xianling armor. Then, a shockwave that combined the purification power of light and the reflection power of lightning blasted back towards the lava battle elephant. Boom! The lava war elephant was splattered in the face by its own attack, which was mixed with the power of light and lightning. Cracks appeared in its thick lava armor, and it let out a painful roar, its charging momentum halting. Despite facing 2 opponents alone, Xinjiao Shura gained a firm advantage thanks to her superior speed, energy level, and exquisite skill usage. Like an elegant yet deadly dancer of light and lightning, it moves freely amidst the onslaught of flames and lava, each attack precise and effective. On the ground, Wu Lai sensed the predicament of his aerial companions and grew anxious. Wang Chen's close-quarters combat made it difficult for him to concentrate on commanding, and Xinjiao Shura's power exceeded his expectations. We must break this deadlock. Wu Lai's eyes hardened. He endured Wang Chen's Shadow Dragon Claw fist on his shoulder, creating a slight distance, and then suddenly clasped his hands together. Unleashed talent. Heart of fire boils, condensing fire into armor. The flames around him instantly changed from crimson to a dazzling golden white. The flames of the burning heaven battle domain frantically converged on him, condensing on his body into a thicker, more ferocious suit of armor that flowed with a liquid flame-like light. His aura surged once more. The temperature and destructive power of the flames rose sharply, even causing space to distort slightly. This was a desperate fighting style where he combined the power of his domain with his own defense, sacrificing some area suppression in exchange for the ultimate personal offense and defense. Wang Chen, take this one last hit. Coronavirus explosion. Wu Lai roared to the sky, his entire being seemingly transforming into a supernova about to explode. Boundless light and heat erupted from his body. The golden white flames compressed to their limit, then centered on him, transforming into a golden white flame tornado with a diameter of over 5 meters, connecting heaven and earth, engulfing Wang Chen. Wherever the tornado passed, the arena floor melted and evaporated, and even the air was completely ignited. This strike not only contains the physical heat to incinerate everything, but also carries the characteristics of Wu Lai's inextinguishable fire. Even darkness will be incinerated by this extreme light and heat. Faced with this devastating attack, Wang Chen, in his dark sky Caesar form, wore a solemn expression, yet showed no fear. He could sense that Wu Lai would be exhausted after this blow. But if he stubbornly resists, he will inevitably be seriously injured, and he cannot use the endless black hole a second time in a short period of time. Azura, his mind raced. In the air, the clear cry of the divine illumination Azura rang out, as if in response. Reverse. The divine illumination Azura spread its 4 wings, and the power of light and lightning within its body reversed, merged, and sublimated in an unprecedented way. Its entire body transformed into a blazing, blindingly bright white gold lightning ball. At the core of the lightning ball, a point of chaotic light containing the dual laws of purification and destruction flickered rapidly. The next moment, this ball of white gold lightning descended like a meteor, arriving first despite being behind, and actually rushed into Wu Lai's destructive golden white flame tornado. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, a sound beyond description. Lightning and golden white flames collided and intertwined violently, followed by an explosion of energy capable of annihilating everything. A miniature sun seemed to rise above the arena, its blinding light causing countless people to be temporarily blinded. The violent energy surge even caused the outermost defensive shield to creak and shatter under the strain. Light and fire, the ultimate clash of 2 supremely young and powerful forces. After a few breaths, the light gradually faded. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw a huge, deep pit with crystallized glass-like edges in the center of the arena. The slightly dim figure of Shunzhao Shura hovered at the edge of the pit. His light and lightning wings were somewhat disheveled, and his aura fluctuated, indicating that he had consumed a great deal of energy, but his eyes remained sharp. At the bottom of the pit, Wu Lai knelt on one knee, his flame armor shattered, his body charred black, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his breath extremely weak. He struggled to raise his head, looking at the still majestic Shunzhao Shura in the air, then at Wang Chen, who had retreated to the edge of the pit at some point, his eyes filled with resentment and a hint of relief. His strongest attack was directly shattered by the opponent's other extreme power of light and lightning. Wang Chen, though his face was paler and his breathing heavier, remained standing. His dark heaven Caesar form had not been dispelled, and his eyes were resolute. The divine illumination Azura still stood in front of him. The outcome is decided. These 2 little guys are really something. They even broke through the protective shield. Principal Yi had already used his skill before the 2 even made a move, covering the entire arena in advance to separate the 2 from the audience. It was too dazzling. When the 2 clashed in their final blows, everyone must have been blinded by the light and couldn't see what actually happened. But judging from the result, it seems that Wang Chen is in better condition than Wu Lai. Just by looking at the arena, you can tell how powerful the clash of skills was. The arena is supposed to withstand battles between overlords, but it was shattered. That's enough to prove how intense the clash between the two was. The two commentators explained the battle between the two fighters in detail to all the viewers, and the battle footage was continuously replayed on the screen. I lost. Wu Lai's voice was hoarse but clear. I admit defeat. Your pet beast was strong. You are even stronger. Wang Chen withdrew his hand and nodded slightly. Thank you for your concession. You are very strong too. Wu Lai forced a smile, revealing an expression more like a grimace, then turned and staggered off the stage. The referee took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, and announced loudly. In the fourth match, the 10th Prince's camp, Wang Chen wins. 4-game winning streak. The stands went absolutely wild. The cheers were like a tsunami, almost lifting the entire arena off its feet. A quadra-kill. My God, is he really going to wipe out 5 opponents? Divine Illumination Azura. So cool. A pet beast of light and lightning. Never heard of before. Just how many cards does Wang Chen still have up his sleeve? On the 3rd Prince's side, only Shi Gandang and 2 Baijian remain. The 10th Prince's camp is now in a state of ecstasy. Mu Feng and the others hugged each other excitedly, while Yi Wuwei clenched his fists and looked at the figure on the field with admiration. Many people in the stands were watching Wang Chen with great interest. The head of a powerful family looked thoughtful, seemingly considering whether there were any women of marriageable age in his family. Even members of the royal family were very interested. If they could win over such a woman, resources would definitely be allocated to her, and she would be valued by the emperor. You already knew? Yi Jinghong asked. Yes, Xinjiao Shura and Antian Kaiser are both extraordinary pets, and they are naturally suited to fighting against magical beasts. Bai Shiyu's gaze left Wang Chen, and then he looked worried. As the general of Jinbei, he naturally understood that the magical beast's secret realm was becoming increasingly unsettling. The 12 zodiac animals also stared at Xinjiao Shura with curiosity, as if trying to see through it. Does anyone know what kind of pet this is? Ugly Ox asked. Never seen it before. I don't remember. Never heard of it. Senior Rat, have you met him before? Rabbit asked the most senior elder beside him. It's just a pet animal. What's the big deal? Everyone looked on with curiosity and strained their ears to listen. The mouse scratched its head. I've never seen it before either. Oh dear, why are you getting so worked up? Ugly Ox nearly fell over as he leaned forward. So this is likely the first time a pet has appeared? Chenlong asked rhetorically. It's highly likely. Zishu nodded. Interesting. I wonder what their racial potential is. It won't be low. It starts at the level of a hegemon. The younger generation has successors. Yi Xuanzi, sitting on the sidelines, slowly closed his eyes. Wang Chen had defeated 4 people in a row. Although he was exhausted, his momentum was strong. He had to stop him, otherwise it would be a disgrace that he had been defeated by 5 opponents. Yi Xuanzi's gaze fell on Shi Gandang, who stood as silent as a small mountain. Shi Gandang, Yi Xuanzi said in a low voice. You go, you must defeat him. Shi Gandang's body trembled slightly. Then he nodded emphatically, a resolute glint in his eyes. Understood. I will do my best. Match 5, Shi Gandang versus Wang Chen. Let's begin. Without much build-up, the 5th match began. Before everyone could recover from the duel between Wang Chen and Wu Lai, Shi Gandang had already entered the arena to confront him. Shi Gandang. Wang Chen looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall behemoth in front of him. He had a deep memory of the battle video of his pet beast. The sense of oppression he gave people was too strong. It was almost several times the size of other people's pet beasts, and they could not defeat him at all. Earth Golem, transform. Without saying much, Shi Gandang immediately activated his transformation form, instantly becoming a 5-meter-tall giant made entirely of gray-brown crystallized rock, whose enormous body obscured Wang Chen and Shura. Shi Gandang took the lead. Instead of choosing passive defense, he relied on his heavy body to take a steady step forward and slammed his right fist into the ground with tremendous force. The power of the earth. Rumble. The arena floor shook violently. Centered on Shi Gandang, massive rock walls, several meters thick and 10 meters high, rose from the ground on all 4 sides, instantly surrounding him and forming a simple yet incredibly sturdy rock fortress. Even more astonishingly, the surface of the rock wall shimmered with an earthy yellow energy glow, clearly enhanced, making it difficult to be shaken by ordinary attacks. That's not all. Shurgondang pressed his hands firmly against the ground and roared. Talent, Titan's body. Iron-spined earth dragons, mountain giants, hill beasts, all of you, come forth and coordinate your defense. 3 earth and yellow summoning arrays lit up behind him. A furious roar erupted from the iron-spine earth dragon, whose back was covered with thick, metallic bone plates, and whose limbs were thick. The other is a giant, for meters tall, made entirely of grayish-white rock. The last one was a mountain-like behemoth with curved stone horns, as solid as a small hill. All 3 appeared on the arena at the same time. The 4 enormous figures, along with the rock giant that Shurgondang himself had transformed into, formed a despair-inducing, almost all-encompassing 3-dimensional defensive formation within the confined arena space. Shurgondang stood in the center, with the iron-spine earth dragon protecting the left flank, the mountain giant protecting the right flank, and the hill giant beast bringing up the rear. Their auras were interconnected, gathering and circulating the immense power of the earth to form an incomparably solid energy barrier. Defense was Shurgondang's offense. My God, for pets are defending together. How are we supposed to fight this? All earth-based, with stacked defenses. Wang Chen's attacks probably won't even scratch him. Shurgondang is determined to wear Wang Chen down. Wang Chen has already fought 4 matches and is extremely exhausted. The audience gasped in surprise. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the third prince's followers, and Yi Xuanzi nodded slightly. Anyone teamed up with Shurgondang felt incredibly safe. Once they formed an impenetrable wall of 4 pet beasts on the battlefield, no one could break through it in a short time. Is this some kind of absurd situation? Wang Chen looked up at the sky, staring at the impenetrable wall surrounding him. Was this a sign that they weren't going to attack? Then let's just wait it out. Wang Chen remained motionless, showing no intention of launching an attack. Anyone with eyes could see that the other party was planning to play it safe, and that attacking rashly would only lead him into a trap. Shurgondang is not only incredibly strong in defense, but also a mobile fortress. As soon as Yi Xuanzi finished speaking, the scene changed. Shurgondang roared, and then the rock fortress, which was as big as a small mountain, began to advance. Although the speed was not fast, the coverage area enveloped the entire arena. If Wang Chen did not move, he would be pushed out of the arena sooner or later. Wang Chen stood before the rock fortress, his crimson dragon eyes fixed on the impenetrable wall. So it can actually launch an attack. Interesting. Let's see if I can break through you. Wang Chen whispered, his figure transforming into a dark shadow as he rushed forward. Dragon step. He avoided the rock wall in front, circled around from the side, and headed straight for the mountain giant that looked relatively small. Since he was going to break through, he naturally had to choose the weakest point in the defense. He wouldn't be foolish enough to attack the earth golem's main body. The shadow dragon claw fist, gathering all its power and carrying the will to tear everything apart, slammed fiercely into his chest. Bang! Fists collided, producing a dull, loud bang. Rock fragments flew from the mountain giant's chest, creating a crater the size of a wash basin. But it merely swayed, its body shimmering with a yellowish-brown light, and the crater began to repair itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the thick tail of the iron-spine earth dragon swept across like a steel whip, forcing Wang Chen to withdraw his fist and dodge. Shadow imprisonment. Wang Chen spread his 5 fingers, and several shadow chains wrapped around the granite giant's legs, attempting to restrict its movement. Power of the earth. Shurgondang's steady voice rang out, and a thick earth elemental energy was injected into the granite giant's body. Its legs seemed to be rooted to the earth, and the shadow chains only slowed its movements for a moment before breaking. In the air, Shenjiao Shilua also attempted to attack, trying to open up a defense for Wang Chen. Azura meteor. Platinum lightning rained down on the top of the rock fortress and the back of the iron-spine earth dragon, blasting countless stone chips and sparks, but it was also greatly weakened by the flowing earthy yellow energy barrier, so the damage was limited. Unfortunately, Shura's attacks are characterized by high frequency, speed, and wide range. which Shi Gandong's defenses effectively counter. A bombshell. Shi Gandong's combat awareness was also exceptional. He seized the moment when Wang Chen's attack was interrupted and unleashed a giant rock fist from a distance. A condensed, earth-yellow energy shockwave, like a cannonball, tore through the air and headed straight for Wang Chen's entire body. Wang Chen hurriedly used the dragon step to dodge to the side. The shockwave grazed past him and slammed into the defensive shield behind him, making a loud noise. Even just being hit by the aftershocks made him feel his blood surge, and clear burn marks were left on his shadow dragon scales. What a domineering attack! Wang Chen was incredulous. This attack was unlike the energy-filled attacks of other contestants. It was a heavy blow caused by a combination of immense gravity and inertia. No, conventional attacks are too inefficient. His defense system and recovery capabilities are too strong. My energy consumption is much faster than his. Wang Chen quickly made a judgment in his mind. The opponent was like a giant whetstone, slowly wearing away his sharpness and strength. The mountain range is collapsing. Shi Gandong pressed his advantage, slamming his fists into the ground repeatedly. The arena floor undulated and cracked like waves, with countless sharp stone spikes bursting out from the cracks, covering a large area and forcing Wang Chen to constantly dodge, exhausting his stamina. Flying rock slash. The mountain behemoth roared, breaking off several huge rocks from its back and hurling them at the Xinjiao Shura in the air like a catapult. The rocks were extremely fast and carried the heavy force of the earth, forcing Shura to dodge at high speed, making it difficult to maintain stable firepower suppression. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate, but it was clear to anyone with eyes to see that Wang Chen was being passively worn down, while Shi Gandong's defensive line was as solid as a mountain. Wang Chen seems to be out of options. Is he going to be worn down and lose? Shi Gandong's defense is too unbeatable. With 4 pet beasts plus his own body, and the power of the earth constantly restoring his defense. Is this the end of their winning streak against 5 opponents? The members of the 10th Prince's camp were extremely anxious. Yi Wuwei clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Wang Chen was once again forced back by a shockwave that shook the heavens and earth, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He glanced at the Xinjiao Shura in the air, who was also being harassed and unable to make any progress, and then looked at the rock fortress that was almost flawless. Heavenly Wings Sky Slash. The Shura in the air continued to try, its 4 wings gathering light to unleash a cross-shaped slash that perfectly combined light and lightning. Although the slash quickly shattered the rock, it was repaired before Shura could break through again and even became stronger and taller. It seems that conventional methods are indeed not working. We must use an extremely powerful skill to completely destroy it and severely damage its main body. He muttered to himself, a strange light flashing in his scarlet dragon eyes. He stopped his futile attack, slowly came to a stop, and suddenly deactivated his transformation, revealing the towering dark sky Caesar standing to one side. Huh? What? Why do I need to deactivate the transformation? Could it be that they've given up? Sigh. That's really pushing it too far, but Wang Chen is already very strong. Shi Gandong frowned, sensing something was wrong. Yi Xuanze was also completely bewildered, not understanding what Wang Chen was up to. Akai, Shura, try out your new power. Xinjiao Shura landed and stood to Wang Chen's left, while Tian Caesar stood domineeringly to Wang Chen's right. Wang Chen had already closed his eyes, his spirit already deep in his sea of consciousness. Deep within his consciousness, the dark essence of dark heaven Caesar and the light essence of divine illumination Azura resonated simultaneously. Wang Chen concentrated intensely, multitasking, simultaneously and in unison manipulating these 2 diametrically opposed, even mutually repelling, elemental forces. This is extremely dangerous. Just like water and fire are incompatible, rashly mobilizing them at the same time will only harm oneself. The conflict between light and darkness, if not handled carefully, will cause a devastating explosion within his body. However, Wang Chen's mental strength reached a new height after the breakthrough, and his control over energy was also different from before. Then, Shura raised a light on his right wing, which was composed of extremely pure light power, while Caesar on the right raised his left hand, which was a black that like an endless black hole, completely corresponding to Shura. The two condensed into an energy ball of the same size, but with completely opposite attributes. What is he doing? The audience was confused, only seeing this strange scene of Wang Chen and his pet beast. Such strange energy fluctuations. The powerful figures on the high platform, such as Principal Yi by Chu Haoyu and the 12 Zodiacs, keenly sensed the anomaly and all showed surprise. Shigandang also felt a strange unease. Although the black and white light was weak, it made his heavy earth power feel a sense of instinctive fear. We can't let him continue. Shigandang roared, and together with his 3 pet beasts, they launched their strongest area of effect attack. Countless stone spikes, rocks, and ground waves surged toward Wang Chen, trying to interrupt this unknown attack. It's too late. Wang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his right eye was as black as eternal night, and his left eye was as bright white as the blazing sun. The two energies began to merge, forming a strange gray energy wave. It was an indescribable aura, an extremely unfamiliar energy, and no one knew what kind of attack it was. Wang Chen pushed his hands forward, and the seemingly faint gray light floated lightly toward Shigandang's rock fortress, easily penetrating it. Shigandang's pupils widened, and he subconsciously wanted to defend himself, but he didn't know how to stop it. Instead of the violent explosion he had expected, it dissipated silently. What is this? Not only was Shigandang puzzled, but even the overlord level and even king level powerhouses in the stands were somewhat confused. Disappeared? What the hell? I don't understand it either. Many viewers were completely bewildered, and even the powerful figures were filled with doubt. The two terrifying energies that had merged just now couldn't have simply vanished without a trace. Light and darkness. Would they disappear if they were to merge together? Ugly Ox scratched his head and guessed. There are very few cases where completely opposite attributes are fused together. They either completely cancel each other out and disappear, or they explode violently. But if an explosion occurs, they will break apart at the moment of fusion. Wang Chen just successfully fused. That strange gray color is very unusual. Wei Yang rarely spoke up. That's strange. I was really looking forward to seeing Wang Chen's move just now. The fusion of light and darkness is something I've never seen before. Whose initial excitement had vanished. No, feel it carefully. That energy hasn't disappeared. It's still inside that rock. Chenlong seemed to have sensed something and suddenly spoke up. On the arena, Shigandang laughed loudly. Wang Chen, I see you've run out of tricks. Just admit defeat. Wang Chen smiled slightly. The time has come. Dissipate. Dissipate? Haha, I think you've lost your mind. Your fusion attack dissipated long ago. Smack. Wang Chen lightly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. There was no explosion, no loud noise. The incredibly hard rock wall, reinforced by the power of the earth, melted and dissipated rapidly from the point of contact, just like a snowflake thrown into hot water. It didn't shatter. Rather, the earth elemental energy structure that made it up was completely decomposed and forcibly melted by that gray energy with a more advanced force, turning into specks of brownish-yellow light that scattered in all directions, like stars drifting across the sky. Exceptionally beautiful. What? Shigandang's pupils shrank drastically. He felt his connection to the rock fortress being severed instantly. All the earth element he was using was stripped away, and wherever the gray light reached, whether it was the solid rock armor or the flowing earth energy barrier, everything silently melted away. No! Shigandang roared in unwilling anger, pouring all his power into the Titan's body. The rock armor on his body shone brightly as he tried to withstand the attack. But all of this was in vain. The earthy yellow light burst forth, only to turn into starlight and dissipate into the air as soon as it flowed out of the body. All the skill creations were transformed into the most primitive earth energy, leaving only 3 lonely pets lying weakly on the ground, seemingly drained of all their energy and with no strength left to stand. Then Shigandang discovered that his connection with the earth golem was also beginning to break down, and its massive body began to shrink. Eventually, the connection was severed. Shigandang knelt down in anguish, staring blankly at the pets lying around him. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the global arena. Everyone stared in disbelief at the brown specks flying everywhere, at Shi Gondong's dejected expression and his unconscious pet, and at the extraordinary young man with unusually colored binoculars in the center of the arena. Light and darkness merged. What exactly is that gray power? It can so easily separate the elemental force contained within a skill. After a brief silence, there was a roar of screams and clamor like a landslide and a tsunami. What kind of attribute is that? Light and darkness merged? How is that possible? 1 against 5. My God, it really was 1 against 5. Wang Chen. He did it. He really did it. The referee, recovering from his initial shock, announced with a trembling voice. Match 5. The 10th Prince's Camp. Wang Chen wins. The 10th Prince's Camp wins this round of team battle. We won. In the 10th Prince's preparation area, everyone jumped up, hugged, and shouted wildly. The uninformed audience only saw Wang Chen defeat 5 opponents at once. Even the other contestants watching from the prince's preparation area were only vaguely aware of the situation and felt deep apprehension. However, the group of strong individuals in the stands were incredulous because they understood that it was a new attribute and characteristic that overturned their understanding. If you can dissociate the earth attribute, what about the other attributes? Doesn't that mean you can't even use the most basic skills in front of Wang Chen? Ian, who had already stood up and was pacing back and forth, getting more and more excited as he spoke, as if he felt that Wang Chen in the audience was a treasure. Theoretically speaking, yes. Sugo looked at Wang Chen with great interest, never expecting that the kid he encountered during the mission would grow to such a level. Wei Yang extended his spiritual power and carefully sensed. This is an extremely primitive energy. To put it metaphorically, this energy is of a higher level than the basic 5 elements and special elements, so it has an absolute suppression over other elements. Suppression? This can't be explained by suppression alone. Qianlong seemed to understand something. Then his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps this is order. Order? Qianlong's words aroused the curiosity of others. Is order also a kind of power? Order is the name I gave it, because I don't know exactly what kind of power it is, but I suspect it is related to the demon god. What? Qianlong's words caused a huge stir. Were they related to the demon god? What exactly happened, Qianlong? Inhu asked excitedly. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. I don't need to say much about the Warcraft realm. You've all been there. What's it like deep inside? It's chaotic. No, perhaps chaos would be a more accurate description. The deeper we go, the more obscure and difficult to control the elemental power becomes, as if it's been shredded. We can't replenish our energy at any time, so even we king-level beast tamers can't stay long. Sugo recalled his encounter deep in the secret realm with a look of fear. That's right. After breaking through to the Emperor level, I went to the deeper parts of the secret realm alone, all the way to the demon beast continent. Qianlong also fell into reminiscence. Everyone else looked at him. There were very few people on the entire continent who had ever gone deep into the secret realm, let alone stepped into that dark continent. There, all elemental forces turned into chaos. You can't feel a trace of elemental force in the air, and any skills you release will be shattered by a force. You can only barely maintain them by applying a trace of the power of law. Then Qianlong paused, looked down at Wang Chen, who was enjoying himself, and said, The power Wang Chen just displayed felt to me to be an attribute completely opposite to chaos. Do you think it could dissolve the power of chaos? The crowd fell silent. This was a level they had never considered and could never have imagined. Haha, it's still early. Let him continue to grow. Maybe he'll give us a big surprise. With that, Qianlong disappeared from the spot. The competition was over for the day, so he naturally wouldn't stay any longer. On the arena, Wang Chen slowly suppressed his aura, his pupils returning to normal. His body swayed, and a strong sense of weakness washed over him. 5 consecutive high-intensity battles, especially the final forced fusion of the power driven by light and darkness, had almost drained all his mental energy. But he still stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the messy arena, over the silent 3rd Prince's camp, and over the boisterous audience. He did it. 1 against 5. At the same time, the 10th Prince's camp also reached an unprecedented level of points. Wang Chen fought 5 opponents single-handedly, demonstrating domineering prowess and a perfect combination of light and dark attributes. He is awarded an extra 10 points. Bite. As the light screen rotated, the scores of the 10th prince and the 3rd prince were finally displayed. 3rd Prince Yi Xuance's faction, points, 227. The 3rd prince's score remained unchanged, which was unacceptable to him. He got up and left the arena, and the others followed suit. After all, they hadn't won a single match and hadn't received any of the competition's rewards. 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's faction, points, 243. Wow! Upon seeing the final score, the dozen or so members of the 10th Prince's camp were extremely excited. Although they hadn't participated, they were equally excited watching Wang Chen defeat his enemies time and time again on the field, especially when they saw that the score had surpassed that of the 3rd prince and was temporarily ahead of the 2nd prince. It would be a lie to say they weren't excited. Brother Wang, let's celebrate when we get back. Mu Feng grabbed Wang Chen and patted him hard. Don't rush, there are still treasures to claim. There are too many for me to carry. You guys come and help me carry some. Damn, that's so annoying. Give me some. Take whatever you find suitable. Consider it payment for your help. Damn it. Call me again if there's something like this next time. Mu Feng grumbled, but his body betrayed him. He jogged off to claim his prize. The first day of the competition came to an end, but its impact was far from over. Countless people kept watching the replay because there were too many incredible things that happened in this competition. Apart from the 10th prince, all the other princes now have to pay attention to their youngest brother. Unexpectedly, he was able to defeat the 2nd and 3rd princes one after another with just Wang Chen. Although the 2nd prince lost points due to carelessness, it was something that no one expected and there was nothing that could be done about it. However, this exciting duel will not affect the subsequent competition among the princes. The 3rd round, day 2 of the competition, continues. The battle between the 2nd prince and the 6th prince was once again a foregone conclusion, with the 2nd prince securing a crushing victory. In the first match, Han Yi faced In Chi-Chi, a woman in plain clothes carrying a zither. Many people had a deep impression of this woman. The moment she played her zither, her opponents were as if trapped in a nightmare. But this time is different. As soon as the music began, Han Ye's figure blurred and vanished like ink drops in water. In a flash, he was already ghost-like behind In Chi-Chi, a dark short blade pressed against the sound blade she had hastily laid out. The extreme blackness of the blade tip sent chills down everyone's spine. Too fast, someone murmured. Music needs build-up, needs space, but Han Yi didn't give her that time or distance. The short blade trembled slightly, the sonic barrier shattered like glass. The outcome was decided. The second match was similar, with Lin Pujuan, clad in silver armor and wielding a long spear, facing off against Shun Yan, who held a compass. As Shun Yan's compass landed, a light array rose, looking quite mysterious. Lin Pujuan, wielding a long spear, gave Shun Yan little time to prepare. A cold glint of the spear was already at Shun Yan's chest. Before the spear could truly pierce, the strong wind had already pushed him to the sidelines. Breaking the deadlock only required one charge. In the third match, Xue Bingyan himself took the stage, and the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. His opponent was Kuei Jiao, and although he was no match for him, he still controlled 9 puppets to rush out simultaneously in an attempt to fight back. Xue Bingyun simply raised her hand, and her frosty white domain silently unfolded, with ice crystals swirling everywhere. The 9-pounced puppets moved visibly stiffly and slowly, their joints covered in thick frost. They then achieved victory without much skill, relying solely on attribute suppression. In the fourth match, Zhao Yuanhao faced off against Luo Xiaoxing. Zhao Yuanhao, transformed into the fierce soul blade tiger, faced off against Luo Xiaoxing, whose dazzling starlight was constantly shifting. There was a difference in their abilities. Luo Xiaoxing was barely able to unleash her skills, while Zhao Yuanhao's tiger blade attacks were swift, forcing Luo Xiaoxing off the stage in just a few moves. Only then did everyone realize that it wasn't Zhao Yuanhao who was weak, but Wang Chen who was strong. His ability to defeat several men from the second prince's camp indirectly proved his strength once again. In the final match, The second prince surprisingly sent out by Yangcheng, who had never fought before, and no one knew her fighting style. To one side, the savage mountain stood tall, and the mountain-shaking giant ape merged with it, its muscular body swelling to 3 meters in height, covered in black fur, with exposed fangs, each breath bringing forth a scorching stream of air. It clashed its fists together, producing a muffled sound like thunder, its eyes burning with pure fighting spirit and impatience. On the other side, Yangcheng stood still as water, wearing a moon-white long dress adorned with pale blue ripples, her dark hair loosely tied up with an ice jade hairpin. She lightly raised her fingertips, and a faint, clear mist seemed to flow around her, while a thin layer of frost condensed 3 inches beneath her feet. Big guy. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a stream crashing against rocks. Could you shatter a waterfall with your strength? Enough with the nonsense. I hate all you pretentious types. Man Shan roared, his blood-burning talent activating instantly, his skin turning an unnatural crimson, steam rising from it. He didn't wait any longer, his massive feet stomping the ground, the arena trembling violently, his entire being like a maddened ancient elephant, charging straight at him with the most savage force. Simple, brutal, yet carrying the power to crush everything in its path. Yangcheng moved. Instead of retreating, she took a light step forward. Her delicate hands moved swiftly, as if plucking a lotus flower. 1,000 layers of water mirrors. In front of the arena, dozens of smooth, mirror-like water curtains, several meters wide, rose up without warning. They were not still, but rippled slightly, reflecting the ferocious figure of Man Shan charging towards them, and also reflecting Yangcheng's calm and undisturbed eyes behind him. Man Shan neither dodged nor avoided. His giant fist, burning with blood energy, slammed hard into the first water curtain. Bang! There was no splashing of water as expected. His fist felt as if it had sunk into the thickest glue, the surging force dispersed and absorbed by the layers of ripples in the water curtain. The water curtain sank violently, yet remained resilient, momentarily halting Man Shan's momentum. What annoyed him even more was that the refraction and reflections in the water curtain disrupted his vision, and for a moment, dozens of Yangcheng's shadows flickered. Break! He was furious and unleashed a barrage of punches, unleashing the ferocious 13 strikes of mountain collapse, each punch heavier than the last. The water curtain shattered one after another, turning into countless glistening water droplets. But Yangcheng's figure was no longer there. She seemed to transform into water vapor, appearing on the other side of the arena, her fingertips shrouded in blue light, flowing spring binding. The scattered water droplets did not fall, but were drawn by an invisible force, instantly transforming into hundreds of slippery, yet incredibly flexible water tendrils that wrapped around Man Shan's wrists, ankles, and waist from all directions. The mountain roared, its muscles bulging, violently severing stream after stream of water. But the broken streams melted upon hitting the ground, only to be reborn from the earth and the air, endlessly regenerating. He felt as if he were trapped in a boundless, gentle swamp, possessing the strength to uproot mountains, yet finding no foothold. The mystery of the cold mist. Yangcheng's figure flickered once more, leaving behind a faint, icy blue mist in her wake. The mist quickly spread, covering most of the arena. This mist was not only extremely cold, slowing down muscles and nerves, but also severely interfering with perception. Man Shan's vision was blurry, and all he could hear was his own heavy breathing and the sound of his heart pounding. Yangcheng's presence seemed to be everywhere, yet also seemed to be non-existent. Come out. Fight me head-on. Man Shan frantically swung his fists, smashing them at every swaying figure that seemed to be a person in the mist, but he missed every time, only making the air explode and the mist churn. Occasionally, a few icy water jets would shoot from tricky angles, not very powerful, but they would hit his joints, eyelids, and other vulnerable spots with precision. Although not fatal, they would cause unbearable pain and add to his irritability. Man Shan was never the kind of calm and rational blade. He disregarded everything and pushed the 13 strikes of mountain collapse to the limit. His whole body was like a blood-red meteor, carrying the desperate momentum of a decisive battle, and he slammed into that figure. 13th strike. Mountain collapse. The fist pierced through the figure. It doesn't feel real. The figure was like a reflection in the water. The moment his fist struck, it spread out like ripples, creating another water illusion. The real Bai Yuqing had appeared behind him at some point. "Have you run out of energy?" she asked softly, the blue light at her fingertips turning a deep, ethereal blue. "It's time to end this," like flowing water. All the free water vapor, the broken water flow, and the pervasive cold mist converged and condensed towards Manshan at this moment. Manshan felt an overwhelming cold and pressure coming from all directions, frantically squeezing his body and devouring his last bit of heat and strength. He struggled, but each effort felt like throwing a punch in the deepest ocean, his power scattered by the endless water. He roared, but his voice was muffled, turning into a dull, gurgling sound. The burning blood state could no longer be maintained. The crimson on his skin quickly faded, turning pale, and boundless exhaustion and coldness seeped into his bones. The rage and fighting spirit in his eyes were finally replaced by a sense of utter despair. His massive body ceased its struggle, slowly collapsed to its knees, and was ultimately dragged down by the dark blue water. Bai Yuqing stepped gracefully off the ice platform, and the water sphere slowly landed and disappeared silently, leaving only Manshan, soaked to the bone and unconscious from exhaustion, lying on the cold ground. The referee stepped forward to inspect the scene and announced loudly, "The winner is Bai Yuqing from the second prince's camp." As the referee declared the second prince's team the winner with a resounding 5-0 victory, the first match of the second day of the third round came to a close. Before the murmurs from the audience had even subsided, the screen began to rotate again, revealing the names of the next pair of princes to take the stage. The battle between the 5th Prince Yi Dingyuan and the 7th Prince Yi Haochen began, as usual, on the third day. However, one could tell from their expressions that the 7th Prince looked very unwell and was almost certain to be eliminated. Moreover, the players' fighting spirit was basically extinguished. No matter how confident a person is, they will be discouraged after being hit repeatedly. What's more, they suffered huge blows to both their mind and body in just a few days. If it weren't for the fact that admitting defeat would be too embarrassing, they would really want to just give up and leave. As they expected, the difference in momentum was immediately apparent when the contestants from both sides took to the stage. On the 5th Prince's side, Hua Ruming, Ning Ziyuan, Xie Jingchen, and others appeared calm and composed, even exuding a relaxed air of observing and practicing. Meanwhile, in the 7th Prince's camp, led by Lu Jun, everyone had solemn expressions. Although they tried their best to straighten their backs, the pressure brought by the difference in strength was still clearly perceptible. Both players enter the arena. "Please send out your first player." "Lu Yu, go ahead." Lu Yu nodded helplessly and took the lead. The moonlight fox strolled gracefully beside her, its body surrounded by a hazy moonlight halo. Hua Rumong, on the other hand, was all smiles and very relaxed, as if she were just out shopping. The match begins. Moon Shadow Illusion Killing Formation. Lu Yu shouted. It was simply too much. Even if she lost, she would still launch a surprise attack on her opponent. Moonlight Fox's figure flickered, and in an instant, 7 or 8 fox shadows, indistinguishable from real ones, appeared on the arena, pouncing on Hua Ruming, who stood still, from different directions, with alluring moon blades hidden among them. Hua Ruming didn't even move her feet. She simply raised her hand slightly, her fingertips seemingly holding a wisp of invisible fragrance. Let 100 flowers bloom. There were no violent energy fluctuations, nor dazzling light. But centered on her, an area more than 10 meters in diameter suddenly became colorful. Countless tiny pollen particles and floral fragrances, invisible to the naked eye, spread out, seemingly harmless, yet forming a unique pseudo-domain. The moonlight fox phantoms that had rushed into this area froze in unison, as if sinking into an invisible quagmire. Their alluring moonlight quickly dimmed under the corrosive influence of the fragrant flowers. Lu Yu felt a slight dizziness, and the connection between her mind and her pet beast became sluggish. "Found you." Hua Ruming's gaze locked onto one of the slightly solidified fox shadows. She flicked her fingertips, and a seemingly delicate white lily of the valley floated towards the fox shadow. Without a sound, The Moonlight Fox's true form was struck as if by lightning, letting out a mournful cry, and the illusion array shattered instantly. Lu Yu groaned, her face turning pale, as the white lily of the valley directly invaded the part of her shared soul connection with her pet beast. A riot of colors. Hua Rumeng spoke again. The seemingly gentle petals suddenly transformed into a rapidly spinning storm, sweeping up the struggling Moonlight Fox and the unsteady Lu Yu, and gently, yet irresistibly, sending them off the edge of the arena. Clean and efficient, even with a touch of pleasing elegance, the fifth prince took the lead. The difference is too big. Yes, it seems like the seventh prince's morale has been completely crushed. He might as well just admit defeat. It wouldn't look good at all. It's boring. The audience's voices sounded particularly jarring to their ears. It was utterly shameful. Wu Gang, you go. At least make a show of force, Yi Haochen instructed. I will do my best, Wu Ganya said with a wry smile. Is this something that can be done just by wanting to fight? At the same time, the fifth prince also began to replace his men, as there was no need to let one person continue to expend their strength, since there were still tough battles to be fought. Ziyuan, go. Yes. The two have completely different fighting styles. Wu Gang's natal beast, the furnace King Kong, let out a low roar, merging with its master to transform into a giant over 3 meters tall, its body gleaming with a cold metallic light. It strode forward, causing the arena to tremble. He followed a pure path of strength and defense, attempting to overcome skill with brute force. Ning Ziyuan unfurled a landscape painting, his expression leisurely, like a scholar enjoying a spring outing. Jingyu, a mountain shadow flashed in the scroll, and a colossal phantom mountain appeared out of thin air, pressing down on Wu Gang with immense force. Wu Gang roared, his massive metal fist slamming upwards to clash head-on with the mountain shadow. With a dull thud, the mountain shadows swayed, but Wu Gang was also shaken back 2 steps, and the stone slab beneath his feet shattered. Choo-choo. Ning Ziyuan turned his brush again. Beside the mountain shadow, a phantom image of flowing water appeared, not as an attack, but as it coiled around Wu Gang's metallic body. The water was invisible, yet it carried a peculiar softness and penetrating power, constantly dissipating the fierce momentum of Wu Gang's attacks, making him feel as if every punch was hitting cotton, unable to exert his strength. Listen to the waves. The third stroke falls. The scenery around Wu Gang subtly changed, as if he were in a forest, the wind howling like waves, disturbing his senses and balance. He angrily punched and kicked, shattering the illusory shadows of trees, but he still couldn't reach Ning Ziyuan not far away. Ning Ziyuan finally picked up his brush and lightly touched a spot on the scroll. The finishing touch of the painting, the seal that guards the mountain. The energy remaining from the previously shattered mountain shadows, flowing water, and forest waves instantly converged and condensed into an ancient and heavy seal above Wu Gang's head, which crashed down with a roar. Wu Gang raised his arm to withstand the attack, his metal body emitting a piercing scraping sound. The arena beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and he was forced to kneel down under the pressure. No matter how much he roared and exerted his strength, the large seal remained as immovable as a real mountain, ultimately crushing him completely on the arena and breaking the fusion. Ning Ziyuan finished his scroll, bowed respectfully, and gracefully exited the stage. It was once again a near-perfect display of control and dominance. The battle continued, with the third match featuring Xie Jingchen against Sun Hai. Sun Hai summoned the Tide Guardian, attempting to counter with the agility and control of water-based abilities. However, he was facing Xie Jingchen, who had pushed speed and explosive power to the extreme. The blazing warhorse neighed and merged with Xie Jingchen, becoming one with him, transforming into a burning fire god cavalry. He didn't even give Sun Hai a chance to fully unleash his control skills. Flame Spear, break through the formation. A spark flashed, then transformed into a crimson spearhead that tore through the air, hurtling straight towards them at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Sun Hai only had time to have the Tide Guardian create a curtain of water before the spearhead arrived. TCH. The water curtain was instantly evaporated by the extreme heat. Although the spear's momentum was slightly reduced, it still shattered the shield formed by the Tide Guardian. The remaining scorching energy forced Sun Hai to retreat repeatedly, his blood churning. A strike that pierces the sun. Xie Jingchen merged with his horse, transforming into a fiery meteor and charging a second time. This time, Sun Hai and his pet were powerless to resist and were directly knocked off the arena. They were injured in midair and couldn't get up for a long time after landing. Xie Jingchen's attacks are incredibly fierce. Are all gun users this powerful? Yes, Lei Meng, Lin Pejuan, and this Xie Jingchen, they're all incredibly fierce. 2 shots, and the outcome was decided. Xie Jingchen reined in his horse and stood still, his flaming spear pointing diagonally at the ground. The intense heat slowly subsided, just like him, bold and efficient.